Time to get paid today. If you ever wish payday comes sooner, I got the app for you. Yeah. There's a banking app called Current, which allows you to have paycheck advance up to $750. Also, they have fee-free overdraft. Listen to me. We all been there. I've been there numerous of times. All right, they took an extra $10. Why are you charging me $150? Current don't do that. They even got a bill card to help you build your credit up. That's vital and important. We all want to be homeowners someday. That's why it's vital. That's why it's important. Keep that in mind, gang. Current has a whole lot of features that I feel like is very useful to you. One of them being the paycheck advance. Another one be the overdraft, non-fees. Also, the bill card. And manage your money in a smoother way. It's also there to help you too, bro. I actually utilize the app myself to get my YouTube check. That's why I partner with them. I know how the app works, and they come through every time. And right now, they're actually giving $75 to anyone to use my link to sign up for the app or scan my QR code. If you scan my QR code, it'll take you straight to the sign up page. That's when you get the option to use code SNOR, S-N-O-R, code SNOR. Once you completely sign up and switch to the direct deposit, you will unlock the $75.
You might have been wondering what happened to all those gangster rappers that went viral dissing their dead ops in Jacksonville a few years ago. Well, they're all dead, or at least their careers are.
In Orange County, police say 2 men were shot to...
That's cap, bro. That's cap. That's cap. Young and Ace still thriving. Young and Ace is still thriving. RP to Lil Papa. He was thriving. J-Dot, he's still thriving. These are dudes that's still going at it, bro. I ain't really heard much from Spinning Bins and Whopper with the chopper, bro. And then, what's his name? Kojak. Kojak wasn't really much a rapper. But I think a lot of people that was over there on FOOlIO side dealing with legal issues, bro. It's a lot of them still actively trying rap careers, bro.
Death and then crashed into a bus stop. Officers say that the bus stop was wrecked and the car was filled.
Hey, also, let me know if the big screen, small snores is pretty decent. Let me know.
With bullet holes when they found it.
Robinson says no one really knew.
Ben, 5. I see you, boy. I'm just in middle of recording, bro. That's all. Hell yeah. Much love. Thanks for tuning in, brody.
Adrian until he was killed.
I ain't gonna say that he don't have gang member friends, but one for sure, he's not no gang member. If anybody had any sense and they go to YouTube, they can see it says Bully Gang Music Label.
Detectives believe Harris lured one of the victims, 19-year-old Antonio Tilley Jr., who thought he was meeting her for a date. Investigators accuse Mills of killing Tilley instead, collecting half of the bounty on his head.
Glover Jr., known to...
Ooh! Y'all ain't just hear that? Oh, chick, setup artist, and she won't pay? Ooh, Jacksonville get down like that? Did not know.
Friends and family, as Tiger Sparks was a rapper.
We had faith that he would have made it in the rap game.
A popular person out east.
Some of the things he said and had done had been memorialized over and over and over again. And in some way, he was held in high esteem, but he was also creating himself to be a big target, too.
In a few seconds, you're going to hear a loud noise. That was gunfire from a triple shooting on the west side, which left 1 man dead and 2 men injured.
Oh my God, a triple?
Later on in the video, you see one of the men who was shot appear.
5 years ago, I did a video on Jacksonville's deadly gang war after the song Who I Smoke went viral. Young and Ace and his gang had the whole world dancing, singing, and laughing to lyrics all about smoking on Bibby, Tiki, and Lil 9. But I was one of the first people to stand up and let the world know these were real dead people, mainly children, that were being smoked and made fun of on these viral tracks.
I've heard numerous people joking in this beef that the ops lost a...
And chat, do me a solid. Put down what ages them 3 that was just showing on the screen would have been if they were still alive today. If I'm not mistaken, some of them probably would have been 30 or knocking at the door. I want to say 27, 28, I don't know.
Fortnite battle, that they're getting kills like it's Warzone, or that somebody got wasted like it's GTA. That might sound like a funny diss in the moment, but some of these kids are really treating their lives like a video game.
People like Aiden Ross cracked jokes about it, Vanessa Colton cashed in on the sample, and Young and Ace's biggest op FOOlIO clapped back with his own disrespectful diss song, When I See You, a track that made a mockery of Fantasia's classic viral hit of the same name. But FOOlIO really took things further than Who I Smoke. Rather than dancing around dissing his dead dead ops on a golf course, he went to the graveyard and sung the high notes while waving around a printed obituary bearing the faces of 3 dead ops, all of them being Young and Ace's closest friends and brother who died in a quadruple shooting that only Ace survived a few years before.
A family friend of Kenyatta and Trevon Bullard tells News4Jax that the two brothers were out with Royale Smith and Jacoby Grover Tuesday night celebrating Smith's birthday when the celebration turned to tragedy. Police say the men were all riding.
Hey, Ben Guerrera, I appreciate the motion member. Motion support. Thank you, Brody. Much love to you, bro. Hold on, chat. You know, when all this transpired, I didn't know that I would be implemented in history, bro. Like, man, you know, as we look back on certain things, you know, a lot of time done passed, bro. Although it was such a mockery being made of people deaths, I can say this without, you know, really feeling away. You know what I'm saying? Because it's true. Legendary moments. Legendary moments. Sparking up while watching. Much love, Brody. Now, niggas say, make my box smaller. All right, bet. Hopefully that's good for y'all. But yeah, legendary moments, man. This is stuff that I'm gonna remember these for the rest of my life, bro. And I like making memories, but it's just crazy how it came, you know?
Together in this car on Town Central Parkway when people in another car that pulled up beside them started shooting at them.
But most chilling of all, FOOlIO used lyrics in that song to mock 23, one of Ace's friends who was killed in front of him. Specifically, that day that he died was his birthday. And at the end of the song, FOOlIO taunted him, singing, "Happy birthday 23, blow your candles out, dead," all while pouring champagne onto his picture. Now, this was one of the most brutal diss songs ever made in the entire world, but unfortunately, God has a funny way of humbling people in the most ironic ways, because FOOlIO, who was nicknamed Six, would end up being brutally shot to death on his own birthday too, in the exact same way, in a car full of 3 of his friends, and exactly 6 years after mocking 23 for being murdered the same way.
3 others were injured in that shooting.
And man, bro, that was like the craziest thing. Your biggest song is mocking somebody's birthday and death day. And look how it go for you, bro. When that set in with me, man, I pondered on it for at least 2 hours, bro. I genuinely sat down in my room. At the time, I was playing video games heavy, thinking about that. Selling the guys on 2K.
As we said, but 26-year-old Charles Jones, who's also known as FOOlIO, was reportedly there to celebrate his birthday.
Video from the hotel and a parked Tesla show 3 shooters firing several shots at the vehicle Jones was riding in, killing him.
FOOlIO was so disrespectful that even when his killers were sentenced to life, the supposedly impartial judge actually reacted to the music video of FOOlIO rapping in the graveyard and basically said he had it coming.
But goodness gracious, going and desecrating the gravesite of a murdered relative is, you don't deserve to be killed for that, but you just increased your odds that it was going to happen, and that's the truth. That is the truth. So I'm not at all, again, stating that he deserved it.
But the thing,
hey, one of them dudes, and I think that was the one that was clapping, boy, his mind gone. Hey, his mind gone. That boy up out of here mentally. Checked out. Bye. Man, that dude went in the jailhouse on his life sentence without parole and punched the CO? Yeah, he did clap. He the one that laughed in the courthouse.
Is in the time between Who I Smoke and FOOlIO getting killed on his own birthday, a lot of people just lost interest in the Jacksonville drill scene. FOOlIO and Young and Ace became rich and famous, but not rich enough to have round-the-clock security protecting their lives, and too famous to hide. Not in Jacksonville, not in Houston, not anywhere in America. So while everyone stopped paying attention to the singing, dancing killers, the war in Jacksonville raged on behind the scenes as murder after murder played out one by one. And by the time that FOOlIO was dead, so many people had been killed on both sides, the last man standing was just Young and Ace.
Young and Ace is a celebrity. He has tens of millions of followers on Spotify and YouTube.
Who was that?
His name was Kenyatta Bullard, and he goes by Young and Ace.
Young and Ace, a high-profile member of ATK.
You could see his ATK chain around his neck. Is a combination 1200 ATK video. Like Kenyatta Bullard, the person in the last two videos that was the lead rapper, who is the public face of ATK. Mr. Jones, the evidence will show, was the public face of 6 Block.
Unfortunately for him, when all your friends are dead and all your ops are dead, there's really nothing left to rap about. And now, with a RICO case likely hovering over his shoulder, it might not be long until he goes out sad too.
So Young and Ace has long been known in Jacksonville. We are consistently monitoring those groups. We have people that are always watching them. I won't speak to the chief's investigation, that's up to TPD. We don't have an investigation on him right now, but he can't move around in Jacksonville without us knowing about it.
Part of it.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, bro. You know how famous you gotta be to not go back home? To be put out of your home city. To be put out of your home city. It's crazy, bro.
Ongoing gang retaliation between FOOlIO's 6 Block crew and rival groups ATK and 1200.
And according to the Tampa Bay police chief, they are affiliated with the gangs ATK and 1200.
As it relates to the term ATK, what does that stand for, if anything?
Based on my training experience, it stands for Ace's Top Killers. The name Ace would be the face or the head of ATK. His rapper name is Young and Ace.
Specifically, is ATK a traditional gang or a hybrid gang?
We would consider them a hybrid street gang.
So in this video, I'm going to document all of the murders, disses, and arrests that ended Jacksonville's deadly gang war once and for all.
You know what you did. He was an innocent child. It wasn't worth it. Just turn yourself in.
You know what I'm saying? Happy birthday! Everybody got their side.
I mean, some people feel like you were behind that.
We are working to learn more about a shooting that left a Florida rapper dead and 3 others hurt in Tampa.
People feel like I'm behind a lot. Well, I'm not. I'm not behind.
Prominent rapper Charles Jones, whose stage name is FOOlIO. FOOlIO was celebrating his birthday here in Tampa when it was cut short by gunfire.
You've experienced a lot of death. Like, I mean, I know you guys didn't get along like that, but it's like...
We best friends.
Trigger warning. This video contains themes of murder, death, and gang activity. Before I show you the video, I need to tell you something so YouTube doesn't cause any problems. I categorically condemn the actions of the killers in this video. This video is made for educational, documentary, scientific, and artistic purposes. It is EDSA content. More specifically, it's authoritative reporting on a true crime case from a journalistic context. I'm doing this to inform and protect the public and raise awareness of the real-life consequences of gang membership and drill music. This video includes no content that violates the advertiser or community guidelines on YouTube, and the purpose of this video is to add context and condemnation to a story in the public interest. I'll be reporting basic factual information that I've personally observed while doing months of secondary research as a professional journalist. While this video contains multiple points of view, including defense attorneys' arguments, I wholeheartedly condemn the killers referenced in this video and their actions, as well as the actions of anyone who committed a crime that's included in this video. I'm obliged by YouTube's rules to tell you that you should not imitate the actions of any of the people in this video. This statement represents a clear and informative discouragement against imitating dangerous or harmful behavior. This video does not include any illegal material, instructions on how to carry out a crime, any footage of a criminal or victim while a crime is being committed, and this video categorically does not intend to glorify the crimes or criminals being discussed. If you like my work and want to support, you can...
YouTube, whatever you just said, I'm seconding and vouching for that. Anyway, we have reached my favorite part of the video. Today's video is sponsored by Current. Thank you, Current, for sponsoring this video. Let me tell y'all about Current. Current is an online baking app which allows you to get $750 worth of paycheck advance if you qualify. Current also got no overdraft fees. Needs that on God. They also got the credit bill card, which help you build your credit in the long run. Sign up with Current by using my QR code, and when you sign in, make sure you use code SCHNOR. Enter your direct deposit information. Then voila. Watch the magic happens, gang. Yeah. Big ones. Yeah. Let's get back to the video.
Watch all of my biggest break to the video. In Jacksonville, like many other cities, it's hard to point to one single moment and say that that was the exact beginning of the gang war in that city. In my last 2-hour deep dive, Jacksonville's deadly gang war, we touched on a deadly home invasion and murder that put Young and Ace and FOOlIO's family against each other for life. But in the years since that video dropped, even more history has unraveled on social media, and as we've begun to learn, the ancestral beefs in Jacksonville that have been handed down from generation to generation. Because before the public ever knew the names Julio, FOOlIO, and Young and Ace, and the gangs ATK, NHG, and 1200 on one side, and on the other, KTA and 6 Block, in reality, Jacksonville had already been dealing with decades of gang violence. Back in the early 2000s, Florida's 1977 RICO Act was being deployed to dismantle...
Now, do y'all research on Jacksonville. It's either the biggest or second biggest city in landmass. Like, that's how big it is. But, you should have known. It's a collection of black people there. You gotta know. You gotta know. You gotta know it's gonna be violence. It's too many people.
Highly structured syndicates such as the Mafia and the Hells Angels. Historically, this RICO Act had been reserved only for massive, sophisticated conspiracies. For example, the act brought down the infamous Miami River cops who used their badges to steal thousands of pounds of drugs.
A group of more than a dozen police officers raided this Miami River boatyard in the summer of 1985 with the help of some of their drug dealer friends. Most were in uniform, some were even on duty when they climbed the fence to steal 400 kilos of cocaine, almost 900 pounds.
Eventually, prosecutors even used RICO to dismantle the Nation of Yahweh.
I ain't gonna lie, I would have found 400 keys. I probably would have stole some too, gang. I ain't gonna lie.
A Miami religious cult whose enforcers committed gruesome machete murders. However, quite similar to the fragmented street gangs of Chicago, the Jacksonville gangs that police were targeting in the 2000s looked less like criminal organizations and more like local neighborhood crews. By updating the law in 2008, state leaders made it possible to punish neighborhood gangs just as harshly as traditional mob families. By the next year, in May 2009, authorities launched Operation 103rd Street against a West Side crew known as the Certified Headbusters. Following that bust, the Certified Headbusters as a gang would fade away. However, the area of 103rd and Melvin became tied to Young and Ace's early circle, with the area going by the name Momo World and the crew that ran things there calling themselves Young and Gang, and eventually adopting the name ATK. So, now you know why it's called Young and Ace. Now, on the north side...
Spooky 300, boy, I appreciate the sub, Brody. Hold on. Let me get right. Much love, Brody. Let me take the paddock off. I mean, the rollie off, the Prezi. Yeah. I wish I could take this other one off.
Officers spent 18 months investigating the 45th Street gang before arresting them in November 2009 for selling drugs and terrorizing their neighborhood. Even though the police believed the 45th Street gang had been involved in murders and assaults, investigators hadn't actually been able to prove those cases at the time. By the early to mid-2010s, their territory was connected to a gang-turned-record label called PCE, short for Problem Child Entertainment. As older PCE members got locked up or killed, the younger generation started using more specific names tied to their blocks and apartment complexes, specifically the Hilltop Village apartments and the surrounding area.
Them the projects.
The 6 block, and it's here that FOOlIO, aka 6, hails from, while the area around Avenue B was also called A block. Although Av B and 6 block were separate groups, their neighborhoods were located close together and their members had been closely aligned for years. From there, newer sets would spark up like WAWG, short for We All We Got, and Bully Gang, names of cliques that became tied to the younger generations from that same area. On October the 5th, 2014, between 25 and 30 people had gathered at a...
Man, okay, we starting to really see the structure. You breaking down the structure. Hey, if I ever go to come to Jacksonville, I'm pressing up, bro. I gotta see Hilltop, bro. I gotta lay eyes on it, bro. Same with Melvin Park. I gotta see over there in 1200, bro. I gotta get some good eats. I really gotta experience the city. Gotta go to a little gentleman's club. You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? I gotta catch a vibe out there, bro.
House on Linda Drive on Jacksonville's north side.
I'm trying to see what's up.
Shoot a music video. According to later released paperwork, in attendance was a man called Gino Norris Sr., aka Big Gino. In later recordings that featured FOOlIO and other 6 block members, they would refer to Big Gino as their OG.
Be my OG, man. I love my OG, man. You disrespect no man.
And more importantly, Big Gino was the father of Gino Norris Jr., FOOlIO's little cousin, who just so happened to be in the vehicle alongside FOOlIO in the 2024 ambush that resulted in FOOlIO's death.
Wow.
I thought it was a car until I looked up, saw the bullet holes, and I saw Zay covered in blood yelling.
Another person who was there back in 2014 was Kojak, a fellow 6 block rapper described by some online circles as FOOlIO's right-hand man. Anyways, close to 8 PM, officers were dispatched to the scene after gunfire left 3 people dead and 2 women injured.
First it was just a single pop, 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 and then boom, 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 boom. Like, oh my God. So it was intense.
Cedric Hernan could hear the gunshots over the phone as he was talking to his wife.
She says, they're having a shootout. So I tell her, get in the house.
It happened after the sunset yesterday evening. Neighbors say scores of gunshots shattered the silence, leaving 3 men dead and 2 women injured, 1 with gunshot wounds. Ever since, yard after yard of red and white police tape have decorated this north side area.
At the time, police didn't publicly describe the shooting as part of a gang war. However, investigators believe that the shooting was a targeted drive-by and the people who were fired upon may have shot back in self-defense.
People around here, they're saying
that Florida, stand your ground.
This wasn't a random act.
News4Jax crime analyst Gil Smith evaluated the scene with us. His sources say 2 of the men who were shot came to the house heavily armed and started the violence while friends held a get-together.
They believe that people
somebody dropped low.
Who started the shooting knew these people. They had some type of confrontation with them in the past, and they came back here. That's what they believe. That hasn't been confirmed, but that's what they believe. So it shouldn't be too difficult for police to solve this.
So this might be a case of self-defense here.
It's a possibility.
As more details came out, the suspected shooters that slid on the cookout were identified as Prosper and Tay from 1200. Authorities would later find out another member of 12.
Look though, chat. Them names from FOOlIO beatbox. Refer back to FOOlIO beatbox.
100 named Big Michi that Prosper and Tay were looking to shoot someone at the house on Linda Drive. According to online rumors, that individual that they were looking for was known as Fat Shard from HFE, also known as Head First Entertainment. Head First Entertainment was a rap label and street crew from Jacksonville's northwest side, mainly around Grand Park. At the time, HFE allegedly had beef with 45th Street and PCE, but some older figures were still cool with certain HFE members. In later videos, even FOOlIO himself would explain how in 2014 HFE were the real ops and how they stayed stepping on them.
We always, back in 2014, we used to always fight. I'm talking about the real ops,
I'm talking about these ops. Everybody from Jacksonville know what this is right here. I'm talking about, we used to stay beating, boy. I'm talking about terrorizing them.
Wow.
Even one of 6 Block and AvB's top shooters, Trey D, would also diss several of HFE's dead members.
Take luck. Baby, J5. Hey. Bendo, look, we've been smoking them since last summer.
But at that time, 1200 had also been locked in a war with HFE.
Ooh wee, that's an older video. They talking like that, boy. It goes down there, bro. And look, the dude in the video, the other dude in the gray hoodie, that nigga ain't want to be in the video.
And Prosper and Tay had allegedly got word that Fat Shard was at the party. Now we would get more information on the shooting from Gino Norris Sr. himself, who met with detectives in his attorney's office with both of his attorneys present. After being advised of his rights, Big Gino said that he arrived at the party around 3 p.m. to cook. He said that a cameraman was present for a video or photo shoot, but he didn't know the cameraman's name. Big Gino said that he was at the grill talking to his uncle, Eddie Norris, before he went inside the house. He said about 2 to 3 minutes later, Big Gino said that he heard gunfire, running outside and grabbing an AK-47 that was sitting on the porch. According to Gino, that AK-47 had been brought to the house for the video shoot, and once outside, Gino said that he saw a white Pontiac G6 and 2 people shooting. Kojak would tell detectives that he was sitting on the couch in the living room when Big Gino walked out the door. A few moments later, gunshots erupted and he started to hide. When he heard somebody yell Bobby was hit, tragically Bobby Norris, who was in the house at the time of the shooting, would get hit by the bullet and pass away. Big Gino told investigators that he first shot the gunman holding an AK-47, then turned and shot the second gunman who had a pistol, and he was shot twice in the side as he came out the front door. After the shooting, Big Gino said
well,
he
it's a
dropped
real
the gun
war zone
and ran from the house, apparently buying a bicycle for $20 and riding away from the scene. In his version, he only saw 2 shooters and described his own actions as being done out of fear for his life, and ultimately no charges would be filed against Big Gino or the other suspected shooters. However, the death of Prosper would inspire his mother to turn her grief into action, finding a new purpose in warning others on the danger of gun violence, admitting that her son was actually...
So whole time we Chicago crazy 2014. Chicago crazy. But whole time down in Jacksonville, it's getting wicked in the bitty. It's getting wicked. Wicked.
No angel.
Back in October of 2014, a Jacksonville mother's teenage son was killed in street violence. Tanya Love told us he wasn't an angel, but he was a 17-year-old with dreams. Instead of being consumed by her grief, Love has turned her pain into purpose, and she wants to save other children from the violence that permeates their urban neighborhoods.
Prosper and Tay were well-respected members of 1200, and Prosper was close to members like rappers Whopper With the Chopper and Spinner Benz, who were later famously part of the viral diss song Who I Smoke. Rappers from 1200 like Lil Popper memorialized Prosper and Tay in their music, with Lil Popper rapping about being in them hallways back in school with them. Almost a decade later, Prosper's name came up again during the sentencing of FOOlIO's killers, when it was revealed that one of the shooters connected to the case was a 1200 member from the 187 clique who had named his own son Prosper in honor of his fallen friend.
Please let him carry on as daddy to Major, to Avery, to Prosper and Gabrielle.
On the other side, FOOlIO eventually started dissing both dead 1200 members, rapping on his diabolically disrespectful song List of Dead Ops that he was smoking on Prosper and Tay, and them N-words died on the same day. On his track Dead Ops Part 2, he would rap Prosper got shot, Tay got shot, Rallo face hot, Greenlight felt that Glock, Corbin got kidnapped, they found his bones, he was rotten. This that Part 2, I'm Lil 6, I'm top op. That is one of the most disrespectful songs ever. But at the time, court records didn't trace the 6 Block and 1200 feud back to the 2014 Linda Drive shooting. Instead, the cops who were one step behind would point to a different incident that happened in the fall of 2015, when a courtroom would hear how a conflict between the older generation of 6 Block, Problem Child Entertainment aka PCE, and 187, a 1200 linked clique, had taken the gang war to a whole new level. According to court records that overlooked that 2014 cookout shooting, PCE and 187 had still been somewhat friendly until the fall of 2015, when Breon Mason, known as D Rose from 187, stole some firearms from Henry Hayes IV, a PCE member known on the streets as Crackerjack. Soon after, on November the 14th, 2015, members of PCE and 187...
Bro, y'all just do not know, like, full out wars has started behind backdoor activity, bro. backdoor activity and like niggas is, damn, you went with your whole move, now the whole gang into it. You went with your move and now the whole gang into it. And you know what's so crazy? He probably ain't give a blick to the gang. I honestly don't know, but come on now, gang. Oh, I got some rib tips in the refrigerator. Oh, chat. Oh. My bad. I just remembered. My bad.
Got into a fight, apparently over a handshake at a Kodak Black concert, and it was there that Avery McKnight, better known as Suge, aka Bink from 187, was involved in an altercation. According to many later lyrics from FOOlIO, Suge was killed over his bike. It was December 3rd, 2015 on Odessa Street when Suge was ultimately shot and killed. Then at the end of the month on Christmas Day, several 187 members were gathered near Odessa Street for Suge's memorial when they begun taunting PCE members online and daring them to pull up. And within minutes, unknown shooters did pull up, driving by and opening fire, injuring several people, including a child. From there, the violence kept...
Hey, to my Jacksonville natives, can you tell me how far they traveled in 10 minutes? 187 were on Facebook taunting PCE, inviting them to pull up. How far is that? PCE and 187. Yep.
Within minutes, unknown shooters did pull up, driving by and opening fire, injuring several people, including a child. From there, the violence kept on going back and forth. On January the 6th, 2016, several 187 members carried out a drive-by, shooting at Crackerjack's sister's house, where Rondo, Crackerjack, and JB were present. At the time, Rondo was described in court as a former 187 member and PCE associate, while Crackerjack and JB were identified as PCE members. Then, on January the 16th, 2016, another drive-by happened at Killer Cam's house, apparently a 187 hangout. Killer Cam identified Crackerjack as the driver and JB as the shooter, and at the same time, the feud was being played out.
Boy, them boys trying to get back overly.
Through rap videos, photos, and social media posts, with the court saying that both sides were documenting their gang conflict online. One PCE video titled T on Top of T was described in court as a response to a 187 video that threatened a retaliation for Suge's murder. The song itself still survives today, but the music video is no longer online, but it includes FOOlIO and Crackerjack dissing their dead and injured ops back to back. By January the 24th, 2016, Tico from PCE would shoot at D Rose, the same 187 member whose firearm theft had escalated the feud months earlier. On the subreddit that tracks the gang wars in Jacksonville, r/Duval County, users later connected that same Tico and D Rose shooting to evidence shown during another trial for a murdered child named Aiden McClendon. On January the 20th, 2016, the white Toyota Corolla later used in the shooting was carjacked, and court records said that Rondo had admitted that he was involved in stealing it. According to the court opinion, Rondo testified that he provided the stolen cars and stolen guns to PCE members, and that JB took the Corolla shortly before the shooting. The next evening, on January the...
See what I'm saying? These niggas talking and all that. They going crazy. Police got a lot of statements out of these boys. I'm just saying.
29th, 2016, Tamisha Brown drove to her grandmother's home on Spearing Street with her 22-month-old son, Aiden McClendon, sitting in the back seat. As she pulled up, Ducci, better known as Jacksonville rapper Whopper Wit the Chopper, was outside the house with other 187 associates. Soon after, a white Corolla would pull in behind them, and the people inside opened fire. And tragically, 22-month-old Aiden would be shot 3 times while sitting in that car, and News4Jax reported that he received a fatal gunshot wound to his back.
Remembering the young... And chat, this is probably the saddest moment of this whole ordeal, this video. That little boy passing away, bro. Y'all already know how I feel about, you know, children and passing away. Like, I don't like it at all. You know what's so crazy? It was grown men dissing that baby. It was legit grown men dissing that baby, bro. Them niggas ain't got no cool points off of that. Like, Yep.
Youngest of Jacksonville's recent murder victims.
22-month-old Aiden McClendon was killed last Friday night in a hail of bullets in what police say was a gang-related drive-by shooting. The gunfire just missed his mother and grandmother, who were with him in a parked car.
But what we need to do is keep in mind that God needed another angel to help him pour out the rain.
There were clouds in the sky, but balloons released to heaven symbolize a small ray of sunshine. That sunshine is Aiden McClendon.
He lit up with anybody that he met. Just his laughter, his smile, his demeanor in itself.
Some of the children at the school wore angel wings with the letter A in Aiden's memory. As the kids played outside, parents and teachers couldn't help but watch, wishing he was there with them.
We know that we will never see him ever again, but he always holds a special place in our heart.
With justice in their hearts, Aiden's family and teachers have this message to the person responsible. Valerie Wilson addressed that person head on.
Yeah, I know about them.
He was an innocent child. It wasn't worth it. Just turn yourself in. That's all I ask.
Public reporting
Hey, look, chat. Y'all know about them kids. They are coming to get you, bro. I bet the niggas that did is in jail for life. I bet. About them kids, they are on the way. And you about to be the example. You know what I'm saying?
Identified Wapawit Chopper as the target of the shooting, as he was Aiden's cousin. A day after that shooting, a witness identified Henry Hayes IV, also known as Crackerjack from PCE, as one of the shooters. A few days later, police pulled Crackerjack over while he was driving his father's car and found a 9mm gun inside. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement later matched that gun to the weapon used to kill 22-month-old Aiden McClendon. By March 2016, Crackerjack had been arrested and charged with murder, attempted murder, and other gun charges. Kwame Richardson, aka JB, was later charged as the second defendant in the case, and the family of Aiden would gracefully forgive the killers of their child before the trial had even started, even though they said that the murder had ruined their lives.
With the announcement of the arrest of 16-year-old Henry Hayes IV for the murder of little Aiden McClendon, Aiden's family says they forgive him, but feel he should still be punished. D'Angela Wilson has also been arrested on accessory to murder charges.
We've already forgiven whoever, did it. We forgive them because, we can't go around and just be hating them, as much as we want to hate them. I wasn't raised like that and didn't raise her like that, so.
In 2018, both shooters were convicted of first-degree murder as criminal gang members, 2 counts of attempted second-degree murder as criminal gang members, and discharging a firearm from a vehicle. And soon after, both will be sentenced to life in prison, with the local news and community rejoicing that such a brutal slaying of a child hadn't gone unpunished.
Told you. They on the way, bro. They on the way about them kids, bro. They don't play. They do not play.
About an hour ago, 2 guilty verdicts were read, one for Henry Hayes and one for Kwame Richardson, who were tried separately.
The verdict was read first for Kwame Richardson, and that was something that really left him upset. He hung his head, in fact, when that verdict was read. Then the clerk announced the verdict for Henry Hayes. He was also found guilty on all counts. He had very little emotion, though.
Aiden McClendon's family has said they want justice. Meanwhile, both defendants' family spoke up arguing their innocence as well. We even heard from Kwame Richardson, who apologized for the family's loss and asked to take a lie detector test, which was denied by the judge. Emotions ran high as both the prosecutors and defense called loved ones to the stand.
Will you please state your name for the record?
We heard emotional statements from Aiden McClendon's mother and grandmothers. Aiden McClendon's mother said there's no justification for what happened to her son.
In my heart, I feel like a piece of me died, right? I feel like a piece of me died with Aiden. My baby was only 22 months, and he did deserve to have his life taken away from him. Now, all I have are the thoughts of all of the great things he could have done with his life.
For Jacksonville, 22-month-old Aiden's death became one of the clearest examples of how the city's gang violence was already spilling far outside the people directly involved. But sadly, rather than end, this senseless murder was really just the very beginning of more than a decade of spiraling gang violence that would ultimately go on to claim countless more lives in the Jacksonville community.
I'm not even gonna lie, though. If I was the dad of Aiden, not gonna lie, I'm not trying to make myself seem tough, bro. But, bro, I would have been on that, bro. Bro, y'all killed my baby. Man, I'm on that, bro.
It would be 2017 when the most famous members of Jacksonville's music scene, FOOlIO and Young and Ace, would come head-to-head in the local gang war. In the early morning hours of the 27th of May 2017, around 1:30 a.m., a brick was thrown through a sliding glass door of a house located in North
we remember this,
on the west side of Jacksonville. Inside the house, a 16-year-old girl woke up to the loud crash before waking up her 18-year-old big brother Zion Brown, a blood cousin and close friend of FOOlIO, with Zion also being an aspiring rapper who made music under the artist name TJ or Tweakin' Jit. And like FOOlIO, Zion was also an alleged member of the 6 Block gang, while also repping a clique called TDB or Team Dre Block, named after yet another dead friend of theirs, sometimes even rapping under the artist name TDB TJ. As a later police report showed, that night Zion was the only adult in the house, while the ages of the other occupants in the house ranged from 17 to 5 years old. According to Zion's 16-year-old sister, following the sudden commotion, everyone gathered in the living room and attempted to call 911, but at that moment she turned around to see a man wearing a red hoodie, blue jeans, and a mask standing there with a gun in his hand and immediately opening fire. In the chaos, 3 people would be hit, including the sister, her 9-year-old cousin, and Zion, who was hit the worst and would later pass away from his injuries. During interviews with the police, the sister told investigators that she recognized the shooter through Facebook as a man who went by the name Trey Shorty, and Trey, a 19-year-old, real name DeAndre Thomas, would be arrested and charged with the shooting just a few days later.
Police make an arrest in a shooting that killed an 18-year-old and injured a teenager and a 9-year-old girl. This happened on the west side at this house on Saturday. The teenager tells News4Jax that her family was woken up about 1:30 in the morning Saturday when a brick came crashing through a sliding glass door in the back of their house.
18-year-old Zion Brown was the only adult in the home, along with 2 teens, a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old boy. Today, police said DeAndre Thomas was the shooter. They charged him with murder.
Police say it was in this home where 18-year-old Zion Brown was shot by 19-year-old DeAndre Thomas. JSO says that they now have found their shooter. The deadly incident happened early Saturday morning. According to witnesses, Thomas broke out a sliding glass door, walked inside, and began shooting, hitting a 9-year-old and a teenager. They are recovering. 18-year-old Zion Brown died at the hospital. An arrest has been made. The motive still very unclear, and Zion Brown's family saying they're afraid for their lives. And I want to show you here in the backyard that First Coast Crime Stoppers sign, hoping to make an arrest, which has happened, and some of that police crime tape. But the family has since moved out. Investigators believe Thomas was not alone.
I would have moved out too, I ain't gonna lie. But why did Trey Shorty do that?
When he shot Brown and 2 children.
Now, the interesting thing about this murder was not only that the victim Zion was FOOlIO's cousin and close friend, but that Trey was also a very good friend of Young and Ace, and the rumor has always been that Ace was with Trey when the shooting took place. But some people actually believe that Ace himself may well have been the actual shooter, this rumor being strengthened by several facts that have circulated online since my last video came out, including one comment that one of the younger kids who was inside the house at the time of the shooting made to the local news, saying that he saw another man wearing a black jacket and jeans in the kitchen. Trey himself would also post later that very same day a picture of himself with Ace to his Instagram, together with a caption about his love for drug money and chains, before adding numerous emojis, including a skull and the so-called speak no evil emoji. This made it seem like these two had definitely...
You know what, chat? This fake news, chat. This fake news, chat. Jeez.
Done something together that shouldn't be spoken about. Now, Young and Ace himself also has some interesting lyrics in his songs that appear to imply that someone else is doing time for a crime that he did, including a track titled Raw Poetry, where he raps out he was the one who was stepping or doing hits, but they gave someone else the time. And Ace also wouldn't shy away from dissing the dead victim in the case Zion, including on the mega hit Who I Smoke, where one of the ops that he said he's smoking is Zion, or Jit, a reference to his artist name Tweakin' Jit. Moreover, following the second shooting of Zion's sister, her mother would lash out on social media media, accusing an ATK member called Scotty for having been the actual person to shoot her daughter, while claiming that youngin' Ace was the one who paid for the hit. There's also been rumors that the entire home invasion of Zion traces back to Ace and Trey robbing together a rapper called Tony Cho, an alleged member of a gang called YNR. After that, Tony would allegedly shoot Trey back as revenge later on, with Ace and Trey then supposedly going to Zion's house that night in the hopes that they would find Cho there. At the same time as these events were unfolding, youngin' Ace, real name Kenyatta Bullard, and Trey Shorty, real name DeAndre Thomas, would be running into separate legal problems in the neighboring Clay County, where law enforcement had connected them to another shooting back in December 2016. And this investigation would eventually lead to a videotaped interrogation that the YouTube channel Crime Circus would post online years later. During this interrogation, a detective would bring up the murder of Zion.
What? I must have missed this. Oh, this is just. I remember the Zion situation, but this some new stuff he adding in, bro.
Zion Brown and warned youngin' Ace that the gang PCE, aka Problem Child Entertainment, another name for FOOlIO's 6 Block gang, was essentially one of the most dangerous gangs in Jacksonville, and they were now coming for Ace and his crew.
You know what's better than that? A piece of 4-inch glass. When she comes and visits you, she's gonna be able to sit in a chair and look at you through glass. No more hugs, no more of that. But you know what? At least your mama gets to look at it through glass and not have to look at your gravestone. Because you're playing with fire. The PCE is the most violent, most heavily armed gang in Jacksonville right now. Do you think them people are going to stop? We're here today at an expedited rate because me and my bosses were nervous that they were actually coming. I got a question. No.
Dude, even the detective was scared of PCE. That's crazy. PCE must be laying a belt.
Blood for blood, right? That's one of the laws of the street. Blood for blood. You really think? Do you really think PCE wants us to arrest DeAndre Thomas? Do you think they wanted us to arrest him for the murder of Zion Brown? Do you think that's what they wanted us to do?
Yes, sir.
They wanted his right there on the street so they could take care of him themselves. Whatever y'all did to them, and Zion came down, because you know as well as I did, y'all know who shot your boy.
2 years later, in late 2019, Trey Shorty would finally be set to stand trial for the murder of Zion. But just months before, in May 2019, Zion's sister would be the victim of another shooting when someone ambushed her while she was sitting in a car outside her home with several friends. She would be struck 14 times and be left fighting for her life, but once again, fortunately, she survived, undergoing multiple surgeries before fully recovering from the attack. The real identity of this shooter was never uncovered, although she would first identify.
Boy, and she shook back, boy. She looking good, boy. I didn't seen a couple pics, boy. She shook back, boy. Shout out to her.
By the suspect as Caleb Sheffield, also known in the streets of Jacksonville as ATK YBZ, not to be confused with another YBZ we'll discuss later in this video. However, as Trey Shorty's defense would later point out, YBZ had a bulletproof alibi, as he wasn't even in Jacksonville at the time of the incident. However, Trey himself was found to have had a tablet in jail that he allegedly used to organize the sister's shooting in order to prevent her from testifying in his trial. But that didn't work, and Trey was eventually found guilty and given a full life sentence for the murder of Zion and other related offenses. But as we know, despite justice being done in the courtroom, street justice wasn't far behind, and from here, the members on FOOlIO's side of the war vowed to kill youngin' Ace. One failed attempt would be an incident where his...
Man, it's about to crank up. I ain't bring no snacks in this motherfucker. I got some rib tips up in there. I'm gonna go get them here in a minute.
Mother's house got shot up, something that he discussed in a documentary where he said they shot up his house, but his gang doubled back.
This just be my room right here. Them boys shot my house up. I was right there on the bed, me and my little brother Quan. They shot my house up from right here. This is my mama's right here. They shot my mama's house up. They shot this part right here. My mama was in the room. They shot that bitch up. My house always got shot up. They always spent on my But then we doubling back though, for real. Come here though.
However, unfortunately, the next attempt on Ace's life would be much more effective. And while Ace...
Man, that's why that nigga so good at RP. That's why that nigga good at RP, man. That's crazy.
Ace fortunately survived. Sadly, 3 of his closest people would end up being killed right in front of him in what would go down as one of the worst acts of violence Jacksonville had ever seen.
My chinchits.
The brutal
my
home invasion and
chinchits.
murder of Zion
Appreciate
Brown
you
meant
tuning
that
in, Brody.
FOOlIO and the 6 block-affiliated gang members would be spinning in the streets non-stop trying to get revenge. And with the official shooter, Trey Shorty, in custody and rumors circulating that Young and Ace was actually the real killer, it was only a matter of time before they caught Ace lacking in the worst way. And on June the 5th, 2018, Young and Ace's side would be hit in one of the most deadly shootings Jacksonville had ever seen. That night, Young and Ace was with Royale Smith Jr., better known as 23, as well as Jacoby Groover, also known as 4 times or Kobe, and Ace's younger brother, Trayvon Bullard, better known as 2 times or Quan Quan. Ace's brother Quan Quan had graduated from Ridgeview High School just about a week earlier, while 23 was celebrating his own birthday that was that day. According to Ace, despite the danger around him, he wanted to take his brothers out and celebrate with them.
My little brother's birthday was my best friend, his name 23. On his birthday, I'm like, little brother, let's go do some shit. Cause our life's so up, it's like you live or you die. You know what I'm saying? My brother, my real brother, he had just graduated like 2 weeks before that. I'm like, let's go out to eat, little bro. Let's go, I'm saying, go eat some shit. Like, we have emotion, we straight, like, you feel me?
Ace would document himself and the group in Instagram stories on the way to the Wasabi Japanese steakhouse, posting clips of their arrival in the parking lot where the group was in good spirits. Then, inside the restaurant, videos would be posted that showed the group singing a happy birthday to 23. And later interview.
And look, chat. Niggas might got the drop off of the Instagram stuff, but I'm gonna tell y'all what might have really happened, bro. Somebody might drop low. And in cities like that, bro, man, your low can get dropped from anybody, especially if they know who you into it with. I'm dead serious.
Ace revealed that 23's mother and sister also attended the dinner, and afterwards, he, 23, Quan Quan, and Kobe stayed out in the parking lot caught up in the moment.
We didn't really want to go because we don't do this type of stuff. Like going out to eat because, bro, we in the streets. Anything can happen. Feel me? So we go, boom, bop, we went in there, we ate. Cheers, got his mom and his sister them in there, you know what I'm saying? Just like, you know what I'm saying, our homeboy, they done pulling up. We chilling after that, we chilling in the parking lot, laughing, playing, they fighting and shit. Just like, we slipping, for real. We ain't even on point because we so caught up in the moment. You know what I'm saying?
Photos later circulated of the alleged last moments of 23, Quan Quan, and Kobe with Ace, with one particularly haunting image of Kobe being taken a couple of hours or even moments before their deaths, because right after this, Ace, 23, Kobe, and Quan Quan got into their vehicle and started driving towards Town Center Parkway near Interstate 295. According to Ace, shortly after the car stopped at a red light, he would reach for his phone to call his girlfriend, but before he could, a bullet hit his hand and knocked the phone away.
In the car, I feel like probably like 25 seconds, 30 seconds, pull up to a light. I'm finna call my girlfriend because we arguing about the car because we my big brother car.
Why y'all arguing about the car?
Because they want to go see some girls. But I'm calling my girlfriend because like, I'm finna get to call my girlfriend. Feel me? Because my girlfriend was eating right across the street from me. Feel me? So I'm calling them, I'm about to call her. Soon as I pull my phone out, I get shot in my hand. See my whole hand, see all this is off. It grew back, you know what I'm saying?
At this point, another vehicle was beside them, and someone inside was firing round after round into their Chevrolet Cruze. Although later rumors claimed that 23 might have been armed and may have even fired back, the public police incident report doesn't actually confirm that detail. But during the shooting, Ace was apparently in the passenger seat and attempted to reach across the car to protect 23 from the bullet fire.
It just got the blowing and like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, but my mind's so fast, bro. It's quick. So I could shit my little brother 23. It's his birthday, so I'm shitting him, trying to get him out the car though. I'm pressing like the door, cause the door's locked. So I'm trying to press the unlock button, but they still shooting. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm still getting hit and everything.
Then Ace managed to get the door open, and as he and 23 fell out the car, they realized that everyone was seriously injured and could barely move. After that, Ace crawled onto the ground and looked back, seeing the condition of the car and realizing that everyone in the vehicle had been hit.
I'm pushing him, he pulling me, same thing, going out the car. But he can't really move for real, like, you know what I'm saying? His body's so locked, like, you know what I'm saying? So I get like crawling a little piece, and I turn back around. I just see the whole car just like up. This was just quick, quicker than I'm saying.
Ace later said that he could hear Quan Quan struggling to breathe while 23 was on the ground, reaching toward him and calling out for Ace.
I'm getting shot. When I'm coming out the car, when I'm out the car, I can hear him like type shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh. So I'm hearing that shit. So it's like, I really ain't trying to look at him because like, you feel me? But like, I see him. I see they f***ed up in that, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, BJ, I appreciate the $2 dono, Brody. I don't know yet, but we reacting to this Jacksonville shit. Appreciate the dono.
Brother 23, my best friend. He really on the ground, like calling for me, like it's a picture. Somebody take a picture. It's a real picture.
6 years after the shooting, a gruesome photo would surface of the scene, showing 23 on the ground while Ace lay wounded farther down the road with his head turned towards 23. According to reports, Ace would be shot 8 times, and while he was bleeding out on the pavement, he managed to call his girlfriend, who arrived on the scene before the ambulance.
I ended up calling my girlfriend. I'm like, hey, yo, tell her what happened. She pull up. See, you gotta think about it, my girlfriend, she watching all this. She beat the ambulance. And it's people who here. It's people, there's other cars here. Nobody really called the ambulance till my girlfriend got there. They all just standing around taking pictures. I see my girlfriend, she running around going to everybody like, she rapping.
Man, bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm out here bleeding out, bro. And motherfucker that's sitting around taking pictures. Man, what the fuck then came around these people, bro? No bad. Like, I ain't saying like I'm a overly step with the, but I'm a assist. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm human, gang. We ain't got time to be snapping no photos. I don't want nothing morbid in my phone anyway. We ain't got time to be snapping no photos.
Yeah, I'm telling my girlfriend straight up, looking in her eyes, saying I'm finna die. You know what I'm saying? She like, shut up, you ain't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying?
Ace survived this, but Quan, 23, and Kobe were all killed in the shooting. And a harrowing news report on the murder would later become infamous in Jacksonville after it was sampled by FOOlIO on his song When I See You.
Police say the shooter followed the 3, along with a 4th survivor, from a restaurant at the St. John's Town Center to the Town Center Parkway, then opened fire. Sheriff Mike Williams says this shooting is gang-related, not an accident.
Not a random act of violence, obviously. And again, it's about, encouraging young people to do the right thing and make sure you're engaged with the right people and you're hanging around the right people. And it's a tragedy, but one that could have been avoided.
A family friend of Kenyatta and Trevon Bullard tells News4Jax that the two brothers were out with Royale Smith and Jacoby Grover Tuesday night celebrating Smith's birthday when the celebration turned to tragedy. Police say the men were all riding together in this car on Town Center Parkway when people in another car that pulled up beside them started shooting at them. Kenyatta Bullard, who goes by the nickname Ace, was the only person in the car who survived the attack. A family friend says Kenyatta Bullard is an aspiring rap artist. His younger brother, Trevon, goes by the name Quan. He had just graduated from Richview High School last week. Kashawn Price graduated with him. He says he learned about Trevon's death through social media.
Another heartbreaking moment would show 23's son visiting his gravesite in 2022, which became one of the saddest pieces of footage tied to the aftermath of this incident.
Where's my daddy?
Yeah, what's your daddy's name?
Bayel.
Yep.
I can't look up there.
Huh?
I can't look. His door not open. I can't see him. He's not talking.
Oh my God, bro.
He's not talking, Mommy.
You gotta talk to him.
Daddy, are there? Yes. Daddy!
Oh my God, chat.
Daddy!
Initial speculation focused on who might have been inside that.
I ain't about to cry, gang, but that shit was touching. I ain't gonna lie.
A vehicle that opened fire on Ace and his people. 5 years ago, when I made my last video on the Jacksonville gang war, there weren't many solid theories on specifically who was responsible, but in the years that have followed, me and my team have dug deeper and uncovered a number of theories
What Reddit
that
say?
up with evidence. Over time, the names most often repeated as the shooters in this incident were P Money, Pooh 50K, and Trey D, aka 8, all names tied to FOOlIO's 6 Block gang. Just one day after the shooting, Trey D appeared to like a post from the ops side dissing Zion, their fellow 6 Block member and FOOlIO's cousin who had been killed the previous year in the home invasion that Ace was allegedly involved in. Some people saw him liking this post as trolling after allegedly getting back and retaliating against Ace for what was done to Zion. Another alleged video believed to be from the same day featured Trey D rapping along to a song by NBA OG3 called Burn Notice, specifically lyrics that reference LeBron James, who wears the jersey number 23, and free-throwing someone with that steal, which was seen as a potential reference to 23, who died on the day of the Young and Ace shooting. Additionally, court documents revealed that ATK believed that 6 Block members were were indeed the ones responsible for this quadruple shooting, with P Money from AvB specifically being named. Another person hurt by the loss of 4Times was one of Ace's top killers, Queso, who would be seen with Ace at 4Times' grave. Queso would also be one of the people suiting up and sliding in the streets, killing people to avenge 4Times and Ace's other dead friends and family.
Man.
A few years later, after Queso was arrested for the murder of a 16-year-old 6 Block member named Bibby, P Money's name came up again through Queso's co-defendant Butter. When Butter admitted that he and other members of ATK and NHG allegedly tried to retaliate against P Money, however the shooting missed P Money and ended up killing an innocent cyclist instead. Butter later told authorities that he specifically wanted to kill P Money because of what he had done to Young and Ace and his people. Another name repeatedly brought up in connection with the June 2018 quadruple shooting was Pooh50K, an AvB and 6 Block figure. One post allegedly made 4 days after the shooting showed Pooh50K holding 2 large stacks of cash with a caption that read, "I'll have them dudes looking for you like an Easter egg." Because of that post, some people speculated that he was actually showing off bounty money paid to him for doing the Ace hit. In the years after the shooting, Pooh50K would make several posts taunting Young and Ace, including one where he allegedly called himself the reincarnation of 23. He also responded to Young and Ace's Twitter posts with a trolling reply, "Long live 2Times." Another time when a depressed Ace would post that he didn't know how much longer he could hang on, Pooh replied, "Hit the line, gangster," as if he was offering to kill him before he did it to himself. After being dissed by ATK, Pooh50K would also publicly brag that he was the one who made ATK famous and known to the world. Out of those 3 names, he would be the first person tied to the shooting who ended up dead.
Chat, these niggas getting more brazen by the day.
Before his death, another incident with ATK's allies 1200 provided another motive for his murder. A couple weeks before Trady was killed, FOOlIO and Lil Poppa crossed paths at the Orange Park Mall. At the time, Lil Poppa had been making a name for himself as a 1200 and cut circle rapper who had started building a name for himself locally through pain-driven songs and street storytelling. And in 2018, he was becoming one of the main young voices from 1200.
I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Lil Poppa was seen at the mall wearing red, while FOOlIO's side attempted to jump him. In another Instagram live, FOOlIO said that they spotted Lil Poppa at Foot Locker and confronted him over sneak dissing. According to FOOlIO, the fight escalated after someone from Poppa's side mentioned Kendra Alston, a beloved member of 6 Block who had actually been killed by the police in 2015 when officers claimed that he was armed.
That's one of the guys FOOlIO merchant on, bro. You got a hearing. But this is one of the things that happened out of Jacksonville that I never understood, because from the outside looking in, bro, Lil Poppa be chilling. He be on his own little wave. But apparently somebody he didn't diss, or somebody in his circle didn't diss somebody. But man,
Poppa them walking like straight down the shit, coming. I think they finna walk into either the women's Foot Locker or some shit, but the men's Foot Locker, the last one. Kojak see them first. So boom, I walk out that bit. I ain't wear no shoes. I walk out that bit. I look. I'm like, man, that's a Poppa. So they get a little closer, like. So we like this close, like I could touch him, like this close. He was the priest, in a female. I ain't gonna say her name. Who the female? So boom, first thing Kojak say, but what that shit be about? Poppa, give a Poppa scary dude. He point at me, he talking some, bro, be FOOlIO, bro. He be talking crazy, bro. I straight say, man, stop playing. You know what the fuck going on. Y'all know dead. I said, y'all know dead. Y'all know been dead. Y'all know dead. That's how I said it, just like that. Go to the priest say, Kendra been dead. Oh, man, that was the wrong thing to say out of the mouth. Beat his ass. Off real. Popping out. Now we fighting now. But I swear to God.
FOOlIO later spoke about the fallout in a Say Cheese interview, saying that he and Poppa had songs together before things changed.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Too. We got songs out on YouTube and shit. But we just got in the we fought. I beat his ass type shit. I had beat his ass and shit in the mall and shit. Me and my little cousin Kojak beat his ass in the mall and shit. That just was that. That shit on, you know what I'm saying? That just was that.
Following this incident, the animosity grew between the two rappers. FOOlIO later dissed Poppa on his track Double That, claiming that they beat him up, made him a victim, and pushed him closer to Young and Ace, and warned that Ace would now die with him too. But about 6 weeks after the town centre shooting that targeted Ace And weeks after the mole fight, on July 21st, 2018, Trey D and several other 6 Block members attended the annual East Side Reunion, known locally as the Out East Reunion, a neighborhood block party style event within 1200 territory attended by over 1,000 people. Video from that evening showed all 6 Block and AVB affiliated members including Mitch, Kenny Caps, Bibby and Trey D all together at that reunion. Another video from that same night showed 2 people linked to the Young and A shooting, Trey D and P Money, together saying that they would be out partying all night long. While surprisingly, 1200's Whopper with the Chopper could apparently also be heard in the background of this clip.
Put up to the guy long. Your shit wrong now. You can put it right. Thank you. Man, we got all night, man.
Sadly, that night would take a tragic turn as officers would respond to a shooting call at A. Phillip Randolph Heritage Park shortly before 10 p.m. When the officers arrived, they found 21-year-old Trey D wounded. Paramedics rushed him to the UF Health Jacksonville facility, but he didn't survive. According to reports, nearly 50 shell casings were recovered in the area and bullet holes were found in nearby windows. However, despite the size of the event, police said that detectives had very few leads. Online rumors would claim that an argument had broken out between the 6 Block and AVB side and 1200, leading to guns being raised and shots being fired. Just a few days after Trey D had been killed, Young and Ace released one of his first responses to FOOlIO with the track Demons, rapping that the recent shooting woke the demons up out of him and promising that it's smoke with everybody and that even mothers and sisters can be killed. He would also claim that there was a $30,000 bounty on his head, but it wouldn't be enough to take him out. In another clip, Ace rapped along to the song Come Get Me while making...
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm putting stuff in perspective, bro. Bro, I'm in a whip. Y'all hit the whole car. Bro, I don't want nothing to do with you. I want everything to do with you, but do with you niggas, but nothing to do with you niggas. Like, it's like one of them situations, bro.
An 8 sign during a lyric about someone's main man dying after trying to sneak him, an apparent reference to Trey D, who also went by the nickname 8. Other members of 1200 like Lil Popper rapped on his 2020 track R.I.P. Can't lie, I'm Trey D high, can't let an N-word rest in piss. However, it would be CP3 who many believed was responsible. Later, CP3, the suspected shooter from 1200, would admit that if FOOlIO didn't fight Popper, then he wouldn't have killed Trey D. Years later, during an Instagram Q&A, 1200 rapper Whopper with the Chopper was asked who his favorite op pack was to smoke, and in response he would post Trey D's gravestone. Whopper said that he strongly disliked Trey D because at one point Trey D was cool, but after Bink, aka Suge, was killed in 2015, Whopper claimed that Trey D started dissing him and following behind other people, even though Suge hadn't actually been involved in that beef. He also said that he had told Trey D while he was alive that if he died he would smoke him every day. Trey D's death was clearly one of the biggest losses that FOOlIO had faced, and he would call Trey his twin in one of his many tribute posts to him, adding the hashtag 86forlife. While in another post he wrote a heartfelt message saying that Trey always had his back and looked after him like a big brother, standing by him through everything, no matter what they faced. From there, the question became why Ace's car had been targeted. One rumor said that the shooting was retaliation for Zion Brown, FOOlIO's cousin. However, the rumored motive grew more complicated after older posts circulated showing FOOlIO with 23's baby mother. At the same time, another rumor claimed that the shooting was actually...
See, that's how I know that city small. Well, it's big, but small. How you end up with all the chicks? You ended up with a nigga baby moms. You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying?
To a robbery. According to that version, 23 and Quan had allegedly robbed a manager connected to a singer called Alexa Sophia. The manager was apparently known as Frosty, and he was robbed for $60K. Following that alleged robbery, the rumor claimed that Frosty actually dropped a bag on the thieves' heads. Months after the Ace shooting, Alexa Sophia and her manager were shot at only hours after Alexa appeared at a meet and greet at Orange Park Mall. On October 17th, 2018, Alexa Sophia would be sitting in a car with her manager at the Reserve at Mandarin Apartments on Sunbeam Road when gunshots rang out.
The search for a gunman. This local singer says she was targeted after someone shot at her and her manager. That manager tells News4Jax they're counting their blessings tonight.
At the end of the day, we still here, we still alive, so that's all that matters, you know, God watching out for us.
That singer we're talking about.
This is my first time hearing of this one.
Her name is Alexa Sophia. Officers are saying that the 19-year-old and her manager were sitting in the car overnight when the gunshots rang out.
According to Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, a white SUV pulled up and opened fire on Alexa's car after an SUV had blocked them in right before, and 3 and 4 people started shooting. They would hit the manager in the side and struck the car more than 30 times.
R&B and hip-hop singer known as Alexa Sophia has been busy making music videos. photo shoots and recording new music. But around midnight Wednesday, she and her manager were caught in the crossfire during a drive-by shooting at the Reserve at Mandarin Apartments.
Hey, how is
Do you
these
feel like
niggas
you were
getting the
targeted?
drop?
Yeah, definitely. They were shooting to kill.
Sophia's manager wants to remain anonymous. He says he and Sophia were sitting in his car when they first heard gunshots.
That's when I looked and seen that the car pulled in front of me, T-boning me in, trying to block me in. And so it took a second to realize, okay, we getting shot at.
He says he saw 3 to 4 people in a white SUV firing shots at his car. Sophia's manager says a bullet struck him in his side and more than 30 bullets hit his car.
According to reports, the car stalled as they tried to escape, forcing both of them to jump out and run, while the manager grabbed his gun and took cover behind a bush and fired back before being taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries.
He says his car stalled as he tried to drive away.
That's when I realized, we got to get out. So I tell Alexa that when the car stops, hop out and run. Don't look back. Just run as fast as you can.
Alexa's manager says he grabbed his gun and hid behind a bush.
As they're driving back past my car, they started to open fire again. So I opened fire on them as they were passing by. They continued to go, so I stopped firing. And I went and chased after Alexa to make sure she was all right, not hit.
But despite being the only person hit, the manager said that he believed they were targeted because of Alexa's recent success as an R&B and hip-hop singer.
The duo doesn't know who the shooters are, but they fear Sophia's success as an artist is the reason why they were targeted.
But sadly, these back-to-back murders and hits would continue as the Jacksonville gang wars raged on through the following years. And with each month that went by, more and more infamous names in the Jacksonville streets would unfortunately lose their lives and become just yet another name for the ops to jump in front of a mic and rap about. The summer of 2018 remained incredibly violent, beginning to...
Hold on, chat. It's getting real spunky. It's getting real spunky. I'm about to go warm up the rib yips. Hey, look. Y'all want something?
Who was allegedly a member of the 1200 gang, would end up vanishing after a job interview in early July, and from the very beginning, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office believed that there was something suspicious about his disappearance. Finally, in July 2019, almost exactly 1 year after being declared missing, Corbin's remains were found wrapped up and buried, and his death was immediately labeled a homicide. Corbin went on to be one of the most disrespected dead people in the Jacksonville gang war, with FOOlIO becoming notorious for one heartless lyric where he said that Corbin got kidnapped, they found his bones, he was rotten, tagging on an ad-lib where he said, "Where's Corbin?" Or the other lyric where he said, "Corbin got kidnapped, lost, got his ass found." Apparently this...
Look, gang, when that first dropped, and then I went and learned what he meant by that, I was taken aback. Seriously. How often do we hear grown men getting, I was, whoa, didn't even know it get that wicked.
Hurtful lyric, which went viral, became a catchphrase in Jacksonville, and we later learned through the interrogation tapes in the FOOlIO trial that a big reason his ops wanted to kill him was the suffering that Corbin's mother went through after the phrase "Where's Corbin" went viral. This apparently left her scared to leave the house due to people taunting her with this phrase, mocking her son's gruesome murder on the street.
Corbin mama couldn't walk out of the house without seeing somebody in the public. You know how they do TikToks anywhere. Where's Corbin?
Yeah, man, that's sick.
You gotta feel it.
Corbin's mother seemingly managed to rise above the adversity as the years went on though, and she actually appeared in a 2023 interview opening up about the grief she experienced after her son's death, and specifically addressing FOOlIO disrespecting her son and commenting on the "Where's Corbin" hashtag being used in the 3 million TikTok stories, keeping
oh my god,
tone, and actually suggesting that FOOlIO's promotion did play a part in keeping the investigation into finding him going.
Also noticed that you got on a necklace there.
Right.
And on that necklace, who do you have on that?
It's my son's Corbin, and in this necklace it has his ashes.
Has his ashes? Okay, all right.
Well, he was missing, like how long he was missing for a whole year. So they had to contact me regarding getting some of my DNA. And that was very hard. They had to, just in case they found a body, they wanted to be able to match. So they had to swab. They came out to my job, swabbed. That was very emotional. He was murdered.
Okay. But there was some.
I ain't gonna lie. Police coming to my job and doing something like that, I would have been embarrassed.
You got some other exposure towards with his murder that he was missing. And does the name FOOlIO, a rapper, does that ring a bell to you at all?
Unfortunately, it does. Something went viral. Where's Corbin went viral on TikTok. It was over like 3 million. Story, TikTok stories about him. To it just really caused my son's story to stay active, to keep it really kept my son's name out there. He didn't know Corbin. And so for him to think that, saying about his body being rotten, they found him. My baby's with me. I carry him around in my heart every day, so he can't get to him. When people heard the song and they realized that he was a real person, they looked his story up, and so it just really kept his name out there positively. To me, he couldn't do anything negative with Corbin at this point. I mean, Corbin's gone. He can't die again. So he can't hurt him with words.
Song by FOOlIO went viral. Did anyone ever put the two and two together that was your son?
Yes, they did. Yeah. A lot of the people who did the TikTok, when they realized that my son did something that actually happened to him, they reached out to me through social media. I had so many people just saying how sorry they was, they didn't know. So I really appreciated that.
Okay. All right.
And then I went on the news and it just let them know that he's real. He was a real person. He has a mom that's hurting and missing him, so yes.
About a month after Tradee's murder on Friday, August 24th, thousands had gathered for one of Jacksonville's biggest annual high school events, the Rains vs. Lee football game. Emotions were known to run high in this particular matchup, so many weren't surprised when reportedly for the third year in a row, the play was stopped due to a disturbance on the sidelines. But almost immediately after the game, tensions erupted into violence as shots rang out just outside the stadium, killing one person and injuring 2 others.
Wow, football?
Breaking news in Northwest Jacksonville where
the football game ain't safe?
At least one person was shot.
Oh my God, Jack.
Tonight's football game between Rains and Lee High Schools. You're looking at a live shot of the scene right there. We're still gathering information from our sources. Witnesses tell us that stadium is on lockdown.
Yeah, one reliable source covering the game tells us that a person had been shot in the face. We're told it happened outside the stadium at the field house. So the school is off Moncrief Road. Rains had a game against Lee High School, and we're told that the shooting happened right at the end of that game.
One person shot in the face. Oh my God, it's so wicked down. I might not visit now. I might resend my visitation game. It's wicked. It's wicked.
Police quickly determined the shooting was gang-related after identifying the victims, which included an innocent 16-year-old girl, as well as a 17-year-old boy and his friend, 19-year-old Gerard Adams, who was killed in the shooting. Adams was also known as an alleged member of the 1200 set called Spaz, and it also didn't take long for the police to arrest a suspect, 16-year-old Rober Howard, better known in the streets as Kenny K, a member of the 6 Block, and yet another very close friend of FOOlIO. Police also quickly established the events leading up to the shooting, reporting that several
that dude is free
during the game, and one of these led to Spaz getting kicked out of the game. Afterwards, Spaz and the 17-year-old allegedly encountered Kenny on the way out, leading him to open fire, killing Spaz. Kenny was ultimately charged as an adult for the murder and 2 attempts, despite being only 16.
A Jacksonville teen will be charged as an adult for the murder of another teen. 16-year-old Robert Howard went before a judge for the first time today. He's accused of shooting and killing 19-year-old Gerard Adams after a football game at Rains High School Friday night.
But the case against Kenny was challenging, not only due to his young age, but also, as is often the case in gang-related homicides, most of the witnesses would keep recanting their testimonies or even flatly refusing to testify. Ultimately, in 2022, Kenny ended up pleading guilty to manslaughter and aggravated battery, receiving a rather light sentence of just 5 years, out of which he'd already served 3.5 plus 10 years probation. However, there have been rumors that Kenny might not have been the actual shooter, but took this charge for his very good friend and even younger teenager teenager known as Bibby. After getting released from prison, Kenny would begin his own rap career under the name Kenny Caps, and some have understood these lyrics from his 2023 song Distance to be referencing that shooting that killed Spaz. Meanwhile, FOOlIO would diss Spaz in his music numerous times, like in his 2021 Beatbox remix, where FOOlIO also dissed several other people from the early days of the beef, like Prosper and Tay, where he famously rapped the line "Spaz face hot," referring to the fact that Spaz actually did get shot in the face. In another 2021 song, the infamous List of Dead Ops, besides the other 30 plus dead ops that FOOlIO dissed, he would also make sure to mention that he was smoking Spaz forever. But it wasn't the songs that would hurt Spaz's family the most. It was a video posted on social media around 2020 that appeared to show someone vandalizing Spaz's gravesite and even peeing on the headstone.
Oh my
The
God.
get back attempt for Spaz's murder came allegedly already a few days later, when FOOlIO's mother, who at this point was living outside of Jacksonville in a quiet middle-class suburb called Middleburg, was allegedly personally targeted by 1,200 members, but fortunately she ended up surviving despite her car getting shot up in the driveway of her house when she was leaving for work in the morning.
Top of breaking news. And see, this when I first heard about this, I realized these niggas is not playing fair, gang. These niggas is not playing fair. And who is dropping the lows? It's about 4 lows that got dropped, bro.
Clay County this noon, where investigators say a woman was shot early this morning.
And this is new video of a car being towed off just hours before it was shot up, and you can see bullet holes in the door. The scene is in front of a home off College Drive on North Glen Circle. Action News Jack's Beth Russo is there this noon. She's been there since 8:30 this morning. Beth, you spoke with a woman who says that it was her mother who was shot.
And I reached out to the Clay County Sheriff's Office, heard back from them within the last 15 minutes. They tell us that they believe this woman was targeted. Now, the woman that I spoke to who lives inside the home tells me that her mother was headed to her car, a different black Cadillac than the one you're seeing in the driveway. She was headed to work this morning when shots rang out.
6 Block's response came allegedly a few months later in October, when 6 people were shot in a drive-by in 1200's Hood on the east side at the corner of Pippin Street and Philip Randolph Boulevard.
It happened around 12:35 this afternoon at the intersection of A. Philip Randolph Boulevard and Pippin Street. Jacksonville police have also shared surveillance photos.
Yeah, it's of the car that's wanted in connection with the drive-by shooting. It's silver or gray, a 4-door sedan.
Police confirmed 6 were shot on A. Philip Randolph Avenue. 3 of the 6 are in critical condition.
Then, at the beginning of the following year, on the 25th of February 2019, as Bibby, real name Adrian Gaynor, was sitting with another person in one of the courtyards at the 6 Block's Hilltop Village apartments, they began suddenly hearing what sounded like rifle rounds and realized that a masked gunman was running towards them, causing both to start running in different directions, with the gunman beginning to chase Bibby through the complex before finally catching up with him in the parking lot where Bibby's dead body would later be found.
That breaking news, a 16-year-old has been killed in a shooting in Jacksonville. Sky Action News Jax live right now over the Hilltop Village apartments. You can see JSO there investigating. Now, this latest shooting makes the 6th child shot this month alone in Duval County. I'm Tanika Hughes.
I'm John Bachman. Let's get you right out to Action News Jax Brittany Werner live in Moncrief. Brittany, police say the teen was gunned down in the street there.
That's right, and police say they learned about it after someone saw his body lying outside. If you look behind me, you can see there are still officers here on the scene. Officers say they were called to the Hilltop Village apartments just before 3 this afternoon. When they arrived, they found the teen dead in one of the parking areas. This complex is gated, but from Sky Action News Jax, you can see police have the scene lined with crime scene tape. Officers say he was shot at least once. Detectives are now canvassing the complex, trying to locate witnesses and figure out how this happened. They say no suspect information at this time.
Bibby's murder would be another major loss for FOOlIO, and he would talk about his feelings towards Bibby's death in songs like the 2020 track Bibby Story, where he would rap how he understood how Bibby, who was only 16 when he was killed, looked up to him and was putting in work in the streets of FOOlIO's orders. And he would also seemingly admit how he understood why his ops were willing to kill anyone around him just to get to him, with FOOlIO ultimately feeling responsible for Bibby's death. But even worse, FOOlIO rapped how Bibby's family family was blaming him for the death, while FOOlIO made it clear that they had already gotten get back for Bibby in the streets. FOOlIO also seemed to admit in the song that Bibby had apparently killed someone despite his young age, with many now taking this as confirmation that Bibby did indeed kill Spaz. This was also once again further implied by Kenny K, who posted after getting out of prison how he had kept it solid for someone just for them to be killed before he got back home. Years later, during FOOlIO's murder trials, numerous things regarding these old murders would come back to light. First, during the 2025 trial of Alicia Andrews, the girlfriend of 1200 member Gudazay, aka Isaiah Chance, Spaz's convicted killer Kenny K would get on the witness stand and tell that while he had been in Duval County Jail fighting his murder case, Davion Murphy, one of FOOlIO's other killers, had told him that he would get up with him for killing Spaz, as Spaz had been his cousin.
And what was the interaction that you had with Davion Murphy?
We had words in Duval County.
Okay, what were the words?
He told me that Gerard Adams was his cousin, and I was like, so? And he was like, he gonna get up with me, and I was like, okay.
Did you think that that was a polite reference, that he was going to get up with you?
No, ma'am.
Did you know this man?
No, ma'am.
At the time that he told you Gerard Adams was his cousin and he was going to get up with you, what?
And all my life, in real life, that's what you got to deal with when you catching bodies. You not only dealing with the body you didn't call, you dealing with his gang and his family.
What were you incarcerated for?
I was accused of the murder of his relative.
His relative being Joe Rod Adams.
Yes, ma'am.
Later, after Kenny was released from prison, it was Rashad Murphy, aka Ghost 187, who contacted him, trying to find out who was the actual person who pulled the trigger and killed Spaz, with Kenny admitting to the court that other people had been present when the murder happened, one of these being Bibby.
When you were released from custody for that case, is that when Rashad Murphy made contact with you?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the nature of that contact? Because you indicated it was friendly.
Just basically trying to see who was the gunman of his family members' relative.
He wanted to see who the gunman was? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there some question about whether you were the person who actually pulled the trigger that killed Spaz, aka Joe Rod Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
You have indicated that you understand or have at least seen some of the back and forth with these drill rap videos.
Yes, ma'am.
Why is Kenny Caps never disrespected in those videos?
I'm highly respected.
Why?
I got souls, man.
I believe, I'm a stand-up guy, and I didn't give up. I didn't give up my friend. Well, I didn't say any names when I got arrested for the manslaughter of the Gerard Adams.
Okay, so let me make sure that I understand this correctly.
Yes, ma'am.
At the homicide of Joe Rod Adams, there were other individuals present.
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't give up any names.
Correct.
Was Bibby present at the homicide of Joe Rod Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's Bibby's real name?
Adrian.
Adrian?
Yes, ma'am.
Gaynor?
Yes, ma'am.
Then, during the 2026 trial of the 4 shooters accused of killing FOOlIO, Kenny would directly admit that Bibby had actually been the real gunman.
It is your testimony that Adrian Gaynor killed Joe Rod Adams in 2018 at Rains High School, correct?
When is that testimony?
Well, I'm asking you, is that a fact?
Correct.
In fact, according to himself, Kenny didn't even see Spaz get shot.
Is it your testimony that you actually didn't even see Joe Rod Adams get shot?
Correct.
Also during the 2026 trial, police interrogation tapes of Davion Murphy would be played, where he would speak about the real-life consequences of the disrespect that FOOlIO and 6 Block had aimed at his cousin Spaz, claiming that his grandmother actually died of a heart attack after hearing FOOlIO's songs dissing him.
My grandma died behind that. My grandma caught a heart attack behind the songs that he was making. You gotta feel like somebody on my cousin's grave. Like, you gotta feel that.
Spaz's mother, on the other hand, would give testimony about the relationship between Rashad Murphy and Spaz, explaining how close the two had been.
Ma'am, who is Rashad Adams? Gerard Adams.
That's my child.
Would you consider Rashad and Gerard, your child, close?
Yeah. Okay, now is Rashad deceased?
Gerard.
Gerard, I'm sorry.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
If I was the mom, I would have been up there correcting him.
Do you know
J-Rod? Joe Rod. Say his name right.
who he's buried next to?
Yes, he's buried next to Rashad's mother and my mother.
Do you recall seeing Rashad and his reaction to the death of your son?
Yeah. Yes.
And what was that? Did it have an impact on him?
I think he did, of course, yes. He was the wrong one, yes.
During the sentencing phase of the 4 alleged shooters, even the judge would have to admit that doing stuff like desecrating Spaz's gravesite had increased the likelihood of FOOlIO getting killed, with this admission even receiving an applause from his cousin Davion in the courtroom.
Now, Mr. Jones did not deserve to die for what he did, or what he drilled, the drill rap videos he made. But goodness gracious, going and desecrating the gravesite of a murdered relative is... You don't deserve to be killed for that, but you just increased your odds that it was going to happen, and that's the truth. That is the truth. So I'm not at all, again, stating that he deserved it, but it's just shocking.
It would be years before these murders would unravel in court, and the world, including the judge, would finally have an understanding of exactly why everyone in Jacksonville wanted FOOlIO dead. But in the meantime, one of Young Inace's top killers, Queso, allegedly the killer of Bibby, would begin to gain more and more notoriety, eventually catching more bodies on behalf of the ATK side of the war. But he was so sloppy and bloodthirsty, it would only be a matter of time before he got caught, and in a spectacular twist of irony, he would end up getting snitched on by his own father. By the start of 2019, another shooting directly tied a gang called NHG, or No Hospital Gang, to the ongoing war. By then, 1200 was still one of the main names tied to the Out East side, and they were closely allied with Young Inace's ATK, while the 45th Street was tied to FOOlIO's 6 Block, as well as AVB and the younger names forming around them. At the same time, another gang was beginning to appear more often around Young Inace's side. That crew was the NHG, also known as No Hospital Gang, based around Backstreet and Moncrief on Jacksonville's north side. After 23 was killed, Queso was filmed at 23's gravesite rapping and dissing their ops.
I can tell. Beat any cases I pray I may bear. For quarter from the switch, but my brother won't tell. Call my on the phone, he ain't answering well. They say she won't stay long, no pepper chicken go stale. I knew he was cute, but I ain't know he was gonna tell. He wearing that white while he walk through that jail. If he trade my short, he gon' hit you for real. 9 to the 3 them niggas duck for real. Oh, we smoke dead. Rest up 2-3, 2 times, 4, Momo, Willie.
Then, on January the 16th, 2019, another shooting pulled Queso and NHG closer into the war.
Chat. On the run tonight after a mass shooting in Spring Park leaves 1 person dead, 5 others wounded.
When that night, 25-year-old Willie Addison, better known as Boss Goon, Queso's half-brother, had performed at the Paradise Gentlemen's Club at Bay Meadows Road. Soon after the performance, Boss Goon and the other people inside the club got into a Chevrolet Tahoe driving along Emerson Street near Spring Park Road. According to Abdul Robinson Sr., Queso and Boss Goon's father, known in the streets as Blue, he was the one driving the Tahoe while Boss Goon was in the front passenger seat. Also inside the car was Blue's son, Abdul Robinson Jr., better known as Crazy K, as well as Blue's cousin Sam Cooper, and 2 other passengers who weren't publicly identified. It was at that moment that another vehicle pulled up beside the Tahoe and someone inside opened fire. By the time the Tahoe reached the Memorial Hospital, Boss Goon had been fatally shot and 5 other people had also been wounded. Blue's cousin Sam Cooper was left wheelchair bound from the attack. At the time, local reporting described the shooting as gang related, although Boss Goon's sister publicly pushed back and said that he was a rapper, not a gang member. But still, investigators believed that the victims inside the Tahoe had been targeted, and surveillance video reportedly showed 2 vehicles following the SUV before
it's safe to say nobody low is safe in Jacksonville, bro. These niggas be knowing niggas be at, bro. They coming to get niggas. They overly lurking, like,
Witnesses heard the gunfire. Later paperwork would reveal that young Inace's side strongly believed that P Money and the other 6 Block members were the ones responsible for Boss Goon's killing too. Of course, P Money had also been accused of being involved in the earlier hit on young Inace that left 23, 4 times, and Quan dead. Just a month after this, members of the ATK and NHG had retaliated when 16-year-old Adrian Gaynor Jr., aka Bibby, was shot and killed at the Hilltop Village apartments.
Elizabeth Gaynor says it's been 3 weeks and 1 day since her son Adrian Gaynor Jr. was shot to death. Tuesday, he would have celebrated his birthday.
It'd have been 17 today.
We're gonna keep your name alive. But instead of his family celebrating his life, they are mourning the loss of it.
I can't close my eyes without seeing my baby gunned down out there in that parking lot.
His family decided to hold a rally near where he was killed.
I'm already knowing what she's feeling, bro.
Involved in violence, so that no other family has.
Chat, bro. My mama always tell me this, and I hate when she talk like this, but you know she be saying real spill, bro. You're supposed to bury me. I don't supposed to bury you. She always say this to me, and she helped put the life cycle in perspective for me. I mean, it's already like implemented in my head, but like she reminds me. You know what I'm saying? I really do hate when she talk like this, but it's real sad to see like no parents burying their kids, bro. It's crazy. I've been seeing it my whole life. My whole life. You know, so, man, just keep that in mind out here, bro.
To experience what they did. Police have not yet arrested anyone for the murder, and Gaynor says the Moncrief neighborhood is known for its dangerous atmosphere, which is why they are pleading for a change.
So in the aftermath of Bibby's murder, Queso did a whole lot of self-snitching, rapping on the song Hospitalized, Don't Get Caught Bibbied Out with Your Out, and on the track Queso, he mentioned Bibby on numerous lines, starting off the track rapping, and you know we smoke Lil Bibby, and continuing on in the chorus saying we blitz and don't be bibbied out, we hit and shots a little bibbied out, adding that Bibby had a closed casket. I wasn't surprised. Then in his track Steady Bangin', he rapped Smoking on Bibby, and I heard they let off 60. Now, if you watch the last video that I did on the Jacksonville gang war, there's so much more to it. Queso told on himself at every opportunity. He was known for wearing a Memphis Grizzlies jersey with Bibby on the back, and he put a whole bunch of very incriminating and disrespectful posts on social media about Bibby, even mocking his own mother marching for justice for her dead son.
You stupid, boy. You need to chill out, man. Hey, they got his mom walking around, March. We're gonna get him, March. No. Hey, boy, you need to chill out, G. Something wrong with you.
It got to the point that whole minute-long compilations exist of just lyrics that Queso dropped where he mentioned Bibby. One of the most discussed lines came from Queso's unreleased song Amazing, where he rapped about taking the soul of someone who was 16, the very age Bibby was when he died. So after Queso's arrest, reports highlighted that Bibby's mother pointed out how Queso had even named an album after her son and used Bibby's picture on the cover along with other murder victims, as well as extensively dissing him in music.
The mother tells me she believes her son was killed by gang members 2 years ago, and at this time, police have not said how the rapper who posted the album cover is linked to the murder victims. The mother feels that those...
And look, chat, looking back, you know, as you know how things played out in court with this whole Bibby and Queso situation. With that being said, bro, that boy Queso was trying to make it out, bro. All his actions and what he was self-talking about and all that. Dude was trying to make it out. Straight up.
involved with the album cover are glorifying violence, and she wants it to stop.
So later on, Queso would eventually get charged with Bibby's murder while he was already facing a separate case connected to a 2020 killing of a man named Charles McCormick, aka Lil Buck. Prosecutors later alleged that Lil Buck had made a diss song about Boss Goon, leading to him being killed in retaliation. The brazen assassination of Lil Buck was ultimately Queso's undoing, because he likely would have gotten away with the Bibby murder, but the Lil Buck hit was such a rushed mess, and allegedly Queso was so thirsty for a body that day that he and his hitters decided to commit the murder in a busy strip mall in front of a cop. This was followed by a high-speed chase, and when the car crashed, they ran into a house and created a hostage scenario.
Breaking at 5 o'clock, the search goes on for these two homicide suspects seen in this video running through a backyard in Arlington. They're wanted for killing a man in a violent crime spree that involved a shooting, home invasion, and a hostage taking.
A violent crime spree in Arlington today.
I heard 6 gunshots. Then we heard that the person ran down the street.
Police say an off-duty police officer saw a man shooting at another man in his 20s in this strip mall off of Merrill Road. Neighbors telling me just before noon they heard the car smashing into the sidewalk, running over a tree, saw 2 suspects getting out, one darting behind this house, another darting behind that one. What was going through your mind when you saw these 2 suspects get out of the car? I saw the one.
And look, when niggas do crazy crimes and they get to running, I'll be trying to get out the way, because hostage situation? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This the win from deep to deeper.
Running towards in my yard toward my fence, and I said, oh my gosh, I'm gonna go secure the glass door because a lot of times we leave it open. So I ran to the glass door, and in the process I saw him cross through my yard over another neighbor's fence and continuing to run. One neighbor watching it all unfold, others sharing this video with me, hoping the suspects will soon be caught. You can see them running and jumping over a fence near a playground. At the same time, police say a few houses down, a home invasion where a woman was held hostage. She was not hurt. The woman's husband did not want to go on camera and was not home at the time, but tells me his wife was coming out of the bathroom and found the 2 suspects standing in her bedroom. She tried to get them to leave and even tried running, but they held her down. Her husband tells me he's happy she's alive. Jacksonville police says the suspects were picked up in either a red or orange Dodge Challenger.
Now eventually, Queso's father Abdul, aka Blue, would arrive to the scene to help the hitters, but this too would turn out to be a fatal mistake after he was also arrested and charged with accessory to murder. Before the trial, Young and Ace would post publicly that he felt personally guilty over what had happened with Queso getting locked up, and when the case did eventually go to trial, astonishingly, despite being a hardened Jacksonville gangster himself, Queso's father Blue took the stand and identified and snitched on his own son, fighting tears back while he did it.
When this was going on in real time, it was sparking debates. It was sparking real live debates. You know what I'm saying? And the debate was, would have you told on your child? Would you told on your child? I'm give you my answer, bro. And this might sound crazy. But just respect my thought process, bro. This is my seed. This is my boy. With him, right or wrong, I don't care. Now, that's just me. That's how this family stuff go. Like how when I was raising you as my child, you had to live with my decisions. When you get old enough and I had to live with your decisions, that's what it is. Like I said, that's just me though. Hell, yo.
The judge would sentence him to the only sentence possible for this crime, life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Mr. Robinson, again, on July 31 of 2025, the jury found you guilty as charged in count 1 to murder in the first degree by unanimous verdict. And at this time, this court will then adjudicate you guilty of that offense and sentence you to the only lawful sentence that this court can impose, and that is mandatory life in prison without the eligibility for parole. You will have credit for 1,666 days of time already served. I'll impose mandatory felony court costs of $518. I'll enter a restitution order payable to the Victims' Crimes Compensation Trust Fund, which will be joint and several with your co-defendant, in the amount of $7,500. Do you understand your sentence?
Yes. Man, you done gave me life without parole. Whoop-de-doo to all that other shit you talking. I ain't gonna lie. Whoop-de-doo.
Queso's father, Abdul Robinson, appeared in court for sentencing, opening by apologizing for all the grief he'd caused and telling the judge that he would never give anyone a ride again, elaborating on his failures as a father and explaining why he chose to snitch.
I don't know if they're here or not, but I sincerely apologize for my part in their grief. I understand what it is to lose a child because I lost one. And I know some days you're mad, some days you're angry. It'll never be the same. But I sincerely apologize for my part in whatever grief they have. Your Honor, I'll never give nobody a ride again. You can't make up for lost time. When you try to make up for lost time, it makes the friend and parenting thing collide.
Saying that he wanted to change his life and be a better father for the kids that he'd still had, and claiming that he didn't really know what happened before he picked Queso up, and revealing that his own family had disowned him after he testified.
I'm not standing here pretending that I don't love Hakeem. I still love him. I never stopped loving him. And I know he hates me. Sometimes I wish I could tell him I love him, whether he accept it or not. Even if he spit in my face, I still would love him. That'll never change. I'm not only standing here for myself. I have 3 babies, 10, 7, and 6 years old. I don't want to lose them. What I thought was a simple, innocent phone call was the worst phone call of my life. If I had a single clue that a murder had happened, or that an old lady was being held against her will, it's nothing or nobody could have made me go get him a ride. I thought that it was over some little female's house and their parents came home. And when they came out the house to get in the car with pajamas on, I would have never thought that there was a victim in the house who closed those walls. I did not know what happened before I picked them up. I hadn't been in trouble in over 10 years. I lost everything, Your Honor, doing what I thought was the right thing. Children, grandchildren, brothers, sisters. That's almost enough punishment for a man can handle within himself to lose 99% of his family.
He would go on to allege that he had been told the ops were waiting for him in prison because of his perceived involvement in the murder.
I don't want to be put in a situation where I have to be an animal to survive, because that's what it'll be if I'm put in prison. Guys that come back when I was in St. Johns County used to tell me, boy, they waiting on you. They waiting on you to come. But I said, you know, rap music is a big influence in the urban area. And this whole situation been blamed on me.
Now, the judge acknowledged the assistance he provided and the difficult decision he made to snitch on his own kid.
Mr. Robinson, of course, I sat through the trial at which you testified, and I am fully aware of the assistance and cooperation that you've provided in the prosecutions of not only your son, but of the other defendants who have cases before me, Leroy Whitaker, Mr. Hudson, Mr. Brown, and the rest of the gang, if you will. And so it is not lost on me the hard decision that you needed to make and what you have done to assist in these investigations and prosecutions.
But she reminded him of the role he played and didn't play in the case, and warned that as a convicted felon, he can't legally protect himself with firearms ever again.
In addition, under 2B, I believe it is, I also acknowledge that in these horrific crimes that resulted in the death of people in our community, that you were not the shooter, you did not provide or get rid of the firearms or play a major role in the crimes. you did play a role in the crimes, and for that you're being held accountable by being an accessory after the fact, driving people to the doctor, driving people away from a crime scene, providing money for Mr. Barner to get out of town with Janera Smith. And so that is what I am sentencing you for today. I am also fully aware that you are, within your family and in your community, persona non grata. You have a bullseye on you. So you are going to have to lawfully protect yourself. But understand this, you are a convicted felon. I know that I've previously adjudicated you guilty of aggravated fleeing from a law enforcement officer, so you are not allowed to possess firearms. Do you understand that? All right.
In the end, the judge had mercy and sentenced Blue to time served and probation, adding that she had no issue transferring his probation to a different city or state.
For that one count of accessory after the fact, I am going to adjudicate you guilty. I am going to sentence you to the 1,898 days that you have already served. That's a Florida State prison sentence, but it is time served. That's going to be followed by 2 years of community control with electronic monitoring, to then be followed by 3 years of probation. I do not have an objection to transferring this community control or probation to another location, but whether you're accepted is not up to me. You understand?
His defense attorney requested his address be kept confidential for his safety.
Good morning, Judge. Yes, probation is present. We would not be able to identify with the electronic monitoring, but can you also state that his address be placed confidential? Would you mind?
Yes. We'll do that. His address can be confidential, only known to DOC.
And look, chat, this is real live stuff right here, right? Somehow, his address still might end up in the wrong hands, bro. No, chat. I literally just watched this documentary, bro, where they retaliated by this simple mistake in the court. You know, whoever got convicted of the crime, you know, they give you all your paperwork. He looked through the paperwork and found key addresses, and old chick ended up passing away. This is up in Detroit.
And subsequently, Queso's father was released on time served and went on to have an illustrious and profitable career, making appearances on the online interview circuit, doing interviews with the likes of DJ Vlad and Say Cheese TV, justifying snitching on his own son that he encouraged into the streets, saying that he wanted to be there for his other children. So Queso, Ace's official top killer, was off the streets for good. But while he rotted in jail waiting for his daddy to snitch on him back in the streets, the war was as deadly as ever, and also as famous as ever, as the viral songs Who I Smoke and When I See You would end up putting the dead members from both sides on Front Street for the whole world to see. So to save time, I'm not going to dig too deep into those two songs in this video. If you want to know all the little minute details about those songs and the music videos, you can go and watch my original Jacksonville Gang War documentary if you want to know everything about those. So we're going to kind of jump over a lot of the details of those songs and really just try and focus on the gang war that continued in the years that followed, and really dig into the violence in Jacksonville, how it kept on escalating and ultimately led up to its natural conclusion, the murder of FOOlIO. If you're watching this video and if you've watched it this far, I'm sure you already know the story of Who I Smoke and When I See You, but I'll give you a little bit more backstory about those songs that you might not have heard, so that you understand exactly why these tracks were so vicious and why they dropped when they did. So K Shorty was one of the main young names from 6 Block and WAG, aka We All We Got, the younger 6 Block group from around 45th Street, and because of that, K Shorty represented a newer generation of 6 Block, coming up after Bibby, Trey D and P Money had already become central to the war. And even before his music took off, photos placed a younger K Shorty around older AV6 and 6 Block members. Bibby and K Shorty were extremely close, and older videos from around the time showed the teenagers riding through Jacksonville together with guns. And in 2017, when K Shorty was 16 and Bibby was only 15, the two would be arrested together for armed robbery and carjacking. Tragically, Bibby would be gunned down by Queso in 2019, and in 2021, in an off-the-porch interview, K Shorty actually said that he warned Bibby a week before his death that FOOlIO's enemies would target anyone around him.
Before he died, a week before he died, I called him on the jail phone, and I say, I see you out there. If you turn, I see you with FOOlIO, you doing, I'm like, but don't get caught up in that, bro. I was like, you know how bad they want him. They'll get anybody just to hurt him. You know, I'm telling him this. And he's just like, yeah, I know, bro. I be chilling. I don't be on that too much. I just go to the shows and I hang, bro. I don't be on that internet like that. But you done got in the trailers. They know who you is now. You feel me? Like, even if you ain't dissing, you around them. Because I know, like, he ain't deserve that. All he wanted to do was hang. Like, he used to look up to FOOlIO. Like, when we was young, he used to always be like, man, FOOlIO, raw. We used to listen to him growing up. Like, and all he was wanted to be around FOOlIO.
Only a year after Biggie's death, K Shorty suffered another tragedy when his 17-year-old girlfriend, Iandi, was killed in a March 2020 gang-related ambush where prosecutors said K Shorty was the intended target. According to investigators, the alleged shooters believed that K Shorty had committed another murder just days before this.
The trial for one of two people accused in a 2020 ambush shooting of a Jacksonville teenager is expected to begin.
17-year-old Iandi Weish was shot and killed in what police considered to be a gang retaliation hit.
Now, the night that Weish was killed, she was with her boyfriend, another rapper. He's known as K Shorty. His real name is Therese Powell. Now, he was hurt in the shooting, and prosecutors say that Porter and Ball believe that Powell was responsible for another murder that happened a few days before.
However, online sources tied this to a separate beef between K Shorty and younger Sherwood members, not the wider ATK, NHG, 1200 and 6 Block war. But from there, K Shorty became one of the most important young figures from the 6 Block and WAWG, with his name being tied to many acts of violence as well as viral music. Just 11 months after his girlfriend's murder, K Shorty's name would be tied to an unsolved double murder involving two 1200 figures. The victims were Darian Big Meechie Solf and Brandon B5 Bevel. Both of them were tied to 1200's Sugar Nation clique and the A-Team records that were a big part of Young and Ace's career. Rather than a rapper or shooter, Meechie was known as the 1200 Block CEO, an older OG and breadwinner for the crew who was backing major 1200 artists like Spinner Benz and Whopper with the Chopper. One older clip showed Meechie jokingly freestyling with both artists about snitching on your girl if police caught you with drugs. Although Meechie stayed mostly behind the scenes, his history in Jacksonville's conflict went back to the original war between 1200's 187 boys and PCE, the older generation of 6 Block. After a tense handshake...
See, I didn't even know that See, I heard about this whole little situation, but I didn't know he had that deep in ties with them.
Between 187 and PCE turned into a fight at a Kodak Black concert, and 1200 member Avery McKnight Jr., aka Suge, was shot and killed outside a house on Odessa Street in 2015. According to official reports, Meechie was actually one of the people also injured in that shooting. In January 2021, Meechie and B5 were still working behind the scenes, and it would be around this time that Spinner Benz, Whopper with the Chopper, Young and Ace, and Fast Money Goon would reportedly film the music video for the track Who I Smoke, but it didn't come out for a few months. Unfortunately, both OGs would end up being murdered before they could see their artist release the biggest video of their career just 5 weeks later. About a month after the music video shoot, on February the 20th, 2021, Lil Durk was performing at Guilt nightclub in Orlando, Florida, a concert that attracted people from all across the state, and amongst those in attendance were 1200 members Meechie and B5. However, people connected to their ops, 6 Block and AvB, were reportedly in attendance as well, with one alleged photo showing 6 Block's own CEO and breadwinner Mitch at the same concert hours before a shooting. Around the same time, 6 Block and WAWG rapper Kurt Gotti mentioned that his late brother 3-5, also known as Petey, a promising football player who was killed in another incident I broke down in detail in my last Jacksonville video, was mentioned in a Facebook post that said, "I know you thought that was over 3-5, but we going up top." So after the show, at around 2:18 AM on February the 21st, 2021, 25-year-old Meechie and 31-year-old B5 were traveling west along East Colonial Drive in Orlando in a black Mercedes SUV, at which point another vehicle pulled up alongside them, opening fire. Both men would be killed before their Mercedes crashed beside a bus stop outside of Wendy's.
Orlando police say these men, 25-year-old Darian Sulf and 31-year-old Brandon Bevel, were found shot to death Sunday morning inside their car. It had crashed into a bus stop on East Colonial, just west of the intersection with Bumby. According to police, the men were driving west on Colonial Drive around 2:15 Sunday morning when another car pulled up next to them and an unknown number of suspects opened fire. People who live in the area heard the violent attack.
First, it sounded like cars squealing, and then you just heard a big bang, but it sounded like an explosion.
In an Instagram Live reportedly recorded right after the shooting, Kurt Gotti said that they had literally gone 4 for 4, referencing 4 back-to-back murders, as well as a reference to Wendy's 4 for $4 deal, since Meechie and B5's SUV had crashed outside a Wendy's restaurant.
Oh, we did a video on Kurt Gotti, and I'm thinking about it, man. Dude did something and wore the same fit. Got caught in the same fit, straight up.
That my son on. Speaking on 3-5, now throw them phones on. That's for four. You talking about for four, literally.
However, it would be K Shorty's comments that attracted even more attention. In 2021, he had become one of the 6 Block's most talked about rappers and had released songs like Tired of Shooting, On Your and Dead N-Words, several of which gained millions of views. After Meechie and B5 were killed, an Instagram story posted by K Shorty showed him holding a XXL blunt. Meanwhile, another Instagram post referenced Meechie's body size with the caption, K Shorty the reason why you couldn't see your dog in that fat casket. Then, on the track Hits, K Shorty referenced seeing someone shooting 2 people while driving. However, his clearest reference came in a snippet where he rapped, 2 ops got smashed in the O about the bag, which people linked to 2 enemies being killed in Orlando and the money being paid for the hit.
Boy, they leaving all types of breadcrumbs.
And B5, a series of exchanges between K Shorty and Spinner Benz would lead to more self-snitching and become connected to another murder. After Spinner Benz compared Playboy Carti dancing to an embarrassing clip of K Shorty dancing when he was younger, with one Reddit user writing that K Shorty had went from popping to popping pistols. In response to Spinner Benz, K Shorty went live and said that 1200 had lost all its breadwinners, claiming that the killer was still walking free and told them to take to the streets because he was now on defense.
Making all these songs, 2 of y'all people just died. Yo, boss man just died. And who put money behind you and shoot all these videos, that dead. You feel me? And the killer still around here breathing and walking. You out here making diss songs, and man, Green, I ain't better help you in the streets. You feel me? Cause at me straight, I don't gotta slide on nobody. I'm on defense right now. Feel me? You better go check that skull, Green. And you out there trying to turn up for these. You feel me? Stop playing with me, boy. You know. If nobody else don't know, you know, boy. So all that trying to play with, well, you better stop playing on my top, boy. If I make your ass to another funeral.
Damn.
On 2G, you tripping? Alright, boy. You were just crying. You were just crying because you couldn't go to your homeboy's funeral, boy. Tell him about that. Green, that nigga, stop playing with me, boy.
However, that wouldn't last for long, and that would sadly happen on the 28th of September in 2021, when Spinner Ben's real name Noah Williams and his old friend BMG Zay, aka No Face, real name Xavier Mays, and the 1200 rapper named Greenlight, real name Deshaun Williams, were driving on Lenox Avenue on the west side of Jacksonville as they sat in a Dodge Challenger at a Raceway gas station when shots were suddenly fired at them from a black Range Rover. And while social media sites were quick to report about Spinner Benz getting shot, it was Zay, aka No Face, who would be the one who ended up getting hit, eventually passing away from his injuries.
Wow,
what followed the shooting was a whole lot of self-snitching. In a post rumored to have been shared immediately after the hit, K Shorty posted a selfie taken through the car's side mirror with part of the vehicle visible, captioned, "I'ma get the last laugh." Clearly, K Shorty was not feeling that Playboy Carti post that Spinner Benz had posted months earlier. Within 24 hours of the murder, K Shorty and fellow 6 Block WAWG member 2FOO was seen on live saying that they had hit 2 M's in one day.
Call it him, cuz. Hey, bro, stop that. Bro, don't, hey.
How do it feel? How does it feel?
Talk to the mic. Talk to the mic. Hey, nah. Chill out. Hey, I'm finna come get all of them. How does it feel, cuz? Y'all know.
Boy, they took trolling to another level.
We just hit 2 M's in one day.
2 M's, cuz.
2 M's in a day.
In one day.
In one day.
What else hit him?
How you do that?
Later, prosecutors argued that the phrase was code for 2 murders, suggesting that at the time, K Shorty believed that his side had killed 2 people. Next, K Shorty was seen in J. Breeze.
And see, like, these niggas, they gotta tell the world about it. How else they gonna know I did that? How else? How else they gonna know that's my work? Chat, this shit insane.
Breezy's Instagram Live, and J. Breezy called him a serial killer.
What's going on? I ain't finna get on here and say no gangster. I don't want to talk no gangster. You can have all the gangster. Yeah, paint your image. You serial killer, paint your image. Go ahead. I ain't gonna say no gangster. Talk real life. Let's talk real life. Let's talk real.
But unlike so many other gang-related murders in Jacksonville, this murder wouldn't go unsolved. And already the following day, the gang unit of the Jacksonville Sheriff Office, aka JSO, would spot the same Range Rover while surveilling the Woodland Acres community, and eventually they would arrest 2 people, Therese Powell and Lorano Span, better known as the rappers K Shorty and LaCracker from FOOlIO's 6 Block. LaCracker was let go with a simple resisting arrest charge, but K Shorty was officially charged with the murder of Zay a few months later.
Oh!
The suspect, Jacoby Sykes, aka Tufo, also from 6 Block, would be charged in July 2022. Following the arrests, prosecutors built the case around the black Range Rover used in the shooting, which according to the paperwork belonged to Tufo's mother. To make matters worse, investigators had images of K Shorty and Tufo following Spinner Benz, Greenlight and No Face on the day of the murder. Even that 2 M's in 1 day Instagram live that featured him and Tufo was used as evidence, including an alleged message exchange expressing disappointment after failing to knock out that rapper, most likely referring to Spinner Benz. Just 2 months after the shooting, Spinner Benz released a track called Bad.
And see, bruh, dude gave him half the case.
Day, addressing rumors that he had died and rapping about bullets from a switch flying through his window. He would also mention trying to save Xavier, aka No Face, by taking him to the hospital, alongside promising get back and rapping that he had put a $10,000 bounty up for whoever was responsible. Interestingly, prosecutors used music from both sides as evidence, with court filings listing several K Shorty songs and Spinner Ben's Bad Day. However, the No Face murder case didn't go to trial at that point. Instead, on March the 24th, 2023, K Shorty would be sentenced to 12 years in prison on a separate gun possession case while still awaiting trial for No Face's murder.
Or as Mr. Poe, you were found guilty by jury of your peers for the charge of possession of a firearm by a juvenile delinquent. You are adjudicated guilty of that charge. You're sentenced to 12 years Florida State prison with 546 days credits. You have $518 in court costs. There is a $50 PD application lien.
According to reports, in 2020, a year before he allegedly targeted one of 1200's biggest rappers, Spinner Benz, and Greenlight in the shooting that killed No Face, police responded to a convenience store shooting, finding K Shorty wounded in a nearby vacant lot, where officers recovered an AR-15, shell casings, and a hoodie with eye holes cut into it. At trial, prosecutors used lyrics from FOOlIO as evidence, and the jury convicted him after just over an hour of deliberations. On that track, K Shorty rapped, "I'm shot, I ain't nowhere to go, this crazy, how the fuck I dropped my blick, I'm losing blood and they still shooting, now I crawl through the bushes," followed by, "I gotta stick to the code, I started stripping, I had to get rid of that mask, get the fuck away from that pole." But while the murder of No Face was making it rounds through the courtroom, the beef normally reserved for the music and Instagram lives started shifting onto Clubhouse too. On the 12th of March 2021, FOOlIO had just released his Beatbox remix featuring fellow 6 Block rapper Kojak, a savage diss track that essentially dissed a whole list of dead and injured ops. For example, FOOlIO rapped, "Prosper got shot, Tay got shot," referring to the two 1200 members shot by his uncle and OG of 6 Block, Big Gino, in self-defense, the incident that started the war in 2014. Then FOOlIO rapped, "Desi got dropped, Nate got popped, Leaky got shot," referring to the 1200 members Kim Desi Varner and Nathaniel Nate Greer Jr. and Malik Leaky Beals, who were all killed in separate shootings between 2015 and 2020. But perhaps what angered FOOlIO's eventual killers, Rashad and Davion Murphy, the most was his diss towards their cousin Spaz and 1200 member Corbin, whose deaths inspired the 1200 Get Back clique S4C, or Spaz for Corbin. Davion Murphy later brought up the diss during his interrogation after his arrest for FOOlIO's murder, explaining the tragic effect it had on those close to Spaz and Corbin.
My auntie was depressed, bedridden. My grandma died behind that. My grandma caught a heart attack behind the songs that he was making.
Because he was on his discipline.
My Corbin mama couldn't walk out of the house without seeing somebody in the public. You know how they do TikToks anywhere. Where's Corbin?
Yeah.
Next, FOOlIO dissed A-Team Records president and 1200 OG and breadwinner Michi and B5, who were murdered together in Orlando in 2021. Although some of these names didn't count as 6 Block bodies, no one was off limits. However, later that month, shortly before Who I Smoke dropped, FOOlIO and Young and Ace were recorded together on a Clubhouse conversation. For a few moments, the conversation sounded like homeboys talking, after FOOlIO said that he had killed 15 people in Call of Duty Warzone, and Ace called him a liar.
Boy, you funny.
Vietnam, hold on. Vietnam. Stop yelling at me, bro. Real shit, bro. Nah, you gonna get sent up there.
We thirsty, huh, FOOlIO?
You better start yelling at me, boy. You gonna get sent up there.
Man, even the little comments.
Me,
hey, man, the little comments they say is crazy. Yeah, FOOlIO, you really thirsty, huh? Like, that shit, like, it's wacky. Yep.
Boy.
I ain't gonna cap, boy. I dropped 15 in Warzone.
No, you did. Boy, stop lying.
Bro, why would I?
No, he did.
Yeah,
you know how I get shit. We ain't even gonna talk about me.
But I ain't doing
bro, he would
it
took
on
the picture. You know he lying.
Rebirth.
You know he lying. He would took the picture.
Chilling up there. Oh, Rebirth trash.
Even people in the comments pointed out the beef seemed just as friendly as it was deadly in this moment. And in another life, maybe FOOlIO and Young and Ace could have actually been friends. While moments like these were highly surreal, they didn't stop the violence in the streets. And it would only be 3 days after the
Newsflash, chat. These niggas that be ops in these cities, bro, trust and believe, at one point in time, they were cool. They didn't met each other, probably bumped shoulders in the same establishment, bro. Like, trust and believe, though. And that's why these guys is able to have civilized conversations, because at one point in time, they were cool.
This clubhouse back and forth that Young and Ace, Spinner Benz, Whopper with the Chopper, and Fast Money Goon would clap back with the savage diss track Who I Smoke that extensively dissed FOOlIO's dead friends. Now, FOOlIO clapped right back in less than a month on April the 22nd, releasing his arguably more brutal response, When I See You. Now, I've explained the violence and deaths and disrespect behind all the lyrics and videos of these songs at length years ago in my last video. But something I think is worth observing that I didn't know back then is that despite Who I Smoke arguably receiving more mainstream attention and officially being cleared by Vanessa Carlton, which the song sampled, today in 2026, FOOlIO's When I See You actually has more views, currently sitting at 76 million compared to Young and Ace's Who I Smoke, which today sits at a lower but still respectable 59 million. Now, perhaps this is partly due to the attention that FOOlIO gained following his murder, but the reality is Ace got a lot of attention after FOOlIO died too. Now, you could argue that Ace won the street beef, but FOOlIO actually beat Ace on the music side of the beef, outsmarting him on creativity and savage disrespect with When I See You. However, it would be 3 years following the release of When I See You that FOOlIO would end up getting killed. And the sad reality is, he made a song so disrespectful, his ops would be on a lifelong mission to kill him. And within months of When I See You releasing, his enemies would swiftly begin to make unsuccessful attempts on his life, trying over and over again to kill him and not giving up until they eventually did.
Man, who is dropping the low?
Despite the success of When I See You, FOOlIO would continue to be more and more disrespectful in his music. However, to his credit, he also tried to use his notoriety from the murders and diss songs to make commercial, radio-friendly tracks like Whip Bump in June 2021. Ace seemingly did the same thing, releasing commercially friendly pain music like Back Like I Never Left in May, the Young Boy-esque pain song Giving Up in June, and Adopted Child in July, as well as legendary collabs, one with G Herbo called Choppers for My Enemies, and another with King Von called Hardaway that same month. Another one of FOOlIO's most offensive songs would end up debuting on October the 12th, 2021, with the insane title List of Dead Ops, where he managed to diss more than 30 dead people in a single 3-minute song, and that's not even counting all of the alive people he dissed too. The song was so disrespectful that commenters claimed that the clean version of the song would just be an instrumental. The music video had a dramatized sequence showing FOOlIO killing an op, and perhaps unsurprisingly, in less than a month after the List of Dead Ops dropped, FOOlIO's ops would try and kill him. This would actually be the 3rd time someone attempted to kill FOOlIO. He was shot while getting off the school bus at 15, and then he would famously have his car shot up in Houston.
Good shot me, but they didn't kill me. On Kendrick. Just stupid. I'm still parked out back out the game. I thought I told you I'm a star in the same car now. Just shooting his last. I bet this was a Sky 9, a Taurus 9 or something. What?
So, a few months after the murder...
Man, that's crazy, bro. Call me a bitch. No, literally. You could do that. Nigga blinked me, and I so happen to survive. I'm gone. I'm up out of here. I am gone. I'm going to some city where I don't even know. I'll probably go to Wyoming. Straight up. Idaho. It's no option Idaho. And niggas ain't pulling up to Idaho. I might go to New Hampshire. For real. I'm good as gone.
Of No Face, on the 8th of November 2021, FOOlIO himself will be back in his hometown of Jacksonville, recording new music at a home studio in the middle-class neighborhood of Riverside, when he would briefly step outside the home. At this point, a dark-colored SUV would pass by, and someone inside opened fire with a rifle, possibly an AR-15, letting off at least 20 shots, one of them grazing FOOlIO in the leg, while the rest of the shots would hit everything from cars to houses, with at least one bullet entering a random woman's living room. Meanwhile, FOOlIO was ready. He grabbed his 2 registered guns and opened fire back, causing the shooters to not only flee the scene, but also drop a rifle magazine on the street. Given that the shooting took place in an unusually wealthy area, the news media were quick to cover it despite there being no casualties.
A drive-by shooting has left many people living in a Riverside neighborhood on edge, even prompting one family to consider moving out. Here's video that shows bullet holes in cars and in the sides of homes on Goodwin and Ernest Streets. News4Jax talked to several neighbors who live just feet away from the shooting.
I'm terrified. I'm terrified right now. We could have been killed. My kids could have been killed. And it's not okay.
And the media's interest only grew when they found out that the shooting had been targeting FOOlIO himself.
According to the police report, Charles Jones was injured in the shooting. Jones is known as rapper FOOlIO. He's known for his controversial rap lyrics, with details about murders in Jacksonville and his affiliation to the group KTA. The group is known as a violent crime organization, according to JSO.
Almost immediately after the shooting, FOOlIO posted a video with the caption, "Entree D, I got right in them slides," showing his gun and the graze wound on his foot whilst wearing slides.
I ended my whole clip on my dad. Stop playing with me. And I didn't get hit. I got grazed in the leg. Stop playing. On trading, I ended my whole clip.
Next, FOOlIO went live on Instagram in front of thousands of viewers, claiming that he had fired back in self-defense.
Hey, stop saying on the police post that, listen, how you turn it down? Listen, on trading my gun and register, I shot back in self-defense.
And adding that the two shooters with assault rifles had missed over 100 shots.
Did miss a whole 100 shots though. You know they sick right now. Whoever did it, they sick. One is one. I had 2 choppers, 1 me. I'm blowing back. Trading. It must.
I wonder why street niggas don't go to the gun range and like practice, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I got footage. I can't wait till this video get edited too, cause I done talked about this a couple times. But I didn't smack some for 94 yards, gang, with a rifle. If these street dudes just go to the gun range twice a week and like actually practice on aiming, they'll be way much lethaler than they already are. I'm just saying, bro, 100 shots. Give me a red dot. Give me a full AR. Give me 100 rounds in the crowd. I'm picking off like Randy. I'm dead serious. Mind y'all, with great power comes great responsibility. I am never on that. Never on that. But I'm just saying. It's like, what are y'all doing? If y'all can't out of a beam, I'm just saying, bro. I'm trying to keep it real.
I was lagging for sure.
Despite this, the police report only found 20 shell casings, so the higher number came from FOOlIO's own account rather than what police found at the scene. And although the police never identified the people inside the dark SUV, it would be ATK and NHG that would be tied to the alleged shooting, after rapper J. Breezy, that alluded to being involved, even calling the shooter a goofy for seeing their biggest threat and missing 100 shots. However, the person who appeared to reference the failed hit the most directly the following year was Tay Shots. In a clip, Tay rapped, "I done hit a couple M-words, but there's this one N-word I missed," while making FOOlIO's infamous 6-block sign over his eye. The shooting and FOOlIO's retelling of the incident was addressed just as directly in 2022, when Whopper with the Chopper, J. Breezy and Spinner Benz released Adda K Part 2, and Spinner Benz called out FOOlIO for claiming that it was 100 shots, while distancing 1200 from the failed hit by saying that if they would have been sent, then FOOlIO would have been dead. Young and Ace would release an unrelated but suspiciously titled song called Walk Away 3 days after the shooting that hit FOOlIO in the leg. But sadly from here, only more violence would continue to play out in Jacksonville, and entering 2022, this would get off to a bloody start to the year, as 3 people
what's going on, chat?
The 6 block or their ops would lose their lives to the war.
Hey, if you watching this video on YouTube, you watching the stream on YouTube, make sure y'all hit that like button, gang.
in just a span of 1 month. First, on the 5th of January, a group of men were outside a gas station convenience store on the south side of Jacksonville when a white SUV pulled up, with shooters hopping out and opening fire. One person would unfortunately die in this incident, a 22-year-old named Jonathan Robinson, also known as Wicks or Wicks Creep.
Jacksonville police saying the shooting happened around 4:30 this afternoon on Powers Avenue in the San Jose neighborhood. That's where we find News4Jax reporter Eric Avanier. Eric, the sheriff's office says the man who died wasn't the only victim.
Yes, he wasn't the only victim. In fact, police are still here on scene conducting their investigation into this deadly shooting, which happened here at the corner of Powers Avenue and Toledo Road. So far, I'm going to step out of the way just to give you a really good idea of what this scene looks like, because so far that we've been out here, we've counted more than 70 evidence markers in the parking lot of this gas station, and we've learned that there are more evidence markers inside the building. Now, police say it all happened around 4:30 this afternoon when a white SUV pulled up to a gas station pump. Police say some people in the SUV got out and started shooting at a crowd of people standing outside the store. Now, one of the gunshot victims is believed to have been a bystander who was in his car with a child. Although the child was not injured, the man who was with the child drove to a hospital to be treated for his injuries and is currently expected to recover. We also learned another man who was hit by gunfire died today. According to investigators, this is looking less like a random attack and more like a targeted attack.
This will be followed only 10 days later by another murder of 20-year-old Andre James, also known as Dre or E-Day.
The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office is trying to put pieces
It says
together
civilian.
in an investigation into a triple shooting that left one person dead and 2 others hurt. This happened on Brentwood Avenue near Gulf Air Boulevard. News4Jax reporter Aaron Farrar shows how the new year is getting off to a concerning start in the River City.
Appreciate y'all, man. Much love.
Near the intersection of Gulf Air Boulevard and Brentwood Ave. The opposite late Saturday night. Police lights and tape smothering the same area after 3 people were shot just before 9:30. JSO says one of them was found dead in the street here on Brentwood Avenue. The 2 others taken to a hospital with non-life-threatening injuries.
According to online rumors, these 2 murders were connected, as Wicks was affiliated with a hood known as T-Block, located in the area on the south side where he was killed, and this hood was affiliated with FOOlIO's common enemies, the 1200 block. According to JSO's database, Wicks' murder has been cleared, meaning that there's likely been at least arrests in the case, and in the rumors circulating on Reddit, Wicks' killing had been connected to the war with 6 Block and their allies, his rumored killers being 6 Block affiliates called Toto and Lakel, who were both allegedly charged with his murder. Dre, on the other hand, was allegedly not in the streets, but as his gun violence memorial page states, he actually worked for UPS. But unfortunately, Dre was unlucky enough to be friends with people who were in the streets, such as Rico Osama, a well-known rapper on the 6 Block side of the war, known for repping their cliques like WAWG or We All We Got, and according to Reddit, when Dre got shot, he was hanging out with other members of the clique. According to the most repeated online account, Dre attended Rico Osama's performance before going outside with Rico, member Max, and Mike with 6 Block's WAWG, where a vehicle allegedly carrying Lokobi and others tied to T-Block opened fire, killing Dre and wounding Max and Mike. Dre was killed, while Max and Mike were reportedly wounded, making him an unintended target in a shooting that some Reddit detectives consider to be a direct get-backs for Wicks. Within a week of Dre's murder, Rico
that's what I'm
Osama released
saying.
an emotional tribute song.
Like, we all know a nigga that's like hotter than a firecracker, bro. You just gotta know, like, I can't overly spend too much time with certain people, bro. Like, you my dog for sure, bro, but no. Lil Kobe that's Leek's little cousin. Okay. Appreciate you, Brody, for keeping me on P.
Titled Letter to Dre, in which he remembered his best friend, confirmed that he wasn't part of the life, and said that he was already sliding to get back. Likewise, Rico Osama begun adopting the name Dre Way next to his WAWG affiliation. After Dre's death, several rivals tied to 1200 and ATK, including Whopper with the Chopper and J. Breezy, were seen celebrating and saying that they were smoking Dre.
Check the news. I heard some stupid died the other day. Supposed to be smoking, but I guess I'm smoking Dre. Supposed to be smoking Rico green ass, but I guess go to no more parties, I know.
Then in May 2022, Whopper with the Chopper, J. Breezy and Spinner Benz released Add a K Part 2, where Whopper with the Chopper added a K to the list of dead ops, rapping about Dre and saying that they were still gunning for FOOlIO. J. Breezy referred to FOOlIO's nickname Six, rapping, "Six word for you N-word, go and pick your mans up." Meanwhile, Spinner Benz rapped that since people dissed No Face without knowing him, he planned on doing the same to Dre. But only a few weeks after Dre's murder, the war would claim yet another victim, and this time it hit much closer to home for FOOlIO. 21-year-old LaShawn Hall, better known as Mitch, was FOOlIO's manager, an alleged member of the 6 Block affiliated AV-B set, and was often considered the man with the money in 6 Block besides FOOlIO himself. Across several discussions, users consistently claimed that Mitch was dropping bags or putting out hits, and the main money figure for 6 Block and AV-B, comparing his role in 6 Block and AV6 to Michi's alleged role in 1200, with both using money and connections to support their sides in the war. Older photographs showed Mitch at school alongside AV-B, PCE, and 6 Block figures, including P Money, the alleged shooter linked to the attack on Young and Ace that killed 3 of his closest people, as well as the murder of Queso's half-brother Boss Goon. Videos from 2018 showed that Mitch had been in the same circle, appearing alongside FOOlIO, Bibby, Kojak, Stoney, P Glizzy, and others. On January 28, 2022, at around 9 p.m.
it seemed like he was actually involved heavily.
JSO officers responded to reports of gunfire at the Solar luxury apartments, where they found Mitch suffering from a gunshot wound. He would be rushed to hospital, but later died from his injuries. To date, Mitch's murder remains unsolved. After finding out about Mitch's passing, FOOlIO would write an ominous tribute to him on Instagram, saying how it had taken 3 of the ops to be killed for them to get 1 get back, and how he was so numb to death at this point that he doesn't even cry, before going on to send a warning to the ops by saying that every time they kill one from FOOlIO's side, they're going to kill someone bigger in response. FOOlIO also rapped on the 2024 song God Don't Know about how much Mitch's murder affected him and how they killed their ops in retaliation. FOOlIO also previewed an unreleased song commonly circulated under the title Heartbroken, or the Mitch Tribute, in which he described being unable to sleep and becoming emotionally numb after losing Mitch and being ready to get revenge. When Mitch's funeral was held on February the 12th, 2022, footage from the service showed FOOlIO helping carry his casket. The ops, on the other hand, were going all in. During an Instagram live, 80K and 1200 side affiliated rapper J. Breezy would celebrate while openly calling themselves the Get Back Gang, before also saying how they were going back to back, meaning that the murder of Dre was also their handiwork. And if that wasn't enough self-snitching, he would then also wipe his nose before saying how he has to go to the bank, clearly implying that he had dropped the bag on Mitch and paid for the hit.
Let's hit it. Dead. You talking about now? You around the bed, y'all. Oh my phone for that guy. Get back, gang. Get back, gang. It's 2 back to back. I'm talking about another gonna die. I'm saying, pick that up. I'm talking about, where he at? Where he at? In the sky. In the sky. 135. 135. Ah. I'm talking about. Now you up there with your best friend, Bibby. What you talking about? He up there with his best friend, boy. Hold on, let me wrap my arm up. This is the beginning. We in warm-ups. Boy, I swear to God, boy.
Gee willikers.
Right now, boy. I'll drop a soul right now, boy. Oh, God. Here for the drop. I gotta go to the bank. I gotta go to the bank.
Following the alleged hit, J. started adopting the term ring to discuss his alleged hits, like how the Chicago drillers use hats nowadays to talk about murders. Some Redditors connected the dots after an argument on Twitter when J. warned a woman that she could become another ring on J. used the bag on the head language, rapping N-words getting hit, get that pain back, bag on his head for that bread, get his brain snatched. Next, he called for the freedom of his op 6 Block and WAWG's K Shorty and rapped that Mitch had paid the price for something K Shorty had done, most likely referring to the September 2021 ambush where K Shorty and Tufo ambushed the vehicle carrying 1200 members, including Spinner Benz, Greenlight, and No Face, killing No Face, all in an attempt to kill Spinner Benz, after which K Shorty was arrested before the opposing side could allegedly retaliate against him directly. Then on EST 2019, J. said that Mitch got bought, before describing himself as the person who had purchased the biggest hat and shaken an entire block. Those lyrics were widely interpreted as being aimed towards Mitch, given his status within 6 Block. J.'s habit of allegedly buying bodies and funding hits would be something that would come up a lot, including in FOOlIO's trial, where it was actually claimed that J. had sent a measly $390 to Isaiah Chance, one of the people involved in the FOOlIO hit. But back to 2022,
Whoa!
using similar.
Chat! Fake news, chat. Fake news, chat. Fake news,
problem, where he spoke about buying a soul and reaching a wealthy rival who had apparently believed his money would protect him, a clear reference to Mitch's status as a breadwinner of the group. I had a rival, he thought he was rich, like I couldn't get to him. On Adakay Part 2, J. Breezy attacked the 6 block tied OG Mitch with the line, "God bring Mitch back, I'm finna choke that N-word." J. really wanted the whole world to know that he was involved in this, and his self-snitching went to the point that even people on Reddit have wondered what exactly Mitch had done to him to make him hate him so much. Now, when it comes to who actually did this, there's a lot of theories floating around, including guys like the rapper Greenlight, who was apparently spending his check on some nice steak after the hit, with some speculating that this was the alleged bounty money for carrying out the hit, or Ghost187, better known as Rashad Murphy, who would later be one of the people arrested for killing FOOlIO. People would begin to take the rumors more seriously after users claimed that Sanquan Bradford, aka Rondo, a former 187 and 1200 affiliate member who later associated with PCE 6 Block, had named a man known as Lil Jewel as someone who was present when Mitch was killed. Lil Jewel was not a rapper or widely known member of 1200, but a low-profile figure identified as being from Flag Street and connected to the closely allied Pearl Street circle. But whoever it was, the sad reality of these tit-for-tat killings was on full display during Mitch's funeral, where his blue Louis Vuitton decorated coffin was placed under the resting place of Young and Ace's friend 23, real name Royale Devon Smith Jr., whose birthday Ace and the others had been celebrating when they'd been ambushed, with that triple murder famously being one of the biggest escalations at the start of this gang war. But the violence didn't fully stop in the following months either, but fortunately there would be less actual deaths. On May 17th, 19-year-old Cesar Torres, an alleged 1200 member who went by the name 30, was driving through Jacksonville's east side with several others around 9:30 p.m. when they arrived at the intersection of 8th Street and Walnut when somebody opened fire on their car, hitting 30, with his friends attempting to save his life by driving him straight to the hospital. But sadly, when they arrived it would be too late and 30 would be pronounced dead.
A family is now identifying a teenager killed on Jacksonville's east side last month as 19-year-old Cesar Torres. His mom says her son was very friendly and outgoing, the life of the party. He was in the process of going back to school to study to become a member of the Merchant Marine. The shooting happened on the night of May 17th. Investigators say he was in a car when that shooting happened. He was dropped off at the hospital where he died.
The murder of 30 still remains unsolved over 4 years later. A few days after the shooting, the Clubhouse conversation had FOOlIO dissing 30 and claiming that 1200 didn't care about him because they pushed him out the car.
That's the 30, he the one got his face hit.
Keep back, 3 inside.
They don't even care about it, just 30.
They definitely. You may see it.
They sick as like he went in on front line before he got locked up, man.
Bro, Jit was on front line, but y'all remember the last time when they were trying to play with Jit Death?
On God, you know he came back like first time too, man.
That man got threw out the car trying to slide on my LB.
Then you know, right before that, right before that, straight walked through Grand Park and straight up on him with his own blip, made it walk through Grand Park.
I ain't gonna count. They just did this.
But on Reddit, this murder has been pinned on several different members from the 6 Block side of the war. This includes the rappers Fetty Osama and Rico Osama. The following murder, which took place several months later, also left investigators with very little to go on until the investigation into FOOlIO's murder uncovered some unexpected connections. On the 27th of September, 17-year-old Elijah McDonald, also known as Lil Cool, was at the Section 8 Huron Sophia apartments where his family lived when somebody shot him multiple times.
Why my son? Like, what did he do to anybody? Like, what did he do
Let's hear it out,
to
chat.
deserve that? Not to be shot, but shot more.
Cause like what we ain't learned from this video alone, actually, that could be 14 in them streets. That could be 15 in them streets. Heavy. For real. Like
one time. Like, what did he do? I just don't understand.
Those are the questions that have been swirling around Ashley McDonald's head ever since September 27th, when she got a phone call no parent wants.
I was at work at the time. I got a call around about 2:15 for Elijah relatives, because in the area he was in, when I got there, you know, I didn't want to believe it was my son laying on that ground. I didn't want to believe it was him.
17-year-old Elijah McDonald died of multiple gunshot wounds. Initially, very little information was released by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, except that homicide investigators were on the case.
Not much else was originally known about this incident, but more information would later come out when it was revealed during the FOOlIO murder trial that the same ballistics testing that connected Sean Gathright to several aggravated assaults earlier in 2022 would also connect him to the murder of Lil Cool. Redditors, on the other hand, have connected the murder to another man accused in the FOOlIO murder case, Isaiah Chance, aka Gudda Zay. But sadly, whoever from that side of the war was possibly behind the murder, the reality is Lil Cool was a completely innocent victim who was likely only targeted because his hood, known as Paxson, was at war with ATK and the 1200 side, while some members of Paxson were also actually close with the 6 Block and even FOOlIO himself, such as a member called Stain. In April 2023, FOOlIO and his 6 Block partners would actually end up doing what FOOlIO had faked in the music video for When I See You, because in the video he allegedly went to a random graveyard with pictures of the victims from the triple homicide, but in April 2023 they actually went to the actual graveyard where people from that incident, including Royale Devon Smith Jr. aka 23, was buried. The main reason for that trip was to shoot a music video for the 6 Block rapper Jake Jitt, who was dropping a song titled Walking Through the Rain. That track would eventually be released on the 10th of May. One of the responses from Young and Ace's side came from Isaiah Gudda Zay Chance, one of FOOlIO's eventual killers, who reposted FOOlIO's graveyard photo and wrote the biggest mistake that anyone on earth could have did. And exactly 1 week later, on the 17th, 16-year-old Adrian McKenzie would be hanging out with friends on the 3600 block of Effie Street in the Moncrief Park area of Jacksonville, when around 9:40 p.m, police responded to a report of gunfire, finding McKenzie, another boy and a man all suffering from life-threatening injuries. They would all be rushed to a local hospital, but unfortunately McKenzie would be pronounced dead shortly after. Despite being only 16, in the streets of Jacksonville and online, he was known by the name YBZ or Ybezzy, a rapper who called himself Baby Walkdown on his Instagram page, and who could be seen in his music videos toting military-grade firearms while asking who was daring to question if he was really out here spinning, like in the song No Auto, which featured another youngster from the area called BG Trouble. The BG in the name is allegedly an acronym for Bully Gang, a newer generation of the 6 Block, and YBZ2 was allegedly a member of that new generation gang. In fact, while his music videos now use the name YBZ, those same music videos used to have his name listed as BG Ybezzy. 4 days after his murder, YBZ's family held a memorial for him at the very same block where he had been killed, but as people had gathered to release balloons, a white car pulled up and someone inside opened fire towards the grieving crowd, hitting one woman in the arm.
Sunday afternoon, officers
my God, bro. Even candlelight's getting spent, bro.
Evidence markers. They were also collecting other evidence and talking to this group of people. That's because around 3:30 this afternoon, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office says there was a shooting on Effie Street. One woman was shot in her arm. She was taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. A neighbor who didn't want to be identified sent this photo to News4Jax of the woman who was wounded. People were gathering on this street to honor a 16-year-old who was shot and killed last week. His shooting also happened on Effie Street and also involved a man and boy being wounded. News4Jax spoke with a family member of the 16-year-old teen, and they say they saw a suspicious car circling the block and then shots were fired.
There was a break and there was shots and there was a break and then they started shooting.
See, that's where my PTSD come from. I see the same car twice in 2 to 3 minutes. Oh my God, something going on. I just worked the whole shift watching this with you. The Go Twin. Appreciate you, brody.
Yeah.
After the memorial shooting, the family decided to release YBZ's identity to the media despite his young age. They were attempting to clear the air regarding the rumors that their son had been a gang member.
No one in the city can actually tell y'all why Adrian got killed, because nobody knows.
Robinson says no one really knew Adrian until he was killed.
I ain't gonna say that he don't have gang member friends, but one for sure, he's not no gang member. His rap, that's his music label. If anybody had any sense and they go to YouTube, they can see it says Bully Gang Music Label. That's not no gang.
His godmom, Lisa, says Adrian was mannerable and respectful.
He loved music and he loved rap. He was a mama's boy. If anybody knew him, they knew he loved his mother. And he pretty much was home. He might have hung out, you know. That's what I knew of Adrian. What anybody else knew, I don't know.
And hopes people will remember the good Adrian did.
But for someone who wasn't in a gang, he certainly received a lot of respect from the streets, with entire songs dedicated to him by alleged gang-related rappers, such as the song For Bezzy by the rapper WAWG Max, who begins his verse by stating how he's not only been in his feelings after YBZ's death, but how he's been stressing how to kill someone for Get Back. And that's not all, because it turns out that even YBZ's brother is a rapper known by the name Hot Bezzy, who reps yet another clique under the 6 Block side of the gang war called EGK, or Every Gang Killer. And he would release a song only a couple weeks after his brother's murder titled F3, where he raps how he's going to be on that back street trying to catch one, banging 3 and take their soul. Basically, strongly implying that his brother was killed by the ATK 1200 side of the war, specifically a set called Backstreet and anyone else banging 3. With this referring to yet another alliance or clique or link up between gangs in Jacksonville known as 300, which likely got the number 3 from the 103rd Street and Melvin Park, which is ATK's main hood. Now, it's probably likely that they got their idea of turning 103 into 300, perhaps from maybe some influence from Chicago drill. But anyway, what mattered most in these lyrics was that he apparently wanted to take a soul, and if some rumors are true, he really wasn't lying, because allegedly the night right after the memorial shooting, Hot Bezzy and other EGK members were in a shootout that was caught on a Ring camera, where they would allegedly be targeting members of another gang called NHG, or No Hospital Gang, which falls under the ATK and 1200 umbrella. However,
Hold on, chat. Something crazy just happened. Chat. My boy Ran Records just came with a 5 gifted, chat. No, nigga, that's love. That's like 11 on the night, nigga. Much love, nigga. Love you, gang. Stay up, stay blessed. Hold on. Where my... Appreciate you, Brody. That's 35 to the channel, bro. Much love.
according to a police report posted on Reddit, they actually ended up targeting innocent civilians, but fortunately no one was hurt. After this failed shootout, they would be spotted fleeing the area at high speed by a police officer who began to chase them, until the car suddenly stopped and the 4 people bailed out. The officer would continue following the driver and eventually arrested Nizzy Richardson, better known as another EGK member called LaBlast. After the failed Get Back mission, there would be a brief period of peace at the start of summer 2023, with that lasting until August, when the war would pop off again. On the 16th of August, around 3:30.
Bro, you just came with another one? Bro, Ren Records just came with another gifted, bro. That's 36 now. Boy. Hey, boy. Listen. Any nigga that you need scratched. Oh, God, I'm on that. I got the drink loaded. Alright? That's between me and you, nigga. Straight up.
30 p.m., 19-year-old Jaquan Pickens, better known as the 6 Block rapper Jake Jit, was driving alone on Interstate 95 when someone from another car would open fire, striking Jake, whose car would hit the rear end of a truck that had broken down on the side of the road. As the driver of the truck went to check what happened, he found Jake slumped in the car, and he was later pronounced dead on the
Pit my side. Hold on, bro. He just came with another gifted, bro. W gifted, W Ran Records in the chat. We just smacked 460 subs. Man, I think that's the highest amount of subs I done had, bro. But we making history tonight. We making history tonight, bro. We completed that goal. Much love, bro. Shout out to the 460 in the chat, man. Everybody that's watching, man. We just hit a milestone. We just hit a major milestone. Hey, I love you too, Ran, bro. For real.
Scene, with the investigation into his death that followed ending up shutting the highway down for hours.
Traffic was backed up along Edgewood Avenue for several hours as police...
Oh no, I need to lock in right here. I don't know what happened with this guy named Jake Jit. I just know it came up and then niggas got to dissing him. You know what I'm saying? I don't really know.
Police diverted traffic to Edgewood and Lim Turner from 95 and the Trout River Bridge today.
I mean, it's weird. I'm like, something must have happened. I don't know what it is, but I was going to the cleaners.
Police say the homicide unit was investigating a crash that happened near the Trout River Bridge after shots were fired in the area. Investigators say a vehicle crashed into a semi that was parked on the side of the road. Witnesses in the area told police they heard gunshots around the time of the crash. A man driving the vehicle that crashed was found dead on scene.
FOOlIO would later reveal in an interview with Say Cheese TV that Jake Jitt was his blood cousin, who he treated like a brother, explaining how much of a good person he was.
I don't want to get his name wrong. Is it Jake Jitt?
Jake Jitt, yeah.
Yeah, he recently, is that your blood brother?
Nah, that's my blood like cousin, but you know what I'm saying? Brother is what we all say, but that's my blood like cousin.
Okay. And he recently passed away on the highway.
Yeah. He was all around. He was a good person though, bro. He was a good kid.
FOOlIO later rapped on the song God Don't Know that Jake's death doesn't count as a murder due to the way that he died in a car crash. The following morning, Tilly, one of the NHG members that YBZ's brother had allegedly targeted during the failed May shooting, decided to start the day off with a tweet dissing Jake by saying that you better have a Switch or Draco with you if you're driving alone. But while Tilly was just dissing Jake publicly on social media, other members would send each other privately some highly suspect messages about Jake's murder. These would later be shown during the trial of Alicia Andrews for the murder of FOOlIO, and they would show Gutters A in 2024 posting a picture from the crime scene where Jake's dead body can be seen slumped on the driver's seat, sending this to a fellow NHG member known as Tay-Shots, together with a message saying, "You don't be playing the game no more." With this perhaps being like a tongue-in-cheek reference to the gang war being like a game, like Call of Duty Warzone. Now,
you don't be playing the game no more. It's diabolical, bro. Wow.
That the victim was dead, they wouldn't be able to hop online and play no games no more. The following day after Jake's murder, 1200 member Jacoby Beals, aka Lacoby, would be on the north side of the city in the 900 block of Crestwood Street around 7 PM, when a youth football team that was practicing nearby suddenly heard gunshots. When emergency personnel arrived to the scene, they found Lacoby with a gunshot wound to the chest, taking him to hospital in serious condition, where he would fortunately end up surviving. At the time, there was very little information about the incident, but during FOOlIO's murder trials, the JSO would reveal that they had considered this to have been a get-back shooting for Jake. And back in the rap game, FOOlIO would further twist the knife on his biggest op when in August 2023, he publicly accused him of being a snitch, posting a clip of his interrogation video with the caption, "Young and Ace a rat."
They were fighting.
Who was fighting?
They just seen they were fighting. I ain't, you know what I'm saying?
You were there.
I don't. Like I said,
okay, tell me the situation. Like I said, this happened in Duval County.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know what was been reported or not reported. So tell me the scenario. What happened right here?
They were fighting.
Who was fighting?
Them right there, you just seen.
But tell me who though. I don't know. Explain this.
They were them two right there.
Who was fighting?
Them two right there.
Who were they?
Jeremy.
Jeremy?
Yeah.
Okay.
They were fighting.
Jeremy's fighting who? Now Jeremy's your boys, right? Your side? Who's on your side?
The other boy.
Who's the other boy?
My brother.
Who's your brother? Trevon?
Yeah.
Okay.
They was fighting.
Why were they beefing?
I don't even remember. Like I said, I swear, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I don't even know why they beefing.
Okay, that's explainable.
Like,
over a girl, some stupid.
I don't. No.
They looked at you. Where did this happen off Collins Road over there at Highland Lakes? So y'all went over there because Trevon was gonna get in a fight?
Yeah, they will fight. Like, they fought.
Okay. So why did the guns get brought out? Why did all the shots fired?
They started shooting.
They started shooting?
Yeah, the other boy started shooting.
Well, DeAndre shot because that's very clearly gunshots coming from his hand.
No, DeAndre shot.
In that clip, Young and Ace explained a fight that happened to a police officer, identifying specific people by name. In the aftermath, some clapped back, saying that if Ace snitched for admitting unknown assailants did something, then FOOlIO snitched when he told police that he was shot by unknown suspects outside the studio in 2021, with some in the comments leveling that really neither of them snitched in the viral incidents, but that Ace kinda had snitched when he told the cops the name of a shooter. Now, these allegations would pick up steam on social media, and YouTube's #1 snitch exposer 1090 Jake would do a full breakdown, saying that Ace had used the interview to get info about the case and refused to stamp it as snitching.
August 23rd, 2023. A YouTube channel called Crime Circus dropped a bomb on Florida rapper Young and Ace after posting a 2-hour and 45-minute interrogation. But it wasn't the video itself that took off. It was Young and Ace's op, FOOlIO, reposting the video and accusing Ace of snitching. that started the viral fire. Young and Ace can clearly be seen identifying Jeremy and his own brother Trevon as the two who were fighting in a video shown to him by a detective. He'd clarified Jeremy was not on his side, and when asked how guns got involved, Ace would say,
They started shooting.
They started shooting?
Yeah, the other boys started shooting.
Now, first and foremost, I gotta say, out of every interrogation video I've ever seen, I think this is the first one where the person being interrogated left with more information than the police. Nobody can say that Ace was talking for 2 hours and 45 minutes. This detective wouldn't shut the fuck up. Ace just sat there. When he read him his rights and said, "Would you wish to speak to me?" Ace didn't even say nothing. Dude just started talking and talking. Now, a lot of people are confused about the fight video and what case Ace was actually there for.
Right.
The fight video was just another example of Ace's friends being retarded. The detective was like, "Look, your boy Boosie, he's so stupid. He recorded this whole event, and I'm gonna show you this whole event." The detective said he wasn't interested in it because it happened in Jacksonville, Duval County, versus this was actually in Clay County. So the detective wasn't even investigating this fight / shooting. He was just showing it to Ace. Now it's crazy that inside of a robbery / homicide unit, Ace dropped a name. That's crazy. But do I think it's snitching? No, I'm not gonna stamp it as snitching. He said, "Yeah, that's Jeremy. He's fighting my brother. They're both right there on video. That's who you're looking at." When asked who was shooting, he said it was the other boys. He doesn't describe who they are. He doesn't say who they are. And if Jeremy and his brother are on video throwing hands, obviously it wasn't neither one of them. So I feel like it was a blank general statement. Now the other boys were shooting. And he kept saying it because the detective was trying to accuse Ace's own homeboy for popping the shit off. Oh, Boosie was the one that started shooting. I can see Boosie shooting. Ace is like, "Nah, Boosie ain't shoot. Boosie ain't fire." So he's trying to, "Nah, my dog ain't do it." The other boys started shooting. But the detective doesn't even ask him who the other boys are because he's not even investigating.
Young Ace would go on a wild rant against FOOlIO after this, saying the lies on his name have him worked up and claiming that many people have tried to snitch on him over the years and showing off paperwork that he felt cleared his name.
This posted a little clip, cuz. Why you ain't just post the whole clip then? When they showed me a video, cuz this is a whole video they showing me, cuz. I'm trying to chill though, for real. I've been trying to calm and sit down. They have me worked up. Cuz I don't play that, bro. Now I mean, nigga told on me. Nigga, I got in jail. I got told on, but don't play with me, cuz. I'm finna go straight to this. I'm finna go straight to this paperwork. Also, hold on, let me go and address this video. Let me show you some, right? I'm gonna show you some, right? This, first of all, this is a video. First of all, I ain't gonna go too deep in this case, brother, cause this still like this still like, you feel me, woo type. You know what I'm talking about? This showed me a whole video, cuz that went viral. This video went viral, bro. You know what this is? They fighting, bro. They fighting. They fighting, cuz who that's shit that, you feel me? They fighting. Ain't like these, no. This is like, how I'ma say he shot? How I'ma say he shot? And this he fighting, cuz. Come on, bro. Stop playing with me, bro. Real shit, bro. Hold on, cuz. Let me. This some real shit. This ask me some already. Hold on. This is my bros. Hold on.
Hold on, chat. We got a social security number. Oh, who shit is this? Who shit is this? That nigga leaked his own social security number? Chat. That nigga was that mad. He leaked his own social number? Or that's his driver's license number? Shit. Chat, you know what I can do with that? You know what I could do with that, nigga? We up, baby. We're up.
Let me get right. These show me a video. They show me a video that's already on. That's already been posting. Cause everybody know who's fighting. Cause I just said these fighting. That's it. The you showing me a video of some you already got, right? Let me show you something, right? Let me show you something, cuz. This some real shit. There's no faking this, cuz. There's no faking this, cuz.
September would go by without incidents, but in October, things would heat up once again. On the 6th of October, the NHG member Tilly, full name Antonio Tilly Jr., was heading to a date with 23-year-old Diamond Harris, who he'd been chatting with on social media. That night, Tilly booked an Uber, which arrived shortly before midnight, driven by a man named Bryant Grund. Tilly was supposed to meet Harris on the north side, which is not the best idea given his street affiliations, but it's not like he was meeting her at the Hilltop Apartments in the heart of the ops. But around 11:45 p.m, Tilly's ride arrived at the supposed location on Kylan Drive where he was supposed to meet Harris, but as the Uber driver pulled up to the spot, instead of seeing a woman, two shooters would suddenly bounce out and open fire, hitting not just Tilly, but also the driver, who had nothing to do with the gang war. Sadly, but
she dropped low. That's what Jacksonville is, bro. It's a low dropping city. No bullshit, bro. We ain't watched this whole documentary thus far. How do niggas know where niggas is gonna be at?
both of them would be found dead on the scene, still inside the car.
2 people found dead inside of a vehicle on the north side overnight. This happened on Kylan Drive. Jacksonville Sheriff's Office telling us the first responded to the area around with reports of gunshots. That's when they found out the 2 adult men dead inside of the vehicle were there. Right now, the men's cause of death and any relationship between the 2 men are still working to be identified.
The media attention around this case would quickly build up when it was discovered that one of the men killed was an Uber driver who was just doing his job.
Top story tonight, we have learned that the Uber driver killed in a shooting while completing a ride on Jacksonville's north side is 31-year-old Bryant Grund. He was one of the 2 men killed October 6th.
Our Taylor Levesque is on your side tonight, joining us live outside the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. And Taylor, I know you spoke with Grund's mom, and she says her family recently relocated here to Jacksonville.
Yeah, that's right. She said they were temporarily.
Boy, he probably left some poverty-stricken situations. He probably left a city that's on the downward spiral, bro, trying to better his life up in Jacksonville, and look what happened, bro. I ain't gonna lie, RP to him.
Staying here in Jacksonville before planning to relocate to Georgia. She says her son Bryant Grund temporarily worked for Uber until he could relocate to his new job. She says she did not get to say goodbye to him before he left for a shift with Uber earlier this month.
This would also increase the resources of the detectives investigating the double murder, and already at the end of October they had found their suspects, including the supposed date, Diamond Harris, and 22-year-old Juquan Mills.
Well, we're learning that 22-year-old Jaquan Mills is charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 23-year-old Diamond Harris is charged with accessory after the fact. The report says that both Mills and Harris were dating, and police are looking for a 3rd suspect.
But the case soon became much more sensational when it was revealed that the police believed this to have been a contract killing, with someone offering $20,000 for the murder of Tilly.
Detectives believe the victims were set up.
A high-dollar hit. Jacksonville detectives believe this October 6th double murder in Moncrief was not random. Instead, it was a gang-related contract killing worth $20,000. We found this information in the arrest reports for 22-year-old Jaquan Mills and his girlfriend, 23-year-old Diamond Harris. Detectives believe Harris lured one of the victims, 19-year-old Antonio Tilly Jr., who thought he was meeting her for a date. Investigators accuse Mills of killing Tilly instead, collecting half of the bounty on his head.
Police soon upgraded Harris's charges from accessory after the fact to 2 counts of second-degree murder, and after even writing a sob story letter to the judge where she would deny having anything to do with the murders, eventually in June 2024, she ended up pleading guilty to the murders too, while the following month a 3rd suspect was arrested, a 23-year-old named Jimmy Robinson, who would be arrested with the help of the alleged shooter Juquan Mills, who would go from emptying clips to giving out statements and tips, turning into a full-blown snitch after backdoor.
That's another thing that's been going on this whole video, bro. Nigga get in the jam. Overly talking. Overly. Putting the whole case together for the DA and them. Prosecutor and them. Yup.
During his op, he would claim that Robinson was present during the killings, provided one of the rifles, as well as acting as a lookout and a getaway driver. Police also admitted at the time that they already knew who the second shooter was, yet that person had still not been arrested. And surprisingly, based on publicly available information, it seems that that's still the case today. And for a long time, the same applied to the person who allegedly put $20,000 on Tilly's head. But from later information provided by the police in the aftermath of FOOlIO's murder, the $20K bag was allegedly dropped because Tilly had been dissing YBZ. One detective would also testify during the FOOlIO murder trials that Jaquan Mills, the one of two shooters that they had seemingly been able to arrest, was not a gang member and simply did the hit for the money, which the detective testified came from a man named Paul Anderson, aka Nook, who's in prison serving a 25-year sentence for drug trafficking.
In that particular case, a man by the name of Jaquan Mills confessed to that murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, Jaquan Mills is not a gang member, is he?
Not to my knowledge.
Truth is that this was a contract killing for $20,000 put up by a guy by the name of Paul Nuke Anderson, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Anderson is in prison for 25 years as a drug trafficker, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nook, aka Paul Allen Anderson, was indeed hit with Fed charges and eventually sentenced to more than 20 years for running a drug trafficking organization. And interestingly, the Feds took that operation down the very same month that Tilly was killed, and the first two suspects were arrested. However, Nook's operation had already been dismantled before these arrests, so there doesn't seem to be any sign that Mills was helping the police on this case too. But with Nook's whole operation getting shut down just a couple weeks after Tilly's murder, Mills might have had a hard time ever collecting that alleged $20,000 bounty. Meanwhile, on Reddit, there have been some...
And he never saw $1 of that. That was over with.
Alternative theories about why the $20,000 bag was put on Tilly's head, with one Redditor pointing out that Tilly had allegedly been close with Nook's sister. One Redditor would respond to this post by putting up a screenshot of a post by a local blogger, Shel Gaman, that was about the murder of Jake Jitt, where someone says that Nook and FOOlIO had teamed up while calling Jake their shooter. It seems this post was later deleted, so it's hard to look into it further, but what it definitely seems to imply is that Nook was someone whose name held weight in Jacksonville's streets, and if he was indeed teaming up with FOOlIO, there seems to be a possibility that the murder of Tilly was actually very directly connected to the war between 6 Block and their ops, and FOOlIO might have even been the one putting up the bag for the hit. But despite being in the kingpin position and able to have people taken out at will in the streets of Jacksonville, that didn't stop the ops continuing their attempts to kill FOOlIO. Another even more direct hint that Tilly's murder was connected to the war would come the following day. On October 7th, 2023, around 7 AM, FOOlIO exited a house near the 3100 block of West 16th Street, which is in the hood known as Paxson, leaving the house and getting into his car. He set off driving all by himself.
That's what I'm saying, bro. How do niggas cut these niggas loose?
In the early hours of the morning, apparently on his way to buy a vape after being up all night, something that he would break down in a later Say Cheese interview.
This shit was like 5, 6 in the morning, probably 6:30, something like that.
In the morning. So you didn't go to sleep?
It was still dark. It was still dark.
I mean, did you wake up early? Did you not sleep that night?
Nah, I was up. I was up the whole night type. I'm nicking. I wanted to go get a vape from the stove. So I hopped in the car, and I guess I got ambushed. Somebody was waiting on me when I pulled out the driveway.
And it would be right then, for the second time, that shooters had been lying in wait outside FOOlIO's house to ambush him, would suddenly appear and open fire, hitting FOOlIO's car about 10 times, while also hitting FOOlIO in the foot. This time it was a direct hit, but fortunately he was able to drive himself to a hospital. FOOlIO later told Say Cheese that he was at a stop sign when the shooters came out of nowhere trying to kill him.
I saw the car, I saw a little glimpse of the car, but by the time I got to the stop sign, they hopped out and went to shoot and they shot the car. Then I just went to hit and I went to driving type.
After being hit, he took off in the car and escaped the shooters, eventually getting out of the car and trying to find help at a nearby house, but nobody answered. So he jumped back in the car and sped off to the hospital at 120 miles an hour.
Like after I stopped hearing the shots, I got to another stop sign and I busted right and I stopped. I tried to hop out. I hopped out the car and I couldn't like use both of my feet. I fell straight to the ground and I crawled behind the car. When I crawled behind this car, I'm like, what the I think my foot, bro. I got hit in the foot. So I get up, I walk to the house I pulled to. I don't even know them from a can of paint. But I could see through the window. It's a nigga sitting on the couch. I don't know if he watching TV. What the you doing? I'm banging on his door like, hey, help! I need help, like on shot type. And I'm hitting this little door ring type doorbell. He ain't come to the door, so I had to hop back to the car and drive to the hospital after that.
So you get back in the car and that's when you go to the hospital?
Yeah, that was not hit it. I hit it. I was in a scat pack. I did like 120. I think I put that in sports mode. I was sliding that.
After the shooting, FOOlIO's mother posted to his social media asking people to pray for him. Fortunately, he survived, but later, a gruesome picture of an enormous open wound on his foot would
Oh God, I seen that photo.
But even now, after having several serious attempts on his life, FOOlIO didn't seem that concerned, posting Instagram stories from the hospital showing his wrapped up foot, while still trolling his ops by including a song from the infamous rapper and shooter from the ops side, Queso. Now, Queso was the man who was allegedly responsible for killing one of his best friends, Bibby, as mentioned in my earlier reporting. But later on, during his murder trials, it would be revealed that this shooting was allegedly connected to Sean Gathright, who would be part of the hit squad that did eventually kill FOOlIO, as investigators would go on to find bullets from his residence that would directly match those that were shot into FOOlIO's car. But on social media, other members of that hit squad were heavily implying that they had been involved in this attempt too. During the Twitter chat room discussion between FOOlIO and his ops in June 2024, they could be heard laughing about the incident, with Guddaze trolling FOOlIO, asking if he knows what he got hit with.
Like 4 bucks.
Damn. Hey, they know what you got hit with, FOOlIO?
I ain't gonna cap, cause you gotta think about it. I had a rod, somebody they had to take that like January. That had the hell up. Damn, they put the little boot on my.
Hey, Gutter say, you know what you got hit with?
Nah. You know what I got hit with?
That you asking Damien hit that? He asking you that.
Hey, TK, boy, I heard that look.
This being the second time that FOOlIO came close to being murdered, and even though he had suffered a serious injury to his foot, this didn't discourage him from being outside. In fact, he went on a mini press run all over America while still injured, flying out to LA in January while still in a foot cast during his no jumper interview. Shortly after the shooting, he appeared on Say Cheese for an interview while laid up in bed, where he explained that he was going through intense physical therapy to be able to walk again.
Yeah, and I mean, would you have to learn how to walk again?
Yeah, I'm going through therapy right now. Like right now I'm on crutches and I got a walker. So I just can't put pressure on my foot right now. But yeah, I'm going through therapy right now.
FOOlIO would later say that he had no idea how his ops got his location and theorized that a woman might have given someone his address.
I've even seen on YouTube, I think you said somebody dropped the location, or was it a cousin or something like that?
Man, I was hearing so much through my ear. But it could have been that. It could have been I walked outside with no hoodie on, saw me. It could have been a female dropped my load, a cut, like anything. Like Jacksonville is so slimy in Jacksonville. That's like who the biggest snake, who could slime you out, who the biggest snake. You know what I'm saying?
And he ain't lying, bro. Like I keep asking the same question. Who's dropping the low? Like, what's going on for real? Who's dropping the low? It's inevitable.
So it could have been multiple ways that somebody got my location.
During the Say Cheese interview, FOOlIO was warned that this should be a wake-up call, but FOOlIO replied saying this type of thing happens to him all the time and he's used to it, but he's planning to spend less time in Jacksonville going forward.
Is this a wake-up call for you? Like, is this something you're either going to turn down, get out the streets, or turn up and like, is this a wake-up call for you?
I ain't gonna count. This happen like often. Like I ain't new to this, so I ain't gonna say it's a wake-up call, but it definitely like showing me I don't need to be in Jacksonville like that no more. I don't need to be chilling down there no more. I need to I got a whole house out of town, big ass house. I don't even be at my being in Jacksonville so much. So I think I just need to chill out for a minute, get back on my music.
Say Cheese pointed out that this was the 4th time in 8 years that someone had tried to kill FOOlIO, something that he acknowledged with a chilling nonchalance.
Yeah, because this is like your 4th time, escaping, shootouts and well, I seen 4th time in 8 years.
Yep, it was this year, last year, I think 2 years before that, and then when I got shot when I was before that. Yep.
I mean, you know, bruh.
It's moving.
Say Cheese would warn him, saying all the Jacksonville rappers who have a name in the streets have now left the city except him, with FOOlIO just explaining that he misses his city and his dead friends when he's out of town, with him boldly claiming that he knows how to move in his city.
All the Jacksonville rappers who have a name are no longer in Jacksonville but you. You know, all the other rappers that got a name, the Nardo Wicks, the Youngin Aces, the J. Breezes, the Spot'em Gothams, everybody who has some type of motion is not in Jacksonville, but it seems like you just decide to stay.
Yeah.
I mean, is that legal issues? Is that because you love the city? Is it females?
Nah, after I got out house arrest this year and probation, it just be like, when I be out of town, it's like I just be missing. Like, I be thinking about my dead homeboys. I be thinking about some of my brothers that can't leave the city because they leave the situations. Like, it's just so much shit I be thinking about. I would probably, let's say, like, it's home sickness. I don't know. It's just like I ain't gonna say I know how to move in my city. I just love my city, but that'd be like people's biggest downfall type.
FOOlIO really didn't learn anything from this latest brush with death. If anything, it just made him even more belligerent. Within days, he was spotted recording music in a studio with his foot still in the cast, and less than a month after the shooting, FOOlIO would be dropping his first music video, which included the news report about him getting shot in the intro. The track was called Get Back and had a B-side called Recovery, and he appeared in the music video rapping in a wheelchair, and in the lyrics he taunted Young and Ace for moving out of Jacksonville, all because 6 Block shot up his car, killing 3 of his closest people. FOOlIO would brag about how he's done hits, but now he can just sit back and pay for murders, and he brushed off the foot shot, saying all it did was make him pop more Percocets. Ironically, FOOlIO rapped on the song how he saw his killer shoot his shot and miss, and it just made him worse. Little did he know that he was actually dead accurate in that lyric, as it was later revealed in the trial that one of the shooters in this incident was Sean Gathright, who eventually did end up being one of the shooters who took part in the hit that killed FOOlIO. Elsewhere on the song,
man, we did a whole video about Buddy, bro. Dude had perfect life. He just wanted the streets, bro. Perfect life, bro. Just wanted the streets.
FOOlIO claimed that he had 2 bodies, and on the second part of the track called Recovery, FOOlIO reflected on the situation and revealed that he believed that it was his own cousin that gave the ops his location. He went on to say that he believed that he was supposed to die in the incident, and near the end of the track, FOOlIO dropped a very deep lyric that went over a lot of people's heads and might explain how he ended up getting himself killed, rapping, "I want to tell God the truth, but that's my biggest fear. Fee says sit back and relax, big bruh, we need you here." Now to me, this line seems to be hinting at him potentially feeling like he no longer wants to be. But with self-deletion being a sin, he says that he fears telling God the truth, but follows that up with a line where he says that his friends are telling him they need him here and alive. This to me just feels like one of those rare moments of reflection, as FOOlIO kind of lets it slip that at this point in his life, he's actually tired of the endless gang wars, and that he would actually welcome death. In his Say Cheese interview, FOOlIO revealed that there's actually rumors that there was still money on his head around this time.
You feel like you got money on your head?
I done heard a few rumors in the streets, but yeah, something like that.
Because I've heard you say that before. I've heard multiple people say that before publicly, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, is this like, is it a crazy figure? Are we talking big money, or is this just bullshit, or?
I say it's a pretty penny. So it's a pretty penny.
I mean, is around what 100?
I heard that. I heard 50 one time. I heard 80 one time. Yeah, I heard a lot of.
After the attempt on FOOlIO's life, there were several smaller incidents that have been connected to the war on places like Reddit, but the next major incident would take place at the end of the year, and this time it would be targeting the ops of 6 Block. On December the 1st, 31-year-old Kenneth Glover Jr. was outside on the east side of Jacksonville. Glover was also known by his rapper name Tiger Sparks, whose biggest song was called Ain't Safe and featured legendary Whopper with the Chopper. This wasn't just a case of Tiger Sparks paying for Whopper to be on a verse in the hopes that he reached a bigger audience. They were genuinely friends, putting out an organic collaboration, because Tiger was allegedly also a member of the 1200 crew. But unfortunately, that affiliation would likely be what cost him his life, because as he was standing on a parking lot near Philip Randolph Boulevard that night around 9 p.m, someone would shoot him dead, tragically just a day before he was supposed to celebrate his son's first birthday.
Wow, chat.
On A. Philip Randolph, balloons rustle in the wind above a cross for Kenneth Glover Jr.
Yeah, that's who it was.
I got you, man. While cutting hair, Dana Miller delivers the news on the phone to his friend. From the front of his barber shop, Miller can hear the balloons. Friday night, it's where Glover Jr. was shot and killed.
I was laying in the bed and I got a phone call that there was a shooting up here on A. Philip Randolph. And they told me who it was. It felt like my whole heart just felt into my stomach.
Miller went to high school with Glover Jr.'s father.
He called me Unc. He used to mess with me all the time. Every time I walk outside, he called me Country. Old Country Dana, old Country Dana.
Glover Jr., known to friends and family as Tiger Sparks, was a rapper.
We had faith that he would have made it in the rap game.
A popular person out east, dozens of neighbors gathered behind police tape the night Glover Jr. was killed. Running through the tape, his father, only to be tackled by police before he could get to his son.
In August 2025, a man named Donnell Larkins, who was already charged with 2 murders, one of those being a 7-year-old, whose murder we'll talk about more later, will be charged with the murder of Tiger Sparks. In the streets, Larkins was known as J.R. Banks, an alleged member of the 6-block affiliated 45th gang, named after the 45th Street that goes through basically the entire part of the north side where 6 Block and their allies are located. According to sleuths on Reddit, there had been a shooting about a month before the murder of Tiger Sparks in the Northside Highlands neighborhood, which had left a man critically injured after at least 50 shots were aimed at him as he sat in his car. But by some miracle, he would end up surviving the attack.
News for Jackson reporter.
Dude had 3 of them in the short span of time, bro.
Brianna Andrews joining us live from where it happened. Brianna, the man who was shot is still alive.
He is in the hospital with life-threatening injuries and is expected to undergo surgery. Right now, I'm standing here on the corner.
Hold on, chat.
Of Rutgers Road and Bucknell Avenue where that shooting happened, and right here is where officers placed about 50 to 60 green evidence markers on the ground. That's about how many shots they say were fired during the shooting.
The victim of that shooting was allegedly a man named John, who was, according to some, J.R. Banks' brother, while others say he's a relative. But what's clear is that these two were definitely close, and that Tiger Sparks' murder was likely a get back for the shooting that John survived, especially because before the news was even out yet that John had survived the shooting, 1200 member J. Breezy would go live to diss FOOlIO and all the other 6 Block members, especially John, who he thought had died. This video making him look incredibly guilty looking back.
Gonna get stepped on every time. It's sin for me. I've been popping beans like they tic-tacs. I'm trying to quit it. Up this money and make it back. Hey, y'all tell FOOlIO don't pay that damn. Yo, you want to troll? You want to troll? You want the old dot back? Yeah, there you go. Put that dead. Told you, stupid. I ain't gonna pay that dead, slumped over. Stupid. Keep dying. You want to troll? Tell the world how y'all get y'all killed. Get y'all smashed. You ain't no demon putting on for these people. Yeah, you gonna rap about it. You gonna rap about it. You gonna troll. You're dead. Y'all gonna keep dying. You ain't gonna get your foot checked out. You wanna troll? Yeah, I'm back on that dump. Go pick that.
He was tripping, chat.
So many holes in that. Over.
Overly.
All the way over. You ain't got no get back. How long? I ain't been to a funeral since when? I ain't been to a funeral in years. You need to start lying to the world. Y'all dying. You get your shot. Y'all get y'all hair out. That the last. The other. Give me. I ain't no peace treaty.
But the tit-for-tat killings weren't over by a long shot, and only a couple weeks after Tiger Sparks was killed, it would be 6 Block's turn to mourn the loss of a friend. On the 12th of December, the 6 Block rapper Rico Osama and his friends were on the west side of Jacksonville to record at a studio. Just before 4 p.m, when Rico and the others were outside of a strip mall located on the 6300 block of San Juan Avenue, the shooting started, sounds of which were captured by a home security camera nearby. As the news later reported, things would pop off when at least one shooter, dressed in a black ski mask, opened fire on Rico and the others, injuring 2 of them while fatally hitting Rico, perhaps implying that he was the main target.
That triple shooting happened right here in this business complex you see behind me, and it happened yesterday afternoon. But today, I went into the business right next door and got surveillance video of the shooting. In this video, you can see one of the victims running from the scene and looking for help.
Man.
In the video, you see a customer leaving a store before hearing multiple shots. Seconds later, a man in a blue shirt appears from around the corner. He looks to be shot and drops to the sidewalk before crawling to a nearby business. EMS is seen arriving moments later. The man is one of 2 people hurt and underwent surgery. According to police, 1 man was also killed.
Unsurprisingly, no arrests were made after the incident, but the timing, only weeks after the murder of Tiger Sparks, seemed to strongly point fingers towards the 1200 and ATK side of the gang war. But Rico was likely not only...
It seems like JSO is taking a page out of CPD, Chicago Police book. They kind of just letting it go on. Now, certain niggas is getting caught up for certain things, but the grand scheme of things, they let it go on. They let you get 3 or 4 of them things. It's crazy.
Chosen because of his affiliation, because as his family told the news following his death, the incident that killed him was an ambush where the shooters had likely stalked and waited for them to leave the studio. After Rico's death, one of the members of Bully Gang would even imply in his tribute post that Rico had taken part in the Tiger Sparks hit by writing how Rico had turned up right before his death. One Redditor would even claim that Rico had done the murder and that FOOlIO had paid for it by mentioning how the 1200 rapper Greenlight had allegedly posted a picture of Tiger when Rico was killed, while also highlighting how FOOlIO had rapped before about Rico doing hits for him, with the post suggesting that FOOlIO had paid $60K for this body. But another thing that might have made Rico a target specifically in 2023 was the fact that he had been dissing Tilly particularly hard after his murder earlier that year, starting the dissing the very next morning before the news had barely had time to report on the murder.
On everything I love, everything Tilly cheese steaks today. Everything Tilly, see, you got me. Tilly cheese steak all day today, do you hear me? Good morning, good morning, good morning.
This theory would be further supported by an NHG rapper, Main Target, who rapped in his May 2024 song Boogeyman Davis, a line that seemed to heavily imply that Rico had been targeted because of his dissing of Tilly. When it comes to possible suspects in Rico's murder though, there's one very interesting coincidence, because as the first arrests regarding the killers of FOOlIO were made on the 27th of July 2024, when Guddaze, Sean Gathright and Alicia Andrews were arrested, only 3 days later, Rico's mother would share news on her Facebook page how she had been told by the police that the killer of Rico was currently in jail for another murder. Perhaps that was indeed just a coincidence, but it takes us to the next murder in this never-ending list, the tragic but inevitable murder of Charles Jones, also known as Julio FOOlIO.
Man. RP FOOlIO, bro.
Was sadly FOOlIO's last year on Earth. He started out the year ignoring all of the warning signs for him to stay far away from Florida. In his January 12th, 2024 interview on No Jumper, Remo asked him why he keeps going back to Jacksonville when people constantly try and set him up, with FOOlIO claiming that he doesn't know what it is, but he just loves his city and he can't stop going back, saying the only thing that would stop him going back would be a federal RICO investigation into his own gang.
So when you say shit like that and you know that you can't trust everybody in Jacksonville, why keep going back on everybody?
I just love my city, bro. Like, I love my city, bro. Like, I don't know what it is, if I be homesick or I don't know, bro. I don't know. I got a couple I trust though, but that's more one hand. I kind of one hand type.
Yeah. But this time, like this go around, like was this an eye opener for you? Like, yeah, let me.
Oh hell yeah. So, but it just like I don't know, bro. I don't know, cause I could say that and be right back in Jacksonville, like for a funeral or something. You know what I'm saying? It'd be crazy.
I ain't gonna lie, I would have dipped. Call me scary,
so
bro.
You don't think there's anything that could happen that would make you actually want to leave forever?
Call me scary, bro. I would have been in Idaho, kicking it straight up. I would have had a ranch with 10,000 acres, straight up, 2 lakes, so I can go fishing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's one thing, but I ain't gonna say it.
You don't want to put it down there.
Yeah, that R word, I'm scared of that word. That's why I said I'm scared of that word. I'm scared of that. But that though, yeah.
Really?
That's about it.
The interview ended with Remo pleading with FOOlIO to stay out of Jacksonville, a warning that was sadly ignored, with FOOlIO chillingly saying that he isn't going anywhere and that he can't be killed because he's a demigod.
FOOlIO, just.
And you know what's so crazy, bro? The whole state of Florida and Georgia, I feel like wasn't safe for him. Now knowing what I know now about the whole FOOlIO murder situation, they was willing to travel hours. They was willing to get put up in Airbnbs. So, it ain't too many. And matter of fact, didn't he have something going on in Houston? What could FOOlIO actually went, bro? If it's Atlanta, technically he got ops in Atlanta. If it was Houston, y'all know what's going on. Leave that for me down in the comment section, bro. Where y'all think FOOlIO should have went? Because my personal opinion, he had nowhere to go, gang. Nobody wants to go live. Nobody do not wants to go live in LA, bro. LA's overly expensive for no reason. The two hot spots for black entertainment is Houston and Atlanta. Yeah.
Man, just stay out of Jacksonville for a little bit, man. For real, I know you a grown up and you're gonna do what you do, but I just want to, you know what I'm saying? We need to do this again next year.
Yeah, that's love, bro. I'm gonna be here for sure. I ain't gonna know it. I'm a demigod, man. You can't get me.
Where'd you get the demigod thing from?
Kratos. Bro, I play a lot of games and watch a lot of movies.
Stranger Things, they be saying that too.
Kratos, man, I'm a demigod. They can't get me. I'm respect. I'm gonna be safe for shit, sure.
For sure, man.
Now, this was actually a reference to a single of his called Demigod that dropped just a few days before the No Jumper interview. This would be one of the creepiest songs predicting his own death, as the track would start with a strange skit where he pretended to be one of his own ops trying to kill him, specifically saying what car FOOlIO is known to drive, and then acting out a scene where they said they spotted FOOlIO pulling out in his car and telling those around him to shoot. And that skit ended with the fictional shooters checking the news, only to find out that FOOlIO survived. The rest of the song would be FOOlIO rapping about how he survived death so many times that he must be a demigod. But as FOOlIO continued to recover from his gruesome leg surgery, he kept on dropping disrespectful songs. On January the 26th, he dropped the song God Don't Know, with some scenes showing him still in a wheelchair. Ironically, in this song, he seemingly threatened Young and Ace, rapping, "You want to know how to end this war? Then load your gun and go kill their leader." Unfortunately, little did he know how true his lyrics were, but sadly the leader that would end up getting killed would be him on his side. In the lead up to his death, FOOlIO was struggling to get motion for his music career too. He dropped a few pain songs that didn't really have the viral disrespect of his biggest tracks, like I Don't Need Love, a track where he once again seemed to admit that he was tired of living, explaining how he actually wished he'd in the last shooting. These songs that came out around this time were off his ironically titled album Resurrection, chillingly the last album he released while he was alive. Sadly, this project didn't perform particularly well, and posts would circulate on Reddit asking why FOOlIO can't seem to get a song on the charts. People in the comments argue that he hasn't been consistent, and that people are really just bored of the same disses, and that he just stays in the hood all day rather than growing as an artist. Others said you can only diss the same people so many different times in a different font before it gets played out. Others claim that his sound and mixing quality weren't the industry standard, and that he's just not talented enough to break into the mainstream. Many argued that FOOlIO and Ace remained on the exact same level musically, and that you don't really hear about one without hearing about the other. Others would argue that the whole Duval County music scene was just over with, as the members don't know how to move, and the most promising artists just die or go to jail. Some said that he could rap, but he just didn't know how to make a hit. and chillingly, some said that if he stayed in Jacksonville, he would definitely end up dying. Some pointed out that both FOOlIO and Ace peaked with When I See You and Who I Smoke, and many people were just tired of the same recycled beef. And sadly, it seemed that people had a point, and indeed Young and Ace's career had remained stagnant up until FOOlIO's death too. So arguably, Jacksonville Drill was dead before FOOlIO had even taken his last breath. Ace remained fairly quiet throughout the months that followed FOOlIO's foot shooting, but he did pop out with a disrespectful track titled Blood Spatter on February the 23rd, 2024, and it seemed like he might have been cryptically dissing FOOlIO and the shooting that happened to him a few months before, rapping, "See what happened to old boy, come out the trap when they hit him," and other bars basically saying it ain't nothing to come and get you, and that his ops know not to play with him. He would claim that his gang is up on the score, as well as other lines where he says, "I bet you meet the Reaper, they killed my brother, so with us you know it's F his people." The song was from his Forgotten Star project, which dropped on March 29th, 2024. This featured various songs where he made his intentions to have FOOlIO killed clear, like the track Murder Man, which saw Ace saying outright, "You gon' die, I want him dead." It seemed to have more lyrics referencing the last hit attempt on FOOlIO, with Ace rapping, "Who that come outside that house? Who that? Boom, knocked his loose. Y'all know that we white chalk. I'ma get him, F the voodoo," with the voodoo line being an obvious reference to FOOlIO's 2018 hit song Voodoo. Ace would also reference the shooting that wounded FOOlIO's foot, rapping, "We clear the street and make him use his feet," as well as a diabolical line where he raps, "Killers laid outside it. Get him. Yeah, let's go inside this bitch," which I think refers to both the effort to kill FOOlIO outside his home and the original murder that started the beef, where Ace and Trey Shorty allegedly murdered Zion Brown in his home. Ace would even seem to acknowledge that his open discussion of crimes would attract a federal investigation, but claimed that when his killers come he can't control it, specifically saying that they will fold FOOlIO with an AR and watch, which is exactly what happened. On the song Shots Fired, Ace boldly claimed that he would have his ops killed once again, saying that his killers will come and kill his ops, openly saying that he is a killer and apologizing to his own mother, saying that he'll never stop having people killed, and saying that he's addicted to seeing blood and wants to see more, as well as bragging how his gang killed so many people they broke the score and made their ops extinct. Again, predicting FOOlIO's murder at his birthday party, saying that he has 100 grand for whoever kills him and that it's a party when we get him, as well as saying how frustrated he is that he hasn't killed his biggest op yet. However, Ace's Forgotten Star project didn't really get an amazing reception either. The narrative began to suggest that Young and Ace had fallen off musically too, with a June post on Reddit saying that he's been dropping trash songs back to back and claiming that none of his friends even liked him anymore. And outside of the studio, Ace was having a bad time for other reasons too. On April the 15th, 2024, Ace was arrested at Jacksonville Beach, Florida, after being pulled over when cops found 7 guns, including a rifle and a Draco, inside his SUV. Clearly he was being monitored, but it was also clear that the cops would prefer him to be on the streets and under observation, as he would be bailed out the next day.
A Jacksonville rapper is out of jail on bond after being arrested earlier this week. Police say 26-year-old Keonta Bullard, also known as Young and Ace, was in a car with several loaded guns. As a convicted felon, he cannot be in a vehicle with guns.
6 people were inside the SUV. Officers say they found 7 loaded guns. The driver, LaShawn Worthen, was arrested for driving with a suspended license. The remaining passengers were not arrested. Our crime expert says as a convicted felon, Bullard cannot be around guns at all.
They shouldn't be in a house with them. It shouldn't be in a car with them. In this case, it was in close proximity within reach, or what they call wingspan.
And be ordered to have no contact with gang members or the people that he was riding in the car with, arguably making him a sitting duck. Now, those charges would be mysteriously dropped the following month, just before FOOlIO was murdered. Now, it was honestly quite shocking to see Young and Ace even being arrested in Jacksonville, as he'd reportedly been hiding out in Houston for years, where in 2021 he was also pulled over and caught with an arsenal of drugs and guns. Now, that time it was captured on body cam footage, which was eventually released in 2024, just months before that Jacksonville arrest, with Ace refusing to even tell the cops what city he stayed in and denying being in a gang, claiming that his ATK chain didn't stand for anything.
How long you lived here in Houston?
I be in and out of here, so like I've been in and out of here for like 2-3 years, but I just be in and out.
Like back and forth?
Yeah.
So where do you claim residence? Where you from?
I'm from Florida, Jacksonville.
Jacksonville?
Yeah, I'm from
Duval?
Yeah.
That's where that JKF is. Because when we ran, you came back as a. Are you claiming anything back in Duval?
What you mean?
Like gang? You in a gang?
Nah, I ain't in no gang.
They got you to register as a gang member. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
What'd you used to claim over there? Is it young Gee or young?
I don't.
Oh, that's what it came up with. I'm just asking you.
That was like my rap, rap
was your rap
band, but we had fell out, you know.
Oh, that was your rap group.
Somebody signed a deal to everybody.
Are you still rapping?
Signed to the label.
Oh, okay. ATK, is that what you have? So what?
It's a label.
11?
A label.
A label. Oh, a label. Oh, okay. Is that your label? What does it stand for?
Ain't got no meaning to it.
Just 3 letters?
My brother came up to it.
Come on, there has to be a meaning to it. So if I Google it, what's gonna come up?
Nah, whatever. Like, how you got interviews? You click on interviews, they tell you like, it ain't no meaning. Like nobody know what it means. Everybody just come up with their own meaning, but it's not.
If there ain't nothing going on, why do you, like, I guess, refuse to consent? Just out of curiosity. I mean, it is your right, I get that. That's just why, it's just the principle.
I ain't gonna lie. In this very moment, dealing with the police, bruh, it be the most annoying stuff ever, chat. Some of y'all may experienced, some of y'all may not experienced. For the ones that haven't experienced, it's annoying. So annoying. And it's like, you niggas not even detectives or investigators. Like, y'all are street level cops, gang. What's up with all the questions? Yeah. When that dog get to sitting, over with. When that dog get to sitting, it's over with.
You just gonna put your cell phone on top of this box? Hey, probably get a female. Asian, is there something in that car? Because obviously the dog says there is. Yeah, there's something in that car. And I know you might know what it is. Because you know, if there's something found in that car, no one takes responsibility for it, everybody gets it. Okay? I'm going to give you an opportunity to clear yourself, clear your name, if there's something in that car that don't belong to you. Okay? Have a seat.
He mad she won't snitch.
Narcotics in the car, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
He mad as hell she won't snitch.
that at some point somebody was smoking, probably outside. Let's say this. Somebody was smoking outside.
Oh, there's a gun right here. Yeah, well, she said there's a gun in her purse. There's a gun right here, too.
Huh?
It's a Draco. Oh, it's a Draco.
It's a what?
Draco? Oh, yeah.
AK?
Yeah.
Sounds like someone knowledgeably took ownership of the gun, or custody of the gun.
Keep your camera on at all times, bro. Because that is a ton of money.
Hey, how many guns do we got total?
We got 3.
Man.
So he's not allowed to be in the car with him.
Sarge may want to come over here.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie, chat. If there was drugs, a gun, and money, all that got seized, bro. All that got seized, bro. No telling how much money he just lost with this. And then fighting this, it costs more money, bro. Man.
You want me to go hit it? Go ahead and hit him.
Is that a G-Wagon?
Yeah.
That Draco belong to you? It's in your possession. Right in front of your feet. Huh? It's yours now. What else y'all find?
There's another gun right here.
The one I found was a 357.
Oh, this is a rifle. This is a rifle.
We had a good alert on K9. Right now we got about 5 guns. One's a Draco, one's a AR pistol. We got a overwhelmingly amount of cash. Quite a few stacks. So about 30,000.
Man, that's a lick.
2 nuggets of weed over here on his door.
There we go.
There goes his deal that he never got weed in his car.
Yeah.
Right there.
Hey, we found the blow.
That's okay.
Yeah, behind the driver's seat. Maybe 4 or 5 grams. Not much.
Never. Cocaina? Never. They planted that. No, chat. That was alarming to me.
Separately packaged?
No, just one wadded up Ziploc. It looked like something he tossed to one of them, said, hey, hide it. I do have to read you your rights, okay? You don't have to say anything. I just need you to listen. All right? You know, listen. All right. You have the right to remain silent. Anything that you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you can't afford an attorney, one will be provided to you at no cost. You have the right to have this attorney present during any point in time and during any questioning by any law enforcement or prosecution. Okay, you have the right to terminate the interview at any time. You have the right to not answer any questions at any time. You understand these rights as I've read them to you? Okay. All right, go ahead. Come on up. Right here in the back, please. Right here. That's Mo. All right, man. So, obviously, you're kind of aware of everything we found inside of the car now, right? You don't know what we found? Okay, so we found 3 weapons in the vehicle. Any of those weapons belong to you? No? Do they belong to the females? Well, they're in your car, right? Okay, well,
I'm in the tank.
Yeah, you're detained. You're not free to leave. So, do you want to answer questions, or do you just not want to? You don't want to answer any questions at all? Okay, that's your right. You can get back in the car then.
Clearly the cops were onto Ace, but that didn't seem to have any effect on what was about to happen in the streets. On the 21st of June 2024, which just so happened to be a Friday, the Jacksonville rapper FOOlIO turned 26, hopping on social media and letting the whole world know where he would be celebrating his birthday. He would share multiple posts that advertised his birthday weekend activities on Instagram and even directed his followers to send him a DM for the address. But as prosecutors would later argue, these posts handed his killers the one thing that they had spent years looking for, his location. Several members from the MK and 1200 side of the war, who you will have...
Y'all know I mess with FOOlIO, but no disrespect. They been having this nigga low. Been.
Become quite familiar with throughout the course of this video would be particularly interested in getting FOOlIO's whereabouts. This included, of course, Isaiah Chance, aka Gutter Zay, and his girlfriend Alicia Andrews. The Murphy cousins, Rashad, aka Ghost187, and Davion would be thirsty for their getbacks on FOOlIO, and then there would be Sean Gathright, the person who perhaps has received the most media attention after being involved in the FOOlIO hit due to the fact that his privileged middle-class background made him stand out from the other members involved in the hit, despite the fact that he had seemingly been very deep in the streets, shooting at ops and FOOlIO himself in the time that actually led up to FOOlIO's murder. According to prosecutors, Alicia Andrews and Gutter Zay would act as the tracking team in a silver Chevy Cruze, while Sean Gathright, Ghost, and...
Hey, the Sean dude, I promise you, bro. It's people out there that would do what he was doing just for his life. He was trying to get ranked. He got it. He got everything he was looking for. You know what I'm saying? Out the lifestyle, but say gang. I don't know, bro. I just feel like dudes that be in the streets real heavy, bro, they in that off of no choice.
Davion Murphy rode in a black Chevy Impala and acted as the shooters. However, prosecutors said that the planning actually extended beyond the 2 vehicles that were following FOOlIO that night, and at trial, prosecutors pointed to Cash App records that showed J. Breezy sending $390 to Gutter Zay before the Tampa Airbnb booking, before the group traveled from Jacksonville to Tampa. There, they were captured on Ring camera footage and surveillance videos, while also leaving behind phone records and other digital evidence, such as SeanGathright's alleged iCloud screen recording, which showed him watching
dude was
Instagram
actively
story
looking for B&B.
Airbnbs that matched the description.
8:30, 8:40. That's a work day before the murder happens. That's 8 hours before the murder happens. And we know that this defendant, look at the problem solving right there in real time in that evidence, the decision making going on. And then we're going to see him start using the multiple filters. A property on the water, a property with this many rooms, a property that has a pool, a property with a barbecue. Trying to figure this out.
After midnight, FOOlIO's entourage had moved from the birthday event to a hookah lounge and then headed towards a hotel complex near the University of South Florida. Around 4:40 a.m., as FOOlIO and his friends had just gotten into their vehicles in the parking lot of the hotel, the ambush begun as 3 masked gunmen opened fire into FOOlIO's Dodge Charger.
So, Chad, we kind of know what's about to go on for a little bit right here. I just want to speak on this, bro. So when this first happened, bro, I was mad confused on why FOOlIO was at a Holiday Inn Express, bro. I was real confused, like, and see, here's the ignorance in me. At the time, I wasn't as traveled as I am right now. You know what I'm saying? I want to say 2024 we traveled, but it amped up and ramped up 2025 and ramped up 2026. You know what I'm saying? At the time, I'm like, what the hell is he doing at a Holiday Inn? Why is he this, that, and the third? But me, I've had certain situations that got me put out of the living situation. You know what I'm saying? They ain't see me flame up a port. No smoking on the property. All that other stuff, you know what I'm saying? I definitely had to scramble and find somewhere to live or lay my head at in a city that's overly packed. Houston, spring break 2026. So I just wanted to pardon my ignorance back then, bro. Oh, that's the alarm again. But I definitely understand now. Hold on, chat.
And nearby vehicles with rifles and a handgun, killing him and wounding 3 other people. The gunfire was so violent that bullets struck the vehicles, hotel windows, and even rooms where innocent guests were staying. During the medical examiner's testimony, jurors heard that FOOlIO was struck multiple times, including a fatal wound that passed through vital organs and caused rapid blood loss, with one wound apparently causing him to lose around 2 liters of blood in an instant.
So if you don't have enough blood in your vessels, you can't maintain your blood pressure, and you can't get blood up to your brain or to your heart. And then the fact that the one bullet in his chest passed through his heart muscle, it caused structural damage to the heart, and so you're going to be more prone to having an abnormal heartbeat. So both are, and combine that with the blood loss and him not getting enough blood to his heart, you kind of have both of these mechanisms happening at once.
And tragically, photos of FOOlIO face down, halfway through attempting to climb into the back of the vehicle before he died, would later circulate on social media. Throughout June 23rd, 2024, several of FOOlIO's rivals connected to 1200, ATK, and NHG celebrated his death online. But what later stood out to detectives was just how quickly Isaiah Guddaze, Chance, and Rashad Ghost Murphy had started posting. Just 18 minutes after the shooting, Davion Murphy saved a photo of Tom Brady and Bill Belichick celebrating a Super Bowl win, and around 3 hours later, Rashad Murphy posted the photo on Instagram.
Approximately 8:10 a.m., several hours after Mr. Jones was killed.
And again, what is it for the record?
A screenshot of Tom Brady and Bill Belichick celebrating something.
Then, just after noon, Rashad Murphy posted, Prosper and Junior G Day today, 187 babies. Paying respects to Prosper Johnson, the 1200 member killed alongside Deonta Tay Halsey, allegedly by FOOlIO's uncle Big Gino in 2014. Rashad Murphy, aka Ghost 187, had named his own son Prosper to honor his friend, and on the night of the murder, Big Gino's son, Gino Norris Jr., would be sitting inside FOOlIO's Dodge Charger and would be wounded when the gunman opened fire and killed FOOlIO in Tampa.
When you woke up, still in the back seat?
Yeah.
What did you see when you woke up? What did you observe?
First thing I saw was FOOlIO laid up. And
Then I looked up, saw the holes in the window. I was Jose covered in blood.
Did you at some point realize that you had been injured?
No, I didn't really realize that till we got in the hotel.
Okay. Is Mr. Jones, does he appear to you, what shape or condition does he appear to be in?
Like he gone.
However, Gino Norris Jr. was not the only person around FOOlIO that night with a connection to Rashad and Davion Murphy's past. In Rashad Murphy's post, JR referred to him and Davion Murphy's cousin, Gerard Adams, aka Spaz, who was shot and killed outside Rains High School after a football game in 2018. 6 years earlier, Kenny Capps had been arrested for the shooting outside Rains High School that killed Rashad and Davion's cousin Spaz and wounded 2 other people. But after witnesses recanted or refused to cooperate, prosecutors reduced Kenny Capps' charges before he was released in August 2023. And Kenny Capps had also traveled to Tampa with FOOlIO's group, although he was riding in another vehicle as they returned to the hotel.
When you actually arrived at the Home to Suites, did you stay inside of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happens next as you are at the Home to Suites?
That's when I hear the shots go off.
Could you see where the shots were coming from?
No, ma'am.
What did you do?
I ducked.
That meant that 2 men traveling with FOOlIO on the night that he died were connected to the deaths of 2 people close to Rashad and Davion Murphy. During the trial, Kenny Capps testified that after FOOlIO was shot, he talked to Rashad Murphy on the phone, who forgave him and asked him where he was and that he had seen him around.
What did he say?
He forgives me.
He forgives you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say anything else in the texts?
I think to call him.
Did you actually call him?
I'm sorry, all right.
Do you recall what that conversation was with him when you actually called him?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he say during the call itself?
He forgives me again. He forgives me. And where was I?
Did you understand where were you to be about? Or did he give you any kind of context when he said where were you?
Where was I? I was, just where was I?
What did you respond to that?
I was around.
And did he say anything else?
Stuff like he seen me.
Where?
Walking down the stairs of the club, I guess. So he seen me by the club. Seen me at the club. He said I was paying attention.
That you were or were not paying attention?
I were paying attention.
However, the trial never revealed whether Rashad was trying to set Kenny up to get the final man in their crash-out mission for Get Back. Anyways, on the day FOOlIO died, Tay shots went live as Guddaze and Ghost appeared in the comments, with Ghost writing "brother" followed by laughing emojis. Meanwhile, Queso was recorded on the phone in a jail call dancing to the news of FOOlIO's death. Whopper with the Chopper also posted an Instagram story declaring that the war was won and over. Likewise, Spinner Benz posted the news on his Instagram story with the classic song "It Was a Good Day" by Ice Cube. The disrespect spread all the way to Louisiana, where Louisiana rapper 23KB, an associate of the late Jada Youngin, posted photos of him strapped outside a Holiday Inn hotel. Following FOOlIO's death, many people asked why he continued taking these risks when he knew how badly his enemies wanted him dead. By that point, being difficult to kill had clearly become a major part of FOOlIO's public image, but still his later music showed a much darker side of how he viewed his life. In April 2024, just months before his death, FOOlIO released "I Don't Need Love," where FOOlIO rapped that he kept on losing friends and tried to hide how badly it affected him, and even that he wished he had during an earlier shooting, while admitting that even his mother could see how tired he'd become. Later in the song, he admitted that he no longer wanted to and referenced taking pills, describing the violence around him as a cycle that would never stop. On one side, he sounded exhausted by the violence and the pressure of constantly watching his back. On the other, surviving every previous attack appeared to make him more confident that he would survive no matter what happened next. Unfortunately, both of those feelings might have followed FOOlIO into his final birthday weekend. During the later murder trial, Kenny Capps testified that he warned FOOlIO to stop drinking and posting online, but FOOlIO told him to relax and let him enjoy his birthday.
Did you have a conversation with him about the amount that he was drinking?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that have been at club number 1 or club number 2?
At the Airbnb before we left in the club.
Chillingly, FOOlIO's final night also brought the story full circle with Young and Ace, because after surviving the 2018 ambush that killed his brother and 2 close friends, Young and Ace explained that it had been his idea to take his best friend out for his birthday.
Cause I insisted, like, look, bro, let's go out to eat. It's your birthday. Yeah. You know, my best friend's birthday. I'm like, it's your birthday, man. Let's just go out to eat. And my other little brother.
According to Ace, they understood how to move in the streets.
And it's just like, he had just graduated. You know what I'm saying? Like a week, 2 weeks before he just graduated. And then I'm like, yeah, let's go out to eat, man. Let's go have a good time. Let's go. Cause it's something that we don't do. We don't eat out. We in the street. We know not to even move like that. You know what I'm saying?
But that night, however, they went out to eat and were having too much of a good time before they got caught lacking.
Knowing the rules of the game, you know, just got caught slipping in the wrong time. You know what I'm saying? We just lollygagging, man. Laughing, having too much of a good time. You know what I'm saying? It ain't wrong to have. It ain't. But it can cost you. It can cost you.
6 years later, FOOlIO appeared to make the same mistake while celebrating his own birthday. After his death, some members of the Duval County subreddit described his behavior as by ops and suggested that he must have become tired of living under the constant threat of danger. Other commenters argued that he had survived so many previous attacks that he had become numb to the danger. Meanwhile, some believed that FOOlIO felt safer because he was several hours away from Jacksonville and surrounded by a large group of friends. But unfortunately, while FOOlIO was trying to relax and enjoy his birthday, trial evidence would later show that the group targeting him had indeed traveled all the way from Jacksonville to Tampa just to kill him. Later that day, one of the
I'm saying, bro, I honestly think no place he couldn't have went no place, bro. And look, bro, you know, I recently just learned that drill artists don't be having concerts. Drill artists don't be having shows. If they do, it's like a club little situation. It ain't no venue and hard ticket sales and all that. I recently just learned this, and I really should have been known this, but it's like out of sight, out of mind. I wasn't even thinking about it. All right, cool. FOOlIO's situation is one of the reasons why drill artists don't have shows. Dead serious. Other situations didn't led to this point, but most definitely his situation then enhanced it.
Upvoted posts on the r/Duval County subreddit would sadly pronounce that now the entire Jacksonville drill scene was officially dead without FOOlIO. However, the biggest response eventually came when Young and Ace finally broke his silence on the situation, giving the fans exactly what they wanted and breathing the last bit of life into the Jacksonville drill scene, giving it one last encore by releasing 2 diss tracks back to back aimed towards FOOlIO within just days of his murder. On June the 23rd, 2024, the day that FOOlIO was killed, Ace released a song called Do It. In the song, Ace described receiving an enemy's location before ordering armed men to find and kill an op. Similarly, the music video showed masked men shooting another man in what looked like the parking lot of a motel. However, according to reports, Ace had actually previewed this song Do It long before FOOlIO died, meaning that
I was about to say, real ones know that it was probably a track that was going to release regardless of the situation.
song was not originally written about that Tampa shooting. It was probably just rushed to be released to cash in on the high-profile death of his longest-running op. But then on June the 28th, Ace would release the song Game Over, that appeared to have actually been inspired by and made after FOOlIO's murder. In the music video, Ace would be seen smoking a cigar and being served a glass of Don Julio tequila as a diss towards FOOlIO in the intro, taking a puff of the cigar and a sip of the Don Julio and confirming to the camera that now FOOlIO is dead. It's game over. On the track, Ace violated FOOlIO in every way possible, and this track to me was pretty much the season finale of Jacksonville Drill. On it, Ace did a victory lap and danced on the grave of his longest running op, saying that he smokes dead people and that he smokes six, inferring that he was the one responsible for FOOlIO's death. Ace described receiving a call around 5 in the morning saying that FOOlIO was dead, and describing the shooting, rapping that 4 people had been shot but only 1 died. This lyric being a direct reversal of FOOlIO's lyric in When I See You, where he raps about Ace surviving while his brother Quan and his friends 23 and Kobe were killed. Ace would then go on to say that he warned FOOlIO and 6 Block that they didn't want war with him, going on to say that he told his gang members to step hard, inferring that he's the one who sent the orders to kill FOOlIO. He went bar for bar describing the scene of FOOlIO's death, rapping about bullets flying through his windshield, and going on to say that he told 6 Block not to play with him and to watch what they say to him. Claiming responsibility for the murder again, he says that he kills for his gang, and that anyone who went to his brother and their friends' graves and took a picture got killed too. He goes on to say that anyone on his kill list got killed, and saying F anyone, saying RIP FOOlIO, and daring his ops to come outside and avenge him. In lyrics that no doubt had prosecutors salivating, Ace described himself as the Don Dada of his gang and claimed that he runs this, and referencing FOOlIO's hit song Voodoo and his earlier lyric where Ace said that it wouldn't save him, Ace said that he'll need voodoo to come back to life, going on to say that he doesn't know why his ops ever thought they were up on the score when he was always up, and saying that he will kill any rapper who messes with him, and going on to confirm that he has bodies, and saying that when 23 died he he lost his mind, even warning the city another body was on the way and that he wasn't done having people killed, ending the track with a final diss saying him and his crew take Don Julio shots to the face after saying the shooters wore masks so the case wouldn't get solved. But unfortunately for him, this was definitely not a cold case. After the release of Ace's song Game Over, it led directly into one of the strangest parts of FOOlIO's story and his death. 5 days after FOOlIO was killed, his Instagram account appeared beneath Young and Ace's post promoting the song Game Over and simply left a trash can emoji, basically calling the song trash from the grave. Soon after, FOOlIO's Instagram account returned with a cap emoji and a popcorn emoji, making it seem like FOOlIO was in the afterlife, calling out Young and Ace for having nothing to do with his murder and sitting back and enjoying the popcorn, whilst people on social media went into a frenzy about FOOlIO potentially still being alive. Around the same time, FOOlIO's page uploaded an older promotional clip of him telling his followers to follow another account.
Hey, this FOOlIO, man. Go follow my people Fuel Packs, man. I'm gonna put their app below and I'm gonna put their tele link right there. Go subscribe to the tele too for all the highs and the lows. It's coming wherever you at, man. Whatever state you in, man. Fuel Packs. Go follow my people right now, man. Let's get it.
Soon after this,
I ain't gonna lie, bro. That was probably the weirdest thing that happened. Like, I know this dude, mama ain't doing no stuff like this. I don't know who's behind it, by the way, but come on. Like, exploiting your dead son. I don't feel like a mom behind this. I feel like one of his homeboys was.
Instagram story claimed that FOOlIO was the first rapper to make $250,000 from a promo ad. Even more impressive with this coming after he died, although there was never actually any evidence that confirmed that the $250,000 payment for the post was actually real. By July the 1st, the posts on FOOlIO's page became even stranger. First, the account reposted FOOlIO's No Jumper comments, where he claimed that he was impossible to kill, along with a caption saying, "I'll never die, I'm a demigod." Let's placed over The Undertaker with his iconic background music as the wrestler rose out of a casket coming back from the dead.
Oh my God.
Above the Instagram story, the caption read, "My grandma does voodoo," a reference to FOOlIO's infamous song Voodoo. Meanwhile, a separate post combined the wrestling edit with the older footage of FOOlIO rapping inside of a vehicle. In the caption, the account claimed that FOOlIO was still here and would soon shock the world when the time was right, responding to Young and Ace's diss with, "Game over? The game has just begun." The following day, FOOlIO's account commented demigod, followed by a devil emoji, beneath a post of a blurry photograph being circulated of one of the shooters at the crime scene. Then, on July 4th, another message appeared alongside a close-up of FOOlIO's diamond-covered watch and bracelet. Titled "The Life of a Demigod," the story claimed that nobody could ever kill a demigod and that the power of voodoo was real, and soon the world would be shocked. By then, FOOlIO's followers were completely confused. Some questioned whether FOOlIO had somehow faked his death, while others joked that his family's connection to voodoo had brought him back from the dead. However, his death had already been publicly confirmed by his family and attorney. Even after FOOlIO's funeral, the messages would continue. On July the 12th, the page shared a short God of War clip showing Kratos, and over the clip, the account wrote, "Just know that I'm still here. Once time is allowed, I'll shock the world, and you know you can't kill a demigod." Finally, the main page uploaded older footage of FOOlIO discussing a visit to a voodoo woman.
I hit up the woo lady, the voodoo lady, and she did my shit and got my shit right. Yeah.
Speaking of like voodoo, like that's heavy out this way.
Yeah, that's all through Florida.
Its caption claimed that FOOlIO was still here and still standing, and announced that new music was coming, even telling fans to stop believing anyone who said that he was gone. Then finally, on August the 5th, FOOlIO's mother, Sandricus Mays, explained what had actually been happening. According to Mays, somebody else had FOOlIO's Instagram password before she recovered access through his phone and took back control herself.
Who's running his account? Is that something that you approve?
I'm running his account now. Before, somebody had his password or whatever, and I'm just able to retrieve it from his phone or whatever. But before, I wasn't running his account. But as of right now, you can see the different stuff on there now me posting songs or whatever. Now I am running the account.
Still, she's never released publicly who it was that previously possessed the password or whether FOOlIO had actually planned some of these posts before his death, but around the same time, Maze was apparently preparing a posthumous album that was called Demigod that was eventually officially released on September the 23rd, 2024, and that was one hell of a rollout. Since several of the earlier posts had teased new musics, the account activity was most likely all just promotion for this posthumous release. However, nobody involved ever confirmed that promoting the album was the original reason behind the posts, and some people to this day still believe that maybe FOOlIO still is alive as a demigod. And after all the self-snitching that went down, it didn't take long for all of the suspects in FOOlIO's murder to be tracked down and arrested. The first 3 arrests went down simultaneously on July the 29th, 2024, about a month and a half after the murder itself, with dramatic footage of each arrest taking place that made them all look like scenes out of a Hollywood movie. Huge SWAT units were seen moving through Jacksonville in this
they weren't playing with them.
Isaiah Chance was arrested in a dramatic raid captured on 4K cameras in the pouring rain.
Isaiah Chance, this is the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. We are here for
Hey, they had Netflix out there filming this.
driveway. We have a warrant for your arrest. Come to the front door with nothing in your hand. We are not going away. Walk this way. Listen to the instructions.
Yep. Hey, keep your hands up and walk out towards me. Keep coming. Keep coming. Keep coming. Hands up. Keep your hands up. Hands up. Don't reach for your waist. Put your hands behind your back. Stay there. Stay there. Don't move. Isaiah Chance, right? All right, 10-4.
Female accomplice Alicia Andrews was arrested in the same operation.
Keep walking. Now turn around. Put your hands behind your back. Is there anybody else inside?
And Sean Gathright was arrested in a parking lot.
Open the car door! Let me see your hands! Step on out! Step on out! Look away! Back up to the sound of my voice! Yep. Stop right there. Lift your shirt up. Turn. Do a 360. What? Just listen to us. We'll talk about it. Keep going. Keep going. Turn. Turn. Now walk back to the sound of my voice. Come on. Keep coming. Keep coming. Keep coming. Walk back to me. Hands behind your back.
3 days later, Rashad Murphy was arrested too. Weirdly, 2 different sets of footage of his arrest have circulated, and I believe that he was chased and tased during a first arrest attempt before the official murder charges. And it seems like he was re-arrested a few days later in a dramatic raid where a battering ram was used.
And the kids, please, like, tell them to stop recording.
Man, bro, life without parole, bro. This is his last bit of outside, bro. He's forever gonna know the prison walls, bro.
I'm about to broadcast him right now.
No disrespect, no disrespect. It's the harsh reality.
And finally, Davion Murphy was arrested 6 months after the murder took place in Jacksonville, smiling in a police photo that was taken immediately after his arrest. Following the murder of FOOlIO and arrest of all the suspects, Alicia Andrews ended up going on trial first. Her defense argued that she traveled to Tampa with Gutter Zay without knowing that anyone had planned to kill FOOlIO.
1. On the weekend, Charles Jones was killed. Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip with her boyfriend, with only one agenda: to be with her boyfriend.
Yeah.
2, Alicia Andrews is not in a gang. 3, with the exception of her boyfriend, Alicia Andrews did not know any of those men in that group, and none of those men in that group knew Alicia Andrews. As a matter of fact, if there was some conspiracy, Alicia Andrews was not in the loop because she was not in the group. 4, Alicia Andrews is not a part of the drill rap culture.
However, prosecutors argued that she helped provide cover and helped track FOOlIO's movements, as well as claiming that she lied about her role after the shooting.
He posted where he was going to be on his Instagram. She follows his Instagram. She doesn't like him. It's clear from her messages that she does not like Charles Jones. Why in the world would she need to follow him? She follows his Instagram. She books that Airbnb. She does it on June 21st of 2024. She is trying to book the Airbnb. She's not the actual one that books it because the co-defendant, Rashad Murphy, ends up doing it. This falls through. But it is clear that she is in the loop. It is clear that she is participating. She is the first one that tries to book the Airbnb in Tampa. Using her for cover, she was a part of it. She was an active participant.
One of the most damning pieces of evidence against her were her messages sent in 2021 where she claimed that FOOlIO needed to die.
The exhibit where Alicia, 17 years old, says that FOOlIO needs to die.
On October 31st, 2025, the jury would reject her first-degree murder charge, but found Alicia Andrews guilty of manslaughter, and on May 22nd, 2026, she was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Meanwhile, on April 22nd, 2026, Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy, Sean Gathright and Isaiah Chance all went on trial together in Tampa. The state argued the defendants had brought Jacksonville's gang war into Hillsborough County and turned FOOlIO's birthday weekend into a planned execution.
There is nothing fun about the gang war in Jacksonville. And on June 23rd of 2024, this violence spilled into Tampa when these 4 men decided and planned and came to Tampa for one night, for one purpose, and that was to hunt and track and kill Charles Jones.
Meanwhile, the defense tried their best to separate each man from the shooting, as Rashad Murphy's lawyer argued that he couldn't even...
You know what I'm saying? Like, I really think there's nowhere FOOlIO could have went. He could have went to NY, but nobody wants to live in expensive NY if they don't got to, bro. Like, honestly, live in the hot spots for black entertainment, and we all know this is ATL, Houston, Texas. Man, it was like, damn if you do, damn if you don't, bro.
Be placed in Tampa at the time of the murder.
Rashad Murphy, plain and simple, cannot be placed in Tampa, Florida on 4:40 a.m. on June 23rd of 2024 when Charles Jones, FOOlIO, was killed.
However, that was no good when they had him texting his friends after the hit, saying, "I'm coming home, my thirst is quenched, I'll pop a bottle of Don Julio today," signing it off with his name, Murphy. While Sean Gathright's lawyer argued that he was barely 18 and had no real part in the killing and had just been caught up in a situation that prosecutors were stretching too far.
Sean Gathright had no part in the shootings that took place here in Tampa. He was a barely 18-year-old young man who found himself caught up in a whirlwind here in Tampa. He found himself caught up in something that, as you've heard about for these last 5 weeks, he had no part in, ever.
Isaiah Chance's lawyer argued that the evidence didn't prove that he fired a weapon, ordered anyone to shoot, or knowingly joined in a murder plan.
Isaiah Chance was in Tampa, and Charles Jones is dead, and that is a tragedy. But they still have not proved he knew about the plan, he agreed to the plan, he took an act in furtherance of that plan.
And Davion Murphy's lawyer argued that there were no text messages, no DNA, and no direct physical evidence proving that he helped plan the murder.
Phone doesn't ever show him leaving the Airbnb during the time of the shooting. He's never seen with any weapons. There's no DNA evidence linking Davion Murphy to any firearms, to any crime scene, nothing. There's no text messages between Davion Murphy or any of the other defendants of some form of an agreement to come down to Tampa and kill FOOlIO Charles Jones. There's no agreement to hide any firearms.
However, none of that worked. And on May the 8th, 2026, the jury would find all 4 men guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy in the killing of FOOlIO, which would be swiftly followed by the prosecutors pushing for the death penalty. In the process of deliberating whether the killers of FOOlIO will get life in prison or death, one of the most chilling moments took place, when somebody from a hard labor camp took the stand, pleading with the judge and jury that FOOlIO's killers would be better off for society, enslaved to a lifetime of hard labor, rather than being put to death by the state. Something that went viral on Reddit, warning the youth of Jacksonville.
Sweat equity. That's the term that they coined. Sweat equity.
That real-life slavery still exists for those who commit murder in the community.
Based on Mr. Gathwright's age, physical abilities, things like that, do you think that the prison would benefit from him in a work capacity if he were sentenced to life without parole?
I say yes, with my experience, not only just in classification, but as former warden and even as a jail administrator. He's someone that's young, he's healthy. In reality, we need that labor, we need that sweat equity, and we will put him out there to work because we do have an aging prison population, jail administration, we have that. So we put these young individuals to work and get some sweat equity out of them since they are young and actually can do the work.
This lifetime of forced labor was described as sweat equity, and this phrase would go viral around the Duval County subreddits as a catchphrase that really summed up what was waiting for you as the true outcome if you really decided to get sucked into Jacksonville's gang war. Young and Ace and FOOlIO made the gang wars look cool on songs like Who I Smoke and When I See You, but now the viral hook was sweat equity. And this was a sobering realization for many of the fans who had followed this gang war since the viral drill songs. Commenters couldn't believe that these human murderers were being spoken about like livestock. People said that the remainder of your natural life being described as sweat equity would have had them crashing out and jumping over the stand to attack the judge. A lot of people just couldn't believe that they were witnessing real-life slavery being discussed in 2026, but acknowledging that FOOlIO's killers really brought this on themselves with their awful decisions to take someone else's life. At the very end of the trial, approaching the sentencing, the killers as well as the judge had opportunities to speak to the court, and the way each of the shooters went about the incident kind of said a lot about each person's motivation and backstory. Now, I've already done a whole separate, much shorter video just focusing on Sean Gathwright and how he actually came from a privileged and well-off family with a good upbringing and really had no business stalking a rapper to his death. But the way he went out at the trial was truly pathetic. Despite what he clearly did, participating in the ending of another man's life, he couldn't seem to accept that his life was truly over before it had even begun. In his parting speech, he spoke like a motivational guru, quoting the Bible and claiming that he still has faith he has better days ahead of him. Speaking with a level of self-pity that many people saw right through, Sean really had the balls to compare himself to the prodigal son from the Bible and basically claimed that as an 18-year-old his brain wasn't developed enough to know not to commit murder, and complained that it was just so
Hold on, chat. The things I gotta do for free time. For free time. Appreciate you, Brody. Much love to you. Now we been here 9 hours strong. I ain't gonna lie, chat. So as I'm done with this video, boy, y'all see that couch back there? I'm gonna go lay on it.
fair that he's not old enough to buy a beer but can still be sentenced to life in prison.
Here we are, being sentenced for the murder of Charles Jones on the day he was killed 2 years later. Now, some may say this is just a coincidence, but I believe that nothing has been is or ever will be left up to chance, and that everything in this world is predestined. And there are many biblical promises of that belief holding true. Jeremiah 1:5 says, "Before you were formed in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." Jeremiah 29:11 says, "I know the plans I have for you, plans for good and not for disaster." Everyone wonders how and why I ended up in a situation like this, despite growing up with a loving family, nice home, multiple opportunities, and promising potential. Some act as if it is impossible or unheard of for someone like me to find themselves in a situation like this. But in reality, it is much more common than we think. It has been happening.
It's not that it's impossible. It's more so dumb. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, it's dumb. Like, you don't even got no blood ties to these niggas, bro. You don't even got no blood ties. Like the Murphy guys, the gutter, like, dude and them grew up with them folks. It's like you is the outcast, bro. You was the outcast of this whole situation, gang. And you involved yourself so much that you going to spend your natural born life in jail. And you going to the big level 5 yard, gang. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like it was just outright dumb for you to overly involve yourself in this activity. I'm telling y'all, dude wanted some stripes bad. He got all the stripes he was looking for inside the Sweat Equity house.
Long before today. There is a parable Jesus shared with the world called the prodigal son. A son who had the nice home, loving family, yet he still chose to take his inheritance and venture off to a far country where he indulged in prodigal living. After this eye-opening experience, he decided to return home. He was ashamed and planned to go to his father to ask for forgiveness and to become one of his servants because he no longer felt worthy to be called his son. But when he returned, his father embraced him with love and compassion, dressed him in the finest clothes and jewels, and celebrated his son's return with a feast, exclaiming, "This son of mine was dead and has come back to life. He was lost and is now found." It is not uncommon for good young men who come from good families to get lost in this world. And those of us who come from privileged upbringings are actually disadvantaged to the fight against it. Because of the high expectations, many opportunities and options we grow up with, we don't know what struggle looks like, or how hard our parents had to work to provide these opportunities for us. We don't know what we have until it's gone. And it often happens after we go through our own eye-opening experience. Never in history has there been a time like now, where there is so much available and so easy to consume, but we still demand more. And it is clearly seen in my generation. Young men and women want to grow up faster to try to keep up with the influencers that are idolized.
Hey, all the stuff he's saying, I'm not even hearing it, bro. Because you easily could have went and got a job at Amazon, UPS, whatever. And been the normal 9-to-5 worker, working your way up through a company or building your own company. Like, it's so many things you could have did, bro, with your time, efforts, and energy. Like, I could think of 10 things off the barrelhead. These words that you saying right now don't mean nothing to me, bro. Absolutely nothing.
And this is in part due to us being so susceptible. A study done by the National Institute of Mental Health provided evidence showing that the brain doesn't reach full maturity until 26 to 27 years old for men, about 8 or 9 years older than my time during the offense. But society knows this, and that's why laws set age requirements on certain activities, amenities, and substances as a way to protect adolescent adults. Yet those same laws don't extend to an adolescent adult when they are charged with crimes and allows them to be prosecuted to the fullest extent, regardless of their age. Your Honor, it is heartbreaking that an 18-year-old can't rent a car or a hotel or buy a home, but can be sentenced to death or life in prison without the possibility of parole. They can't purchase alcohol or tobacco but can be sentenced to death or life in prison without the possibility of parole. And I'm a prime example of these circumstances.
Say, gang, you knew the job was crooked before you took it. Shut up. Chin up, chest out, nigga.
At 18 years old, with no prior convictions, I was charged, indicted, and had to face the death penalty. My point is, society views anyone under the age of 21 as not being mentally mature enough to participate or partake in these activities, amenities, and substances because certain substances listed can negatively impact or stunt the growth of a developing brain, while other activities and amenities have restrictions due to the lack of impulse and behavioral control or lack of situational awareness at times with teens. It is very simple to understand that our brains have not developed enough, that we live in a society where someone under the age of 21 can be sentenced to death or life in prison without parole. We leave no room for growth, rehabilitation, or redemption. We don't account for the fact that they weren't a fully developed adult and their judgment and decision-making abilities weren't developed either. I believe it is cruel for someone under the age of 21 to be sentenced to life without parole or death before they're even old enough to be fully emancipated or to fully comprehend what consequences their actions carry. I say all this because I want to see change. Change for those whose fates were sealed long before they were born. Change for the prodigal sons and daughters who ventured off too far in the world and got lost. I believe that I am exactly where God planned for me to be, a plan He created long before I was born. It is also my belief that this chapter of my life will propel me to a much greater purpose than what we see here today, because my journey has just begun. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gathright.
Well, that's how that sweat equity will have you talking in court, folks. Isaiah Chance, on the other hand, would bring up his own sob story, claiming that all the other suspects were shooters, but he was only a lookout like Alicia, and she got manslaughter, but he ended up getting life for murder. An argument which the judge quickly shut down, reminding him that she had actually blamed it all on him.
Unlike the rest of my co-defendants here, they all are charged with being the alleged shooters and have the same verdicts. However, me, on the other hand, the one who was charged with me for playing the same alleged role as I gets found not guilty for what I am charged with. Alicia's case didn't contradict the alleged shooters versus the state case. I don't even think it's possible it could have. However, it contradicts mine being the only principle here, because both of our jury's decisions contradict each other. The only nuance is I went to trial with 3 other people who have the same verdict as I, and she didn't. Alicia get found not guilty for my current charge. It wasn't a coincidence.
She went to trial. She was convicted of a manslaughter and got 15 years, and now you're here facing life. And that, I would assume, that seems unjust to you. Is that correct?
That's highly unjust. If you say that's justice, okay, but when you look at, if you put me and Alicia up on like side by side, that's unjust. Like, it's injustice. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, it's contrary to my verdict. Like, her jury made their decision, our jury made their decision, but it contradicts like both of our verdicts. The only difference is, like, I went to trial with my co-defendants and she went to trial by herself. So I feel like personally I got guilt more so by association than like participation. That's all I really wanted to say, Judge. Sorry, because this is way more harder than I anticipated. But that's all, thank you.
Sure, sure. And you probably know when Miss Andrews went to trial, she basically pinned it all on you.
Absolutely, yeah.
But after that, he would see a little bit of sense, sending a message to the Jacksonville youth, warning them about being involved in these notorious gang wars, and saying that it's just not worth it, and that after all the clout of killing FOOlIO, all he has left is a lonely, empty cell.
You know, when, as I sit with my lawyer, like, he's very, like, he's probably shivering over there because he don't know what I'm gonna say out my mouth.
Right. He's very concerned.
Yeah, definitely. I want to say something to like Jacksonville though too. So to my city, man, it ain't worth it, boy. Like, it ain't worth it. Like, me being a rapper from my city and FOOlIO being a rapper from our city, it ain't worth it. Like, my mouth getting dry, sorry. Like, the dissing, the beefing, the shooting, like, for what? Like, for what? Like, when you sitting in your cell alone, cold, it's lonely as hell in there. Everybody leave you. Like, nobody here for you. Like, the ones that's your ride or die, your girlfriends, whoever you love, the only person there for you is your mother. And maybe, like, one friend, maybe, but it ain't worth it.
And Isaiah, bro, I'm going to tell you this. As you go longer and longer and longer with your case, with your imprisonment, your sweat equity, them people is going to fall off. You know what I'm saying? I know your mother love you to death, boy. But truth be told, 10 years down the way, 15 years down the way, 20 years down the way, the calls are going to get less picking up. The commissary going to get less frequent. And yo, I just feel like if you feel this way truly, you would have never did that to FOOlIO. You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Now you wait till you about to face life in prison and you sit here telling us it ain't worth it. It should have not been worth it June 23rd, 2024. It was worth the 4-hour car drive. You know what I'm saying? It was worth that. It was worth the Airbnb. It was worth playing Look Out with your girlfriend. Look at all these steps and turns that you could have turned away. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, I ain't even trying to hear it like on some shit. Cause what was this Isaiah then?
Bro, it ain't worth it. I was 21 years old facing the death penalty. I never ever, my only interactions with law enforcement was traffic tickets. Wake up next morning, I'm facing the death penalty. That's how quick life can change. It ain't worth it, bro. That's all, though. And sorry if I was nervous. Sorry.
No, it's okay, Mr. Chance.
Davion Murphy would go on to make a statement saying that really God has the last say-so, pretty much just standing 10 toes on everything he did, despite tactically retaining his innocence. He would also warn Gen Z youths to do something more productive with their lives than what he did, claiming that really it wasn't worth it, and just admitting that this isn't his first rodeo or time going to jail, and that he would stay positive.
Yeah, it look different from up here. To God be the glory all the time, and he'll forever have the last say-so in our situation. As I said in my interrogation interview, I'll be judged for it and I'll forever retain my innocence. And I just want to say to the Gen Z generation, change your life and do something productive with your life. Because in this predicament, it ain't worth it. And like it was said before, this is not my first rodeo down this road, so it's looking like forever, but I'll forever keep a positive mind state and a positive mindset, but to God be the glory forever. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy.
Now, arguably, Davion Murphy took the sentence with the most dignity, and in contrast with Sean's pathetic display, many on social media actually respected the way Davion carried himself, with him even smiling at the end of his speech and stating that he essentially did what he was supposed to do, with many people respecting the fact that he actually stood on business, avenging his murdered and disrespected relatives, made his family and community in the streets proud, and accepted his fate like a real soldier.
Nah, for real. You know what I'm saying? And then we ain't saluting him because we on his side. It's more so of, nah, you stood on that decision you made. Like, I can respect it, nigga. You ain't folding 10 toes. And he living with what he did. How can I not respect you? I'm not on your side, but you know what I'm saying? All right. That boy right there is a real fucking gangster. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, if I go do some wild stuff, okay, I go down for the wild stuff, and it comes with the letters, chin up, chest out on God. This is coming from a YouTuber, bro. Yep.
By contrast, Rashad Murphy had just completely given up at this point, choosing not to even stand up and address the court, simply telling the judge while sat down, "I love everybody and I apologize."
Mr. Rashad Murphy, anything you want to say or at all? You don't have to. Just giving you the final chance.
I love everybody.
Okay. Okay. All right. Very good. All right.
However, on May the 15th, 2026, the jury rejected the death penalty and recommended life in prison without the possibility of parole for all men. So finally, on June the 22nd, 2026, Judge Sisko formally sentenced Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In a harrowing speech before handing down the sentences, the judge admitted that the war in Jacksonville was out of control, and that FOOlIO going to film at dead ops' graves arguably made it more likely that he was going to be killed, and sort of inferring that he deserved it. Something which wildly elicited a round of applause from defendant Davion Murphy.
I really don't know what to say about what's going on in Jacksonville. Again, and I don't know if it's getting better or not, but I was stunned. And when I was sitting there listening to the evidence and just the trail of dead bodies, just one young man after the next, just cut down in the prime of their lives. I mean, it's shocking. It is shocking. And I just can't believe that any community, if they're made aware of it, will stand by and put up with that. I mean, it's just tragic. And, you know, Mr. Jones did not deserve to die for what he did or what he drilled, the drill rap videos he made. But goodness gracious, going and desecrating the gravesite of a murdered relative is, you don't deserve to be killed for that, but you just increased your odds that it was going to happen. And that's the truth. That is the truth. So I'm not at all, again, stating that he deserved it, but it's just shocking. It's shocking to me. And I do have great sympathy for the defendants. You all, for the most part, are young men. And some of you have children. And now, for what? For what? Now, you're looking at life in prison. And what was it for? Mr. Chance, guilty. Count 1, sentence you to mandatory life without the possibility of parole. Mr. Gathright, guilty. Sentence you to life without the possibility of parole. Mr. Davion Murphy, guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Sentence you to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Mr. Rashad Murphy, guilty of murder in the first degree. Sentence you to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Despite many people, even the judge, believing that FOOlIO somehow had brought this death on himself. At the end of the day, one person who had never asked to be involved in Jacksonville's deadly gang wars was FOOlIO's mother, who would ultimately go on to speak following the trial, sharing her thoughts and feelings on everything that had gone down.
I'm saying right now, it is not worth it. I don't care if somebody talked about this person, that person, or whatever. Sticks and stones may break your bones, but words don't ever hurt. And you're going to have to pay for it. You're going to have to pay for your actions. You're going to have to pay for it just like my son did. He had to pay for the words that he was using out here.
It's just sad all around. Like, there's really no winners in these situations. Yeah, you might get a little bit of social media clout, and yeah, you might get a few more fans and so forth, but look at what happens when the dust settles. People dead, people in prison, people dealing with having to cooperate against their own family, people shot. You know, mother's grieving, father's grieving. You know, your daughter doesn't have her big brother anymore. It's just a very, very sad situation.
Yeah, nobody wins in the end. Nobody has won since Charles has passed away, any of them guys. Nobody has won in the end. People say, oh, such and such won. Nobody has won in the end. Because what's going on right now? Absolutely nothing. So the end result is zero. They are all talented rappers. They could have went way further or whatever, making good quality music or whatever, but nobody, absolutely nobody won in the end. And these are the end results. Death, in jail, and living life miserably.
Well, you said that more people will be arrested around this case.
Well, as we heard on the stand that the detectives say, it's still an open case.
Sadly, to a lot of people, Jacksonville drill died with FOOlIO. In 2026, Young Ace has never been less relevant, and clearly he's lost interest in making music. With no one to rap about, he pretty much seems resigned to just sit at home playing GTA and waiting for a Rico to come.
I ain't got too much longer in it, bro. I ain't gonna lie, I can't. I ain't got it in me, bro. But it's my fault, though. I don't even be dropping for it no more. But it's only cause I be feeling played. I don't even make music for people no more. I make that for me.
Now, a lot of people believe that this scene was already dead before FOOlIO died, and his assassination and the trial was really just the final nail in the coffin, or the season finale, if you will. Now, I'm not saying that to minimize the reality of this tragic situation. This isn't a TV show. This is a real-life gang war where real people died. Families grieved their murdered children. Toddlers got caught in the crossfire, and in the end, nobody won. Not even the multi-millionaire rappers who were the top of the totem pole in this beef. We're 5 years on from Who I Smoke and When I See You, and listening to those songs now is a lot less funny and much more sad and haunting. I've always said that gangster music, despite its negativity, is at the very least a method for troubled youths to make legit money and get themselves out of the poverty and danger of the streets. And at best, it's a genuine artistic outlet and therapy for these scarred young men to actually express and process their pain. But these days, in 2026, the rap and drill game is beginning to feel as dead as the Jacksonville drill scene. The biggest and most poppin' street rappers from every city fucked around and found out the hard way that really living those gangster raps is not a long-term plan. Lil Durk is looking at life in jail for murder for hire charges that he rapped about for years. Pooh Shiesty is facing numerous decades for robbing a rapper, just like he said in his songs, and Young Ace is really just a walking, breathing Rico case waiting to happen. I think a big reason people lost interest in rap over the last couple of years is because all of the cool, tough gangster guys that had the aura have really just shown the world where this sort of behavior gets you. Dead, or in prison, or now just completely fallen off. Despite people like Drake popping out and breathing some commercial life back into the rap game, on the whole, the genre is still, sadly, very much in decline. For me personally, I'll never abandon my love for rap music. My passion for these stories, the personas, the people that live them, and the history behind the music got me hooked on rap in the first place. But the era of the rapping gangster outlaw, who's really living his criminal raps, is over with. Thankfully, we still have creative people flying the flag, people like Playboy Carti, Big X The Plug, Don Toliver, taking the genre in creative new directions and still clinging on to the charts. The people that got it right now are the ones making that aspirational and positive, catchy music that doesn't lead kids down these dark paths that the drill rappers did. Nowadays, all this gangster rap, it doesn't make me feel tough or like I want to go and hammer a good workout in the gym. It just makes me sad. And that's probably why it took me so long to make this video, because honestly, people have begged me for like 2 years now to make a follow-up video on the FOOlIO situation and like this full-blown Jacksonville sequel. But the way things played out in Jacksonville and that city and just this whole scene just made me so depressed. Now, this isn't the last gangster rap or drill gang war video I'm going to do. I'm never going to abandon the scene. I'm never going to abandon my interest. This is genuine passion, okay, unlike some people. But as you can see, all right, I've been experimenting with other types of stories and genres, and that's something I'm going to keep doing going forward. Now, I'm so proud to have been part of the story and the history and documented the world of Jacksonville drill through its heyday all the way to this very depressing conclusion. So I just hope that you've learned something from this and will take a positive message from these bleak and sad stories. I hope the next generation can truly learn something from this, but they didn't learn anything the last time I made a video about it, and it just got worse. And sadly now, it does feel like it's over. So all I'm going to say is rest in peace to everybody that lost their lives and pray for the next generation.
And see, that's the problem. Like, just how they was coming up and they had factors that got into the war and this may transpire afterwards. The same YNs, Gen Z, that's right there in them hoods right now. Man, bro, we ain't seen it, bro. We done seen it, bro. History gonna repeat itself. Another rapper from Jacksonville will come out the woodwork, man, and take charge, bro. Now, my whole thoughts on this is it's a messed up situation, bro. And truth be told, I know I was talking about being in part of the moments and whatnot earlier, bro. But truth be told, bro, I mean, stuff was going to happen without my input, but I feel like I amplified it or helped amplify shit. But it is what it is, bro. Everything that played out how it played out, bro. Anyway, this is a 4-hour, almost close to 5-hour video. First of all, let me put you down on game. If you get some of this, she ain't going to be able to keep her hands off you. Secondly, make sure you put guests down in the comment section. Let me know you made it to the end of the video. Yo, it's your boy Sonor. I'm gone, man. Much love.